Welcome back to Castle Motorsports Park for the final day of action here for the 2022 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage here live from Newcastle, Indiana. Air temperatures just a little bit under 70 degrees. We're expecting a pretty much identical type of day as to what we saw yesterday. And again, yesterday, full sunny skies all day long. It heated up on the air temps as the day went on, and the racing heated up without a doubt. My name's Andrew Clements in the Roost here today with ekartingnews.com and the voice of SuperKarts USA, Rob Howden, and we are set here to get underway with qualifying. Rob, obviously lots of storylines coming out of yesterday in a bunch of different divisions. We just wrapped up X30 Senior morning warm-up. Ryan Norberg unofficially has clinched the title, his fifth career SuperKarts USA Pro Tour Championship, sixth X30 Pro National in the modern era.
It's amazing.
Unreal.
Yeah, absolutely amazing for Ryan Norberg. Like I said yesterday, we're kind of seeing a legend in the making to a certain extent. We haven't seen a driver have this kind of domination, at least in the 25-plus years I've been doing this. So amazing job for Ryan Norberg. Martin Kremers as well, one of the unofficial champions coming in, and of course laying down the law in the pro shifter class. We talked to him yesterday, and he was a one-off to run the Winter Nationals. He ends up dominating the Winter Nationals, and hey, of course, I've got to go to Utah, and then, of course, here to cap off a championship for PSL karting. Big day for Martin Kremers as well.
No doubt, and he is undefeated in qualifying. That'll be the big question today. Can anyone knock him off? The PSL guys were a little bit off the pace in morning warm-up. Of course, some drivers electing to go with nude rubber for Sunday warm-up, some electing to run some of the same tires they ran for Friday happy hour. That'll normally shake up the results a little bit, but A.J. Myers was quick in morning warm-up yesterday. We go back 1 year ago. He was the dominant man here at Newcastle Motorsports Park in Pro Shifter. Only reason he didn't sweep the weekend, he blew a motor on Saturday, so he could be one maybe looking for a little bit more, and the big story for a lot of those pro shifter guys, all of them trying to find the exact carburation. I know a lot of them have been working on their KZ power plants. They say it's a very small window to hit the exact number.
And I think you mentioned it before, that today being kind of an exact copy of what we had yesterday, that makes it a little bit easier for everybody. They'll be on the same kind of carburation. They'll be dialing things in like you said. And that's what we hope for and expect out of the top teams and the top drivers. You have to get better on that second day. Martin Kremers has got a good package. They're not going to tinker too much with it because he's pretty happy with what he had, but everybody else has got to dial things up. 2 on back was great racing yesterday in pro shifter, Xander. Everybody back there, though, has to find a bit more speed if they want to win.
They have to find quite a bit. Again, Marian Kremers, obviously, and he admitted it as well in both the pre-final and the final. As soon as he built himself up to a couple-second gap, he kind of kept it going to maybe 70, 80% most of the race there, just kind of kept his pace down. That helps a lot for the story for that class. Of course, tire degradation is huge. We go over to X30 Senior, again, same story, just different division. Everyone's second on back, had a fantastic battle, and for a good part of that main event, because Ryan Norberg started on the outside of row number 2 and got shuffled back multiple times. I mean, it seems like it's getting even. Every weekend we go this year, a little more desperate, a little more elbows up. Honestly, even then, I mean, the penalty list was almost 2 pages long for the X30 Senior class. There were so many different drivers. Everything they're doing, they're throwing everything they can at him. He still was able to find a way through.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of drivers after the races yesterday, and some of them not really happy with the way the racing's happening. Guys are getting super aggressive, throwing the cart in, dive bombing, maybe when they should work together instead. Norberg wasn't up front all weekend long, and in the interview we did with EKN at the end of the day, he said that I was back in 10th. I had a couple of penalties here and there, but able to work his way forward. He almost got shuffled off the racetrack at one point, was 4 wheels in the grass, coming through the kink into turn number 3. So everybody trying to use up Ryan Norberg, but still somehow the veteran finds his way to the front and is able to pull away. For Ryan, he's got that 5th championship, right? It was always about the drive for 5. Right now, I think with that already locked, he'd love to see one of the drivers he's coaching find his way, like a Hayden Jones potentially to the top of the box.
Hayden Jones has been really quick all weekend. He was quickest in 2 out of the 3 practice sessions on Friday. He was also quickest in Saturday warm-up. He was not the quickest driver, though, in today's warm-up for X30 Senior. Frankie Mossman was the quickest, and he looked very stout all day long yesterday. Got into a wreck, unfortunately, with 2 corners to go with Pedro Hiltbrand. He admitted it, said it was his fault. He just tried it a little bit too aggressive, tried to find a way down the inside when Pedro didn't really give him a lane, kind of took them both out of contention. And I talked with him and his father. He's like, man, we were fast in both the senior classes, KA Senior, X30 Senior. They knew we were here, but it sucks to run inside the top 5, lead laps, and come away with no hardware at the end of the day. So they're going to be looking for a little bit more. And then I was talking with Mike Speed this morning. He was like, I figured maybe today some of those guys that were kind of holding back yesterday would still go at it. But he's like, nah, you know what? At the end of the day, Saturday, they were still going all the way. They'd still rebuild it overnight. So we'll see. Does that desperation factor go up even more with no racing tomorrow, end of the season, trying to say, you know what? Screw it. We got a few months before we go to the Super Nationals if this kart comes back with just the steering wheel or if I come back with it all in one piece. I'm not really caring either way. It's hard to tell, but I don't think we're going to see the racing get any cleaner today. No. I think the aggression is going to go up, especially, again, with both those classes. Championships are out of the way.
Yeah, it's the end of the Pro Tour, like you said. For a lot of these guys, it's going to be checkers or wreckers, right? I don't care if it comes back in a heap on the back of the loser cruiser, the trailer at that point. But to go back to Frankie Mossman, I was really impressed with what he did yesterday, but there seemed like a kind of a sense of urgency, right? He's really trying to prove himself at the top. I hope he took a deep breath last night when he got to the hotel and said, listen, I've got the speed, do what I can. For Frankie, I'd like to see a top 5. Finish on the podium. You have the speed to do it. You don't need to win. I know he wants the victory, but get in there, get the respect you need, and get yourself a solid top 5 finish.
And that's the big thing. He's had a few good runs over his rookie year, dating back to the Super Nationals 24 last year, where he turned, I think, a lot of heads in Las Vegas, ran inside the top 3 in all of his heat races, ran inside the top 10 in the main event there, was super, super good. And then throughout this year, he's had a couple really good runs. He is the only Team Benek EOS kart in the field for the senior classes for X30 and for KA Senior. So he doesn't have the teammate benefit that a lot of these other drivers have to bounce data off of, bounce setup off of. So all the more impressive that he's able to run up front. And then here we are in qualifying now for the Micro Swift division, the first of the 2 groups presented by Team Benek. And they do have a couple of drivers obviously in contention. We came into yesterday with a dead tie in the point standings. Rocco Simone, Troy Ferguson entered the day tied in the points. And then of course Simone gets away with a fantastic finish. Troy Ferguson on the other end of the spectrum gets taken out on the main event. So he's got a lot of work to do, and hopefully Rocco Simone doesn't have as good of a day as he did on Saturday for Ferguson to get himself back in the title fight.
So talking to David Cole, he's going to feed us some information here. Obviously, David always has his EKN spreadsheet out for our unofficial points throughout the weekend. David's telling me right now, based on total points, Simone has 100 points over Ferguson, but with the drop, they're tied as they were yesterday. So both dropping their worst finishes, they're back to that tie. So essentially coming in on an even playing field right now, it's going to be Simone versus Ferguson. Whoever finishes better, as long as they both finish well, that's the driver who's going to take home this championship.
Well, that'll be the title decider. Let's take a look here at the time so far for this first group of 2 in the Micro Swift presented by Team Benek class. 25 plus drivers here for this division, so they have split them into 2 groups of 13 a pop. Parker Ives right now is your quickest driver at the end of the opening lap, and we saw yesterday they were able to get 3. Few of the faster classes were able to get 4 laps in the session, but in a few of the fast groups, KA Senior, X30 Junior come to mind. They played enough games trying to get themselves in a perfect position with a driver in front to get a tow off of. They burned the opportunity to get that 4th lap in. Didn't seem to affect some drivers, but for some that were in the first group that didn't have as many top players that were wanting to play games, and everyone in the first group seems to just kind of be going, they got that 4th lap and they were able to punch above their weight class, you could say, with the lap times they put together, because sometimes being in that fast group, if everybody's playing games, a few drivers are going to get burned on that and not get a good lap in fighting traffic all session.
Well, I love the fact that we have these shorter sessions right now, because remember back when we had those 10 to 12 minute qualifying sessions, drivers would sit on the grid or they would mess around for a bunch of laps. I like the urgency here right now. You've got to get on the racetrack. You've got to get it done. You talked about the fact that guys had messed around a bit in that one session and end up losing a full lap. They lost that chance to throw down the flyer on lap number 4. That changed everything in terms of what that first group was able to do, and eventually diving themselves up a little higher onto the grid. We saw that with Drew Waltz. We saw that with Parker Ives yesterday. Royce Vega, of course, in the championship fight as well. I think P3 coming into the day in the championship for Royce Vega as well. So these guys got to get it done here. When you're in the slower group, you have to make sure you capitalize, find the right guy around you with good speed, and really leverage the draft to try to get the best possible time you can to somehow, as we said, bump your way up into that first group.
Well, we're seeing a couple leveraging the draft right now. On your screen is Parker Ives, but just up the road from him is a pairing of Drew Waltz and Royce Vega. They are the quickest at the moment. Waltz in a fantastic spot here to start and finish his 3rd lap. He's only 2 car lengths behind Royce Vega, so you'd think he'd go a little bit quicker. At the end of lap number 3, he does not. Vega nips him by about 2 hundredths. They will potentially get one more, but it looks like the checkered flag will fly as Vega drops back, lets him go, and I think that may be the end of it here for the Micro Swifts opening group. So Royce Vega at a 1:13.56, Drew Waltz at a 1:14.58. Both of them 2/10 up on Parker Ives. Santiago Diaz de la Vega ends up fourth. Julian Sanchez aboard the GFC back in fifth, but obviously a big delta here because Drew Waltz, Royce Vega, these are two drivers that were inside the top 10 yesterday. We expected them to probably be able to go to the top of the first group, while the second group, of course, the top half from Friday happy hour. There were a number of other drivers in a similar position to Royce Vega and Drew Waltz, and that's sometimes how things go with the end of practice on Friday. You have a motor issue, you have something go wrong, or in Friday happy hour, you could get marred in traffic. Puts you in a slow group for both of the qualifying days, means you got to fight your way out of it. You do it one day Saturday, you could win on Saturday, still have to kind of go to the slower group. And as we know, Rob, typically the track gets a little bit quicker by the time the second group goes on the racetrack, just laying down the proper rubber, especially with two different types of tire compounds being used. The Avinco Blues being used for the cadet classes, your mini, your micro Swifts for the 100cc classes as well, and the Avinco Reds being used for the X30 Seniors, then the shifters and master shifters. So when that first group goes out, it kind of resets the rubber, lays down the proper rubber that you're supposed to be running on. By the time the second class goes out there, they end up a little bit quicker.
You know, I think the key for some of these drivers here as well, especially the drivers in the slower group, you didn't have the success you needed in the happy hour to put you in the slower group. It's still a body of work throughout the day, right? It's not all said and done. Just because you're in the slower qualifying group doesn't mean you can't have success. Royce Vega and Drew Waltz were both on the podium yesterday as well. There was a lot of action, as we know. Some penalties came down, but they were able to make their way onto the podium. Vega finishing in second, Drew Waltz in third, coming up 14 spots for Drew. So it's still there. You can still make it happen. Especially if you line up nicely during that opening qualifying session. You have to get a good start and a good starting spot based on your times, but it doesn't mean that you're done for the weekend when you're qualifying out of the slower group. You just have to, maybe you've given yourself a little bit more work.
Definitely here. And as we watch this first group go out, they are led off by the kid who was able to get a breakthrough victory yesterday, Alexander Procuna, aboard the number 66 Parolin. He was super impressive all day yesterday. He's had some good runs throughout this year. I wouldn't say he's obviously had the best year in his opinion, and that's shown by the championship points, but he has had speed just about everywhere that we've gone, and it was obviously really, really cool to see him get a big-time win yesterday in round number 5, and he's going to drop back here, drop behind one driver so far in this group of about 6 we're watching head into the Cell Tower hairpin for the very first time on the outlap.
Yeah, yesterday's race here in Micro Swift was absolutely fantastic. So many great drivers up in the battle and in the fight. We talk about Jackson Gibson. He's looking for that first big national win as well. Rocco Simoni, of course, right there in the championship fight with Troy Ferguson. So the racing we saw yesterday was great. We're going to see how things line up here in qualifying. And again, right now the provisional fast lap of 1:14.562 for Royce Vega, 23 thousandths of a second over Drew Waltz with a 1:14.585, and then Parker Ives back by another 0.2 of a second, P3. Good lap times for those guys, but again, these guys out here who we saw running up front already kind of working together. They've paired themselves up into some packs. We'll see how it all plays out. But again, the opening laps will come in the books. We'll see who strikes first.
Definitely. Mateus Romalo, big storyline that we didn't really get to touch on yesterday, and I didn't really pay attention much to yesterday. He's on a Kart Republic for what I believe is his first American weekend on that. We've seen him on the REM Cosmic outfit for about his entire career, but the number 81 machine is aboard a KR. So the Kart Republic then trailed by the Parolin of Alexander Procuna, and then right behind him, Nico Orbezo, who's had a pretty solid weekend. In fact, the Iron Rock Motorsports Camp, they've got a big contingent this week. Obviously, they've had some strong drivers in KA Junior all season long. Elio Meza, Cooper Shipman come to line. Oscar Iliff has had a good weekend as well, running inside the top 10. Obviously, Jack Iliff locked up that Mini Swift Championship in the class above this one. Nico Orbezo is kind of starting to come into a little bit of confidence on his own. He trails these two. We'll see where they all end up at the end of the first lap as they go through 12, 13, and 14.
Yeah, what a couple of years it's been for Jack Iliff. I don't know, we'll talk about that when we get into the Mini Swift category, but literally 3 SKUSA championships in 4 years. Won both championships in Micro Swift, finished second last year in Mini, then comes back and wins the Mini this year. This kid's on a roll, trying to maybe chase down a guy like Ryan Norberg winning a bunch of championships. It's been fun to watch what Jack's done for sure, and I know we'll see him continue his success when he eventually moves into the junior categories as well. 5 drivers we're watching here right now. Xander playing some games here in qualifying. We'll see what happens in terms of laying down laps. Nicholas Orbezo was the fastest driver in the first lap, 1:15.381. His opening circuit slots him in P6.
Yeah, definitely here a little bit of games for this group further back. That's a 5-car pack just a little ways back from the initial group we were watching earlier on in the session. So with the first lap in, Orbezo was the quickest. He was third in line, trailing Procuna and Ramallo, who were working together. Here is Jackson Gibson. He's making a couple passes this lap, already made one. The group driver that was pushing him is going to follow. I believe that's Pasha Ali aboard the Paralyn USA number 42. He now moves up to fourth in line in this pack. So a couple passes being made on lap number 2. Obviously, that'll kind of hurt them a little bit for lap number 3. This group right here, this is what I believe will probably be our potential pole award winners just going through. They'll come around to the start-finish line and across through to turn number 1. Ramallo will jump up the order a little bit to 4th, Orbezo to 3rd. They still have yet to best group number 1, but they've got one more lap to do so, and they remain single file, doing everything they need to do right now. They're not passing, they're not fighting, they are just pushing and trying to go a little bit quicker.
And, based on their lap times being slower than the other categories, they only get the 3 laps. They don't get that benefit of one more lap. If you make a mistake on lap number 2 or make a mistake on the flyer lap number 3, you don't get that lap 4 to potentially try to come back. So we're putting even more pressure on the drivers here in this Micro Swift category. They've got to lay the laps down right now, get it done here on lap number 3. You can't drop a wheel like that coming out of turn number 7, Xander. That's enough to drop you from 3rd, maybe down to 10th. That's how close this category is.
Yeah, the good news for Nico Orbezo. Right now he sits 3rd overall. We'll see if that lap does get bested here later on, but he is the quickest out of this group. I don't think this lap, like you said, Rob, with that little mistake, obviously get some dirt on the tires, so that'll hurt him through the cell tower, and you can see the gap has opened up from himself to Alex Procuna and Mateus Ramallo, so that'll be the story when they work their way over to 13 now. The final 2 corners on the racetrack. Big gap built up. Where do Mateus Ramallo and Alexander Procuna jump up to? They are 4th and 6th. They'll go to 1st and 2nd. A 1:13.96 for Procuna. A 14 flat for Ramallo. Marco Sammet will also join them at the top of the boards. And AJ Stoner on the AMAX Racing Tony Kart will move himself into the top 5. But still, Royce Vega and Drew Waltz, like you said, not a death sentence to go in group number 1. They were hooked up from the start. They still remain 5th and 6th as the second group comes to a close, and that will lock them in to row number 3. But Alex Procuna, yesterday's winner, picks up right where he left off. A perfectly timed lap in qualifying and a very nicely done session for him, trailing Mateus Ramallo.
I'll tell you, here's another side story, maybe a big story, the fact that the championship contenders, Rocco Simone in 7th, you've got to go down to 15th for Troy Ferguson as well. So the drivers who are in the middle of a championship battle, not qualifying well, they're going to have to go to work in the pre-final to get themselves back up the grid for the main event this afternoon. Procuna, Ramalho, Sammet, Stoner, and Vega, the Fast 5. Drew Waltz, 6th. Rocco Simone in 7th. Antonio Pizzogna-Nito in 8th. Nicholas Orbezo, 9th. And Parker Ives rounding out the top 10. But 2 very quick drivers, Jackson Gibson and Troy Ferguson, all the way back in 14th and 15th. We know that we'll be keeping a split eye on the front of the pack and somewhere in the middle of the pack throughout their pre-final, which is set to go at 11:05 later this morning.
So just like that, one qualifying session is in the books. A gorgeous morning here in Indiana as we get set for the final day of action of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage. We'll be right back with the Nash Motorsports KA100 Junior Division for group number 2 in qualifying.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here live to Castle Motorsports Park for Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Qualifying underway for the National Motorsports KA100 Junior class at 41 drivers in total. They are split up or 42 in total. They are split up in groups of 20. So the bottom half from Friday practice is on the racetrack right now. We're watching Ivana Richards, the Mexico-based driver, making her way down to the scoreboard hairpin. She had a pretty impressive qualifying run yesterday, was quickest in her group. Talked to her. And then unfortunately, just the racing kind of bit a little bit. There's a lot of bad luck, obviously, that can happen when you start in the Hornet's Nest, Rob. She was able to qualify above some of the back half of the fast group as we see a spin over here. That is the 884. I believe one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics has gone for a ride through the spin cycle on turn number 4 on the opening lap. But at least, again, 3 laps, potentially 4 if they don't mess around too much for the KA Juniors, as they typically lap about 8 to 9 seconds quicker than the Micro Swift. So a little spin early, but for Ivana Richards here, we'll see where the benchmark gets set at the end of the opening lap. And, of course, this class, one of a few that still has the championship up for grabs.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that when you're qualifying in that first group on the racetrack here, you really have to work your way into the second group. You got to get yourself into the top 15, whatever it may be, because like you call it, you're back there in the blender where all that chaos happens midway through the pack. Everybody kind of scrapping for position. Ivana had some great pace in that opening run, but again, right in the middle of the chaos of the start of the pre-final and finals. So want to work your way forward, get yourself up into some of the guys that may give you a little bit more room. But qualifying is underway, as just said. We do have a great championship battle available here in the KA100 Junior class. Jesus Vasquez Jr. comes in as the leader by 6 points only, but that's total points over Caleb Gaffera. Steven Eisert back by 133. When you factor the drop-in of the first 5 races, Vasquez has a bigger lead of 104 points over Caleb Gaffera. Cooper Shipman, 188 back, and Steven Eisert, 215 back. So with both scenarios, total points and drops, Jesus Vasquez Jr. looking good. So it'll be kind of a battle, I think, between Gaffera and Vasquez Jr., depending on where they finish. And not just in the main events, Xander, as we know, points for SKUSA, big points in the pre-finals as well. You've got to get it done all day long.
That's right, 100-point gap. Seems like it's a pretty unsurmountable margin, but there's 100 points for the win in the pre-final down to the end of the top 10. There's 200 obviously up for the win in the main event, so 320 points up for grabs on the entire day when you count 10 points as the bonus for qualifying on the pole and 10 points as the bonus for the fast lap in the final. So all that can factor in. One wrong move. We saw yesterday that KA Junior lead pack, it got up to as many as 15 drivers at one point. I mean, you could literally make one miscue and lose as many as 50 to 100 points again in a couple of corners.
And that is key, Zan. That's a great point because, again, you can make one mistake where you get maybe pushed off the track a little bit. You go 4 wheels off, you come back on, and depending on where it is on the racetrack, pretty easy to lose 10 spots if there's a big pack like we saw yesterday with 15 plus in that lead group. All it takes is to get off track. You get the tires all dirty. You can go from 5th to 15th pretty quickly. So every one of the drivers in the lead fight here, Vasquez, Gaffera, Shipman, Eisert, still with an opportunity to win this championship. Vasquez coming in with the hammer, though. It'll be all about what happens here in qualifying, who's going to grab those initial 10 bonus points, and then we'll see how things play out in that shorter pre-final to set the grid for the main event.
3 laps completed so far, and we're seeing a little bit of shuffling at the top. Ivana Richards was super quick on the opening 2 laps. She fell off on lap number 3. Jackson Glendenning in the 813 has gone quickest, and we were watching Oliver Weldon for a little bit. We're watching him lead a group right now in the Lando Norris kart for JC Karting, and he is second, 300ths off at a 108.94 with a little bit of help from behind, but leading that group of three around turn number 4. And I believe you may have some of the quicker drivers in there as well. Emma Kate Scarborough is third overall, right behind Weldon. She is just tucked up on the nose, and I think Jackson Glendenning, there he is, I believe, in the Nash Motorsports EOS card, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, because we have the 825 of Davin Roberts, fourth overall, third in line in that group. But Glendenning aboard the Nash Motorsports EOS cart has gotten through this group here and maybe in a good spot to try and go a little bit quicker, but they've got some work to be done. Alexander Gonzalez leads the pack as they head towards turn at number 12.
Just a quick little note right now as the qualifying continuing here for this first group for KA100 Junior. We talk about young ladies coming into the sport, right? Getting more women in it, females in motorsports. It's a big topic right now, of course, with the W Series as well. We have 7 female racers in this particular group on the racetrack right now. We've got Emma Kate Scarborough, Ivana Richards, I think it's 8 actually, Naomi Garcia, Cameron Reed, Peyton Westcott, Lillian Scarborough, Ava Dobson, and Gabrielle DaCosta. We got a ton of young ladies running in karting right now, and that's the beauty of the sport. The kart has no idea who is driving it. Doesn't matter. Get behind the wheel and get the job done. Impact here. Let's jump onto something. We had a driver go off here in the. Is that the final corner, though? That's
turn number 1, it looks like. That's an awkward place for that driver to go out, but it looked like they have pounded the outside retaining wall. These SuperKarts USA officials, as you can see, trying to check out the status of that driver. We'll give you an update of where everyone else ended up on lap number 4 really quickly while they take a look at that. They'll head into the scale line. But Oliver Weldon, a 108.61 on that final lap, leads Emma Kate Scarborough and Davin Roberts in that 3-kart pack we were watching to the top of the session. They go to second and third. Jackson Glendenning drops to fourth, and Ivana Richards rounds off the top 5 with 2/10 separating.
Top 4 drivers separated by just 800ths of a second. 0.80 from first back to fourth. Weldon, Scarborough, Roberts, and Glendenning. How that slots in when they end up moving their way into the second group, we'll see. But indeed, one of the drivers had some trouble coming through turn number 1, and that's not on the exit of turn number 1 either. That's kind of like they potentially went off coming in there, maybe dropped the wheel, then got in there. Potentially Cameron Reed, we're saying here, who qualified in the 8th position. She's up and talking to the SuperKarts USA officials, which is great to see. But pretty hard contact with the wall. Again, not happening through turn 1, which would have been the outside of 1, more coming into that corner, maybe dropped the wheel on the entry, then went straight off the racetrack.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver. Luckily, that is not one of the highest speed sections of the racetrack, but it's definitely up there for where they're running, probably 40 to 50 miles an hour coming through the 90-degree corners for all of them. So Cameron Reed again up under her own power as they begin some track cleanup here. So that'll give us a moment before we get underway with the KA100 Junior second group. But this first group here, like you said, Rob, 800s for the top 4. Some pretty good times to kick things off at a 108.610 for Oliver Weldon. That sets the initial pace, and we'll have to see, obviously, 20-plus drivers in the second group as well. I'm going to go take a look at where we ended up for qualifying yesterday and what was the quick time for that one. Like you mentioned, the championship's up for grabs in this one. Championship's up for grabs as well in KA Senior, the next class to come. And in that division, that's exactly what happened on the final lap. If we remember yesterday, Alex Stanfield got up as high as second, was side-by-side for the lead, then kind of got pushed a little bit wide. He and eventual race winner Oliver Calvo came together, fighting hard for the win, racing deal, a lot of respect between both of them. But that swing from Stanfield, nearly going to the lead, was side-by-side for it, ultimately in second, got shuffled wide. The pack was lined up. He dropped back to 7th at the drop of the checkered. Jeremy Fletcher took advantage, got into P2, and those are the 2 drivers that entered the weekend after drops separated by 50 points. So it could have been literally a 50-point gain for Alex Stanfield over Fletcher. Instead, it was a 50-point loss to Fletcher, more or less, in that big swing on just literally a 3-corner section of the final lap.
Yeah, and the one tough place for it to happen, right over in 10, 11, and 12. You come through the cell tower corner, the right-hand hairpin there, and then he essentially, Stanfield, got caught to the outside, trying to hang that outside line coming through turn number 11 through turn 12, and that's all that happens, man. Pretty easy to get yourself shuffled back. Otherwise, we'll see those 2 drivers go at it a little later on. Let's send it down right now, Xander. We got a little interview coming up here.
Yeah, we got Oliver Weldon down with Jenna. Jenna, you got us down there with Oliver Weldon, our quickest driver in group number 1. Oh, we'll wait a moment here before we send it on down to Oliver. It gives us a moment here to take a look. So Oliver Weldon at a 108.6. 107.9 was the quickest time yesterday in qualifying. So that is about a half second up on where group number 1 was able to go. And Oliver Weldon, he was leading that pack, so while he did get a push from behind, didn't exactly have a massive tow. So nonetheless, a good lap, quickest in the group. That at least puts him at worst there in the early 20s. Might end up a little bit better here when group number 2 heads onto the racetrack. So let's go ahead. We'll send it on down to our pit lane. And Scales reporter Jenna Tommy, she's caught up with our quickest driver and the driver on the hot seat here for group number 2 qualifying, Oliver Weldon. Jenna?
Oliver, the top 4 in your qualifying group were all within 0.08 of a second. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good about my time in qualifying. I'm going to try to keep my cool in the pre-final so I can make it up to the front and hopefully get top 10 or something.
Yeah, you didn't have the best luck yesterday. What happened there?
My bumper clamp on the outlap, it came right off going into the I-70 corner. And then the first lap, I tapped somebody and it just flew right off.
Definitely a frustrating day, but how does the track feel today?
The track feels pretty grippy. I think the times are going to be faster than yesterday. Yeah.
Awesome. Good luck today. Thank you.
You.
Thank you, Jenna. Here we'll go back to the on-track action. Oliver Weldon, quickest in the group. Like you said, feels like the track's pretty good right now. Should be a little bit quicker than yesterday. We should probably see that, you'd think, here early in the morning, normally by Sunday qualifying, especially for the classes that do get a new set of rubber, that they'll be able to go a little bit quicker. So interesting to see. A 107.9 was our pull time yesterday. Does that get beaten today? We're watching the beginning of the first lap here for the fast group. Elio Meza leads Caleb Gaffera, Aiden Ingrata, and company as they head their way to turn number 4.
And this is crucial for the championship. Again, qualifying where you line up for the pre-final, obviously crucial as well, but there's 10 points up for grabs. And when you talk championship, 10 points are crucial. I always laugh that we don't really talk about how crucial 10 points the pole is at the first race of the year, the Winter Nationals. We don't really think championship points, right? Drivers are just saying, I'll go out there, I'll win races, I'll think about the championship, I'll let it all happen amongst itself. But it could come down to that pole lap. Did you pull the trigger? Did you maximize a session where you were maybe P2 but should have been P1? That's what we're going to see here right now, whether or not it's going to be Vasquez or Gaffera who could potentially be on top. Those are the two drivers who are so close together. But for Cooper Shipman and Steven Eisert, they're not done yet with an opportunity to take this championship as well. This could be an opportunity for them to close the gap a little bit.
Well, right now, Caleb Gaffera doesn't have any help anywhere near him. Aiden Ingrata and Elio Meza both dropped the tire out of turn number 12 on the end of their first lap. They are way back from the RPG Cosmic driver of Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera, we'll see if he drops back to go and try and run with them for lap number 4, but here on lap number 2, he's going to punch his own hole. He'll at least go to the top of the boards and best Oliver Weldon on the opening lap. A 108.39 moves Weldon down to third as Stephen Miller moved up the order as well. And this group we're watching here, headed out of turn number 4, they'll probably be able to put a good lap together this time as they are hooked up. But Caleb Gaffera, by himself, for the moment, is looking pretty good. And at least, again, like we've talked about, he's jumped up all of group number 1. So at worst, he'd start back about row number 10, but I'm sure he would love to be a lot higher up than that and potentially get those 10 points.
Yeah, two different situations here now. Gaffera all by himself. The 5 drivers behind all in that group going to use the toe on each other, the draft. They'll push each other down the straightaway as well. We'll see how that plays out when they come back around to put the second lap in the books here of this qualifying session. They will get 4 laps around this track with the limited time that is available for qualifying. We talked about the fact that Oliver Weldon was quickest in the opening group. He currently slotting down to P5 as Gaffera on lap number 2 goes quicker again, a half a second faster, running alone. 107.812 for Gaffera. Spencer Conrad now second. Santiago Duran coming up to third. Stephen Miller fourth. Diego Ardiles fifth. Luke Powers in sixth. Weldon from group number 1 in seventh. Aiden Ingrata eighth. Emma Kate Scarborough ninth and Davin Roberts in the 10th spot. I mentioned that it's Vasquez and Shipman and Eisert all with the opportunity here. Right now, Vasquez in the 14th spot, Shipman in 17th, and Steven Eisert down in 23rd. So based on qualifying, right now, Caleb Gaffera looking like he could potentially grab a 10-point bonus, but still those 2 more laps to go, and we expect Xander lap 4 to be the best.
Yeah, here's the group I believe that we'll find Jesus Vasquez Jr. in as he works his way on through. There's the group of 5 headed on out, trailed by Spencer Conrad. We'll pick up a few more of our quick drivers. Gaffera going on by, trying to find the rest of the pack. Where does Vasquez find himself? Here he is. We'll watch him coming out of the short chute towards turn number 12, 13, and 14. So he's working with Steven Eisert right now. with Valentino Garbarino. Garbarino, remember, he had a really, really good day to start the day yesterday and got himself into the mix in the final.
Yeah, you see that Vasquez third in that little group they were running there with that yellow helmet, easy to pick up. He's up on the throttle. Diego Ardiles now goes to P1, a 107.803, 9/1000ths of a second quicker than Caleb Gaffera. Ingrata improving up into third, Mesa fourth, Vasquez fifth, Stephen Miller and Spencer Conrad, then Garbarino, Brinkman, and Santiago Duran. Everybody but Caleb Gaffera going faster on lap number 3.
Yep, and that was again to be expected. It took them a while to kind of sort themselves out. Let's see what this group looks like. They're going to make a few passes here on this lap. That's going to kind of back them up and bottleneck Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Steven Eisert. They've got nowhere to go, so I don't know if you'll see a big improvement from them. Keegan Kaminsky leading this group into the cell tower, so lots of traffic. Look at all them kind of accordion effect bouncing off each other through the cell tower hairpin because, again, when you get a pack that big, you can't go to your normal braking marker. You've got to check up to give room, and just like that, there goes Vasquez Jr. He's done. He's going to pull it in. No point in running that fourth lap.
It's not fast, right? You're exactly it. That's the braking marker that you've got to pull back a bit so you don't run into the guy in front of you. So, indeed, Vasquez called it a day, and he was P5. Coming across the line for lap number 4. Gaffera does not go quicker. Neither does Ardiles. Lap 3, the best for Ardiles. Ingrata quicker on lap 4, but does not move in the order. He holds on to P3. Elio Mason and Vasquez the same. Vasquez held on to that third lap. He bailed out 1 lap early. So it's Ardiles, Gaffera, Ingrata, Mesa, and Vasquez Jr., the top 5. Diego Ardiles with the fast lap in qualifying for KA100 Junior. None of the drivers battling for the championship, able to capitalize on the 10 points up for grabs.
No, none of them. So Diego Ardiles takes those points off the table, which is a great news for Jesus Vasquez Jr. That's 10 points that no one else can gain to eat into his championship lead. Again, going P5 on lap number 3. It holds all the way to the end. Gaffera ends up P2. So at least for the case of Jesus Vasquez Jr., that's a solid qualifying run. Started inside row 3. Obviously, the outside lane here, a little bit sketchy. We've seen multiple times on the starts going to a number of different divisions where starting on the outside lane, even on the front row, you are not safe in that opening corner.
Not at all. And again, at least you want to be in the top 3 rows. But Xander, I think, like I said, it feels to me like this opening corner, one of the most treacherous corners, I think, probably on the Pro Tour this year. Turn number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park was really clean, actually. We had great running through that corner throughout that entire weekend at the Winter Nats. The same goes for NOLA. It's kind of a wider open corner. This one, man, that little kink, stacking everybody up into the hairpin. Normally, drivers don't like hairpins as the opening corner. We saw a lot of action in there throughout Saturday.
No, we definitely do not. But, I mean, it was pretty good for a handful. Louis Westover made the most of his third-place starting spot in that X30 Senior main event. He put it 3 wide down on the bottom side. It wasn't great for the front row, Hayden Jones or Paul Bocuse, but, hey, worked out for Louis. So, either way, qualifying coming to a close here for KA Junior. We'll have a word with Diego Ardiles in just a moment. Jesus Vasquez Jr. rolled through the scale line early, leading the championship into today. P5 for him, P2 for Caleb Gaffera. The rest of the other contenders somewhere in the mix in the top 10. And Oliver Weldon, he dropped a good ways back by the end of the session. Unfortunately, he was your quickest driver in group number 2, and Weldon ends up all the way down in the 16th spot, which still, again, jumps up above a handful. Emma Kate Scarborough, Davin Roberts, 18th and 19th, so not a bad run for them as a whole, but Steven Eisert's got some work to do down in that 12th position. Again, we talked about Elio Meza having a good day yesterday. He ended 4th. Aiden Ingrata was 3rd, and good run for Ingrata after that scary X30 Junior last lap crash with him and Max Garcia coming together in turn number 4. But now we got the carts released onto the racetrack for KA Senior, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport. Again, we've talked about it a few times already. A very tightly contested championship battle for Jeremy Fletcher and Alex Stanfield. Both of them, luckily, are in the fast group. And again, they were former teammates this year. They're still super good friends off the racetrack. So it's been very clean and respectful for both of them as we've got a small little spin. One of the Hardhead Motorsports Group comp kart drivers went around on the opening corner on the outlap here, but they're just getting heat into the tires. So again, the bottom half from final practice yesterday onto the circuit now. Saw a few drivers be able to work their way up the order yesterday, but not a ton that were really able to go anywhere higher than about 15th in the KA Senior class.
Yeah, let's set the stage a little bit point-wise. Coming in total points, Alex Stanfield over Fletcher by 4 points right now. That's total points. But when you drop the race, Fletcher dropping a much worse finish than Stanfield, Fletcher ends up being leading coming in with the drop by 148 points. Both these drivers will be gunning for a race win to take really the championship into their own hands.
Yeah, that's all that you can do, right? If you're able to get the maximum points, doesn't matter what the other guy does. You've done everything that you have been asked of. So we'll see how they fare here as the first lap is underway for KA100 Senior. We'll go side by side and send it on down to the scale areas. Jenna Tommy has caught up with your top qualifier in KA100 Junior, Diego Ardiles, who was able to put a good flyer together on lap number 3, and best Caleb Gaffera by 9 thousandths of a second. Jenna?
Diego, you are on pole, but only by 9 thousandths. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it was a bit hard because with no drafts, hard to do it. But I was able to get a draft and put it on pole.
Do you think that there could have been more in the cart had you not been in that pack of 3?
No.
Not the draft helped you for sure. Thank you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, the draft's so crucial. We saw it with Caleb Gaffera. He has the outright pace, which is going to bode well for the race itself. But by himself on the racetrack, just wasn't able to capitalize. Diego, as he had said, wasn't there, didn't have the pace. But the minute he got that draft on that last lap, able to drop the hammer on lap number 3 and go to P1.
And again, that is huge in the KA classes. It's huge here for just about every class at Castle Motorsports Park beyond Pro and Master Shifter. So no surprise to hear that from Diego Ardiles. I had nothing left in it. We got the most we could out of it. We went to the top step, and now we're watching the opening group here for KA100 Senior making their way out of turn number 4 and towards the green corner. First lap's coming in. Lydia Small is your quickest driver over Keegan Clark and Timothy Carroll. And we got another one around out of turn number 1. That is the Hardin Motorsports Group comp cart. The number 997 has gone for a ride in the spin cycle.
That's George Irwin in that machine. He spun earlier on, and another spin here for him as he's trying to find the edge. And that's, one of the things that all these drivers will do is push to the absolute edge. You don't know where it is until you go over it. Well, George has gone over it a couple of times. A cold tire spin on the opening circuit, and then one here as well with one lap already in the books. Lydia Small, quickest driver out of the gate here on the outlap, a 108.327 for Lydia Small. We'll see Josiah Tracy now work his way up top of the 107.910. We'll see how that stands as everybody locking down their second lap around here. Drivers like Aaron Farhadi and Jack Doyle now jumping their way up into 5th and 6th, respectively. Remainder of the drivers getting that second lap in the books right now. Mick Gabriel, who we saw yesterday, Xander, being a top 10 runner, a 107.819. Gabriel, again, in that slower first group of qualifying.
Yeah, and Mick Gabriel, again, he drove all the way up to that pack with Frankie Mossman to catch Oliver Calvo and Alex Stanfield late in the going in the main event. We're watching Lydia Small there. Here's Gabriel going into turn at number 4. Mick Gabriel by his lonesome, headed over through the scoreboard hairpin, and we'll pick him up aboard the AEM Karting EOS cart in the 933. He's going to get a little bit of a tow, I think, at the end of this lap if he catches that driver in front. George Irwin had a good time. I don't know, though. He's catching him pretty quickly towards the cell tower corner, and we'll watch him go on through as they get to the bumper, and I think he's going to get him in kind of an awkward spot, so it might hurt Gabriel here on lap number 3. If he can get through him before the end of the lap, he'll be at least in a decent spot to start lap number 4, but needs a good run down the short chute. He'll get by. Irwin lets him through.
Jack Binder, actually. I think.
Or Binder, yeah.
So Jack Binder letting him through. Binder, find out whether it's Binder or Binder. We'll find that out during the lunch break. But Jack letting him through, coming through the corner of 13 to 14. Ideally getting enough speed through that corner, like you said, Xander, able to spool it up for this final lap for Mick Gabriel. Not able to go quicker, of course, on lap number 3. 107.819. Now about a 10th ahead of Josiah Tracy. Lydia Small sits P3. Keegan Clark in 4th. Adam Rylance rounding out your fast 5. Small, Clark, Rylance, and Timothy Carroll in 6th, all turning their quickest laps on lap number 3. We'll see if they can capitalize and really maximize their pace here on lap number 4.
We're watching over here at the scoreboard or the horseshoe section. Camera number 2's got us a great shot at Timothy Carroll and Josiah Tracy. They are done. They'll pull on in. Looks like they will not run another lap. So they thought they might be a little bit better. They are not. Lydia Small headed into the final couple corners aboard the Nash Motorsports EOS cart. Final 2 turns. Can she improve by herself? She did last time by. This time by for the 915. Not enough. No improvement for Lydia Small. Here comes Mick Gabriel. He's going to be the last one to cross the line in the 933 AEM karting entry. One more time. Can he go a little bit better? Give him a little more insurance for the 4th lap. Final time through. Gabriel does not improve either. Lap number 2 will stick at a 107.81.
Listen, we expected lap 4 to be the fastest lap. Looking down the top 10 right now, lap number 2 for both Gabriel and Tracy, lap 3 for Small, Clark, Rylance, Carroll, lap 2 for Farhadi. Only one driver in the top 10 going quicker on the final circuit, and that was Andrew Chapman, a 108.337 for Chapman. Everybody else, lap 2 or lap 3. Is that an indication, Xander, that this racetrack is at a place where you got to get the thing done in the first couple of laps here now?
Could be. Again, it could be also drivers adapted from yesterday. Maybe felt like they would have had lap 5 or 6 be quicker, so they went up on tire pressure here today. And again, a little bit of traffic obviously could have been it. I don't know what would have been the case for Mick Gabriel on that final lap. He obviously got pretty close to lap number 2, but like you said, Rob, could be a little bit different of a track condition here this morning. We heard from a few of the drivers by the time obviously the main events went around, which is of course the afternoon compared to Saturday morning, that the track was drastically different. We've run through those long sessions. We've gotten here to Sunday morning. Today's 73 degrees ambient temperature, so it's
hotter than it was yesterday in qualifying. Remember, we were in the mid-60s, mid to high 60s in qualifying. It's hotted up to about 73 degrees now. It could be 75 by the time the guys get here in the Pro Shifter class, in the X30 Senior class. This could be interesting. If people are doing the same thing they did yesterday, it may not be able to transition to today.
That's a good point here. So again, 5 to 7 degrees hotter out on the ambient temperature. That could be 10 to 10 degrees hotter on the track temperature, if not more. We're watching Parker DeLong right now. He is not going to mess around too much, it looks like, while there's a bunch of other drivers behind him that are waiting to find a gap. So Parker DeLong will lead this first group on through. Where are our championship contenders here? Alex Stanfield and Jeremy Fletcher. I think they're about mid-grid. They were quick in final practice, of course. DeLong was super fast. He's leading this group of 5. But for Fletcher and for Stanfield, I think they're a little bit further back. In fact, here they are, headed into the Cell Tower hairpin. Both of them together. And, there we go. Stanfield was leading it. Now Fletcher's leading it. Now they're both going to go slow, and it's a game of chicken. Who wants to go first? Neither one. And they've got a few stragglers wanting to follow them as well.
This is interesting here. Are they going to make a mistake here again and lose that potential third lap? Or does it even matter right now? Is lap number 3 enough for these drivers? You can see them dancing back and forth, tossing the carts left and right to try to build some heat into the tires. Nobody wants to be the driver out front right now, but these guys have wasted lap number 1, and they'll have wasted lap number 2 as well because they didn't have enough speed coming out a turn number 16. So I got to think this lap here will not be that quick either, and this would be lap number 2. We'll see what happens when these first laps go in the books, but the gamesmanship already underway again, coming down to turn number 3. So we're scuttling this lap as well, Xander. What do you make of this strategy right now?
I don't know, man. Again, both Jeremy Fletcher and Alex Stanfield do not want to give a toe to their championship rival, but both of them, it doesn't really matter who gets a toe if they start down in the 20s. Adam Maxwell is in the mix of that, I believe. I think it could be Maxwell. There's a couple drivers. I got an ID in this group right here. Is that the 972 of Drew Chappell? Yeah, I think the 972 of Drew Chappell's in that group. Diego Ramos in that group. Vinny Maskelas, Gavin Griffin. They're all in that pack. Chappell went into second. Alex Stanfield, I think he's given up. He's tired of trying to mess with these guys here back behind him, so he's just going to go, and he's at least got Fletcher a good ways back. Fletcher's waited, got himself a gap out front, a gap out back. He might be in the prime spot to take advantage, and Stanfield being the one to blink first and say, you know what? I don't want to lose my qualifying session. I'm at least just going to go run, and I'll kind of race from there. So lap number 1 completed for the first group. Starting lap number 2, the quickest driver out of the opening group was Connor Ferris aboard the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. He's already half the track up the road. Could get a shot at lap number 4 if he wants it while that group of the championship contenders are way back. Here's Ferris going to the cell tower.
Yeah, Caleb Schrader quick as well. He went to P5 on the opening lap. Cedric Lupi in 7th, Nicholas Terlecki 8th, and Oliver Calvo, yesterday's winner, in the 11th spot here on the opening circuit. That's their out laps, of course. But again, how many laps are they going to get? They kind of messed around for a couple. The warm-up lap, they were just dicking around there. Then they did the same thing through the opening laps. So these drivers tossing some laps away and hoping to be able to capitalize on one fast circuit. Frankie Mossman has now gone to P1, a 107.309, 800s quicker than Connor Ferris. Moves Cedric Lupi into second. Here comes Calvo and Lucas Zabo. It is Calvo, Zabo, Aiden Levy, Frankie Mossman, and Cedric Lupi into the top 5 right now. Ferris 6th, Adam Ali 7th, Caleb Schrader, Nicholas Terlecki, and Parker DeLong. The early top 10. We have still not yet seen a fast lap out of Jeremy Fletcher or Alex Stanfield.
No, not a good lap yet out of either one of them. What a good lap, though, on lap number 2 for yesterday's winner, Oliver Calvo. He's had a very good weekend to this point. Again, it was a feel-good win for the Speed Concepts Racing driver to finally break through, get that major victory. We're watching here with one of the RPM Tony karts, along with looked to be Frankie Mossman, Connor Ferris in that pack. I think Adam Maxwell trails it, and then Oliver Calvo, I think, is leading the next group. So he's got a rabbit to chase in front of him here for lap number 3, and he could be in a really good spot here at lap number 4. Look at that gap right there. That's 5 car lengths. He eats up 1 or 2 more. He'll get a big-time tow on the front straightaway when they come around to start the 4th and final lap of qualifying. Gia Cicero right there following him as well as Calvo makes his way through the final 2 corners. So lap 3, where does everybody go? Cedric Lupi in 5th. Calvo improves again, a 107 flat. And he's in a great spot here, trailing. I think that's Caleb Schrader up the road from him aboard the RPG Cosmic.
And that's a good guy to chase because Schrader's been fast all weekend long. Caleb Schrader currently 12th position, so he'll need some more pace as well. But again, that's 0.6 of a second. Fletcher has leveraged it. He's gone to P1, 106.821 for Jeremy Fletcher. He has gone to P1 over Diego Ramos. And then it's Oliver Calvo, Lucas Szabo, and Vinny Maskelis. Let's see if we get a 4th lap in here for the drivers in KA100 Senior, the category brought to you by Ryan Perry Motorsports. Fletcher's gone P1. Stanfield all the way down in 11th position. Remember, Stanfield did not have a driver out front to be able to use number 1 as a rabbit and number 2 to get that draft, get that little tow that he needs to find that extra 1/10 of a second. Right now, Stanfield down by 6/10 back in 11th, right behind Parker DeLong. Final laps coming in, though. Jeremy Fletcher on top, 106.821.
We're watching Calvo here. I think he might be able to get him pulled right up to Schrader's bumper. Schrader pulled out of the way on the final circuit. Can Calvo go back to the top? No, to second for Oliver Calvo, a 106.95. He goes a 1/10.5 slower than Fletcher. Alex Stanfield, I don't know if he'll get that 4th lap. I think they were too far back, so that's going to do it. Unfortunately for Alex Stanfield, going first, knowing that he may end up having this situation come to fruition where Jeremy Fletcher not only out-qualifies him, he's going to get the 10 bonus points for pole, and Alex Stanfield is down on row number 7 in 14th to start the pre-final. So he tried to play the game, ultimately gave up on playing it, and maybe he should have waited a little bit longer. Maybe he should have dropped back on lap 2 or 3. That's, to me, we talked about this yesterday, Rob. I think that is the best way. When those games happen and you're waiting to go and everyone's waiting behind you, lead them around on lap 1, then go back on lap number 2. There's obviously the chance they could do that then, but I think that way you at least get going and start the session. And most of the time, I've found that at least the drivers will stay in their rhythm and just kind of get going. It's almost like an on-off switch. Yeah. They don't really turn it back off mid-session. So if you can do that, if you can lead them for the first lap, burn your second, drop back, and be in a really good spot for lap number 3, that, to me, is the way you kind of can beat these guys. Till everyone starts doing that, of course, then you got to find a new way to out-strategize them. It's no different than like defensive driving on the final lap.
That's it, right?
You can use that card. You can use it a couple times. Eventually, someone finds a way around it, and you got to find a new way to win the session. So Mick Gabriel, he was quickest in his group, running by himself. Good run inside the top 5 yesterday. He has just gotten through the scale line area, and where he's ended up at the end of the qualifying session, obviously a lot of drivers in group number 2 were able to work together and put good laps on down. So Gabriel, 22nd overall, quickest in his group. Let's have a word here with the AEM Karting EOS kart driver. After his good run yesterday, he's got some work to do starting back on row number 11.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Mick Gabriel. Mick, how'd your car feel this morning in qualifying?
Not very good. We missed something. I'm not sure exactly where we ended up. I guess we were decent in our first group, so we're gonna have to make up a lot of ground in the heat race and work forward in the final. So,
yeah, for the final, what do you think the viewers can expect from this race today?
a lot of action. Everybody likes to pass a lot. Not a lot of pushing. I come from 206 where we push a lot, but obviously it's kill or be killed out here. So that's the mindset today.
Thank you, Mick. Good luck today.
Thank you.
You know, Xander, that's what it takes, man. It's so tough in this category. Like you said, he missed it just a little bit, and that's going to play out in the results, right? You can't do that in this category. When you miss, you're going to go down the order. Simple as that.
Yeah, No doubt. I mean, we saw that from yesterday with Mick Gabriel. To me, he was not nearly as aggressive as the young kids he was running around. He pushed Frankie Mossman all the way forward, followed him there. And then when they started getting really racy early on in that session, and I say early on, it was at the halfway marker when they caught the leaders. And from that point, Mick not being on the offense, just kind of being neutral, everyone else going on the offensive. That's what really kind of, I think, threw him down. And like he said, he's used to where there's a little more teamwork, but also the big difference there is we've got so many drivers that are all fast enough. You've got probably 15 to 20 guys in the KA Senior National class that could work together and could work fine. If you stay in one line, you could still be 15th. So you kind of got to be a little bit aggressive. And two, when one driver gets aggressive, everybody's got to get aggressive.
Very true.
You know, it just starts the domino effect and it triggers it off. Speaking of aggression here, Jeremy Fletcher had a little bit of gamesmanship to play in qualifying. It paid off for him. He is your pole award winner here in this one. Alex Stanfield, again, his championship rival, down on row number 7. Let's send it on down to Jenna. She's caught up with our pole award winner overall in KA100 Senior. Jeremy Fletcher has gone through the scale line. Jenna?
Points in the championship on me, so as long as I was around him, I knew if he didn't get pole and I had a shot at it, that was the best thing because pole is points.
Definitely. Poles points. Where do you think you're going to end up in the pre-final?
Hopefully great starting on pole. Hopefully we can just keep pace, find a drafting buddy and go.
Do you think that you and Oliver can work together today as opposed to fighting like yesterday?
I mean, I thought we worked together good in the pre-final. We pushed quite a bit, so hopefully we can do the same.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
You know, the funny thing, Xander, is when we ask questions whether or not guys can work together, it kind of makes me laugh a bit because they're going to work together only to a certain time, right? They're not going to work together all day long. At the very least, it's coming down to the last couple of laps. But it depends on where you are on the racetrack, who you're working with. That's the one thing about, you know, the maturity of some of these drivers. You have to know each driver you're working with. Can I work with this driver? Is this a guy that potentially is going to pinch me off the racetrack? Having the understanding and the awareness of who's around you is what's key to being able to make it to the end of some of these races.
Yeah, you have to know who you're racing with and, of course, what kind of driver they are, right? You talked to Mick Gabriel. He seemed and proved yesterday he was a guy that'll work with you. He'll be really patient. He has no, ego in him where he's got to lead every single lap of the race. He's only caring about the last lap. But when you got some of the younger drivers around you that maybe want to pass a little more, want to lead, and you're around a whole pack of them, you've got to drive that way too because you'll get shuffled to the tail end of it like what happened to Gabriel yesterday. In the case of Jeremy Fletcher here, he knew exactly what the game needed to be played, knew exactly what he needed to do, was willing to die on the sword, ultimately was able to live and win by the sword of playing the gamesmanship in qualifying, and it came out with a pole position. So that's the safest place to start the main.
I was wondering as it was all happening, they were kind of messing around. We were, the time was starting to click away. Obviously a couple of guys weren't able to get to lap number 4, but it didn't really matter for some of them with the pace as well. But the way Jeremy kind of worked his way back, you could see that they were kind of going back and forth. Stanfield finally went, and there was Fletcher, kind of perfectly situated, as you had said, had enough of a gap to the driver in front of him, who was pretty quick, able to reel that driver in and use him as the draft. I thought that was a really well played session for Jeremy Fletcher. Of course, pays off with 10 bonus points. Not only that pole position for the pre-final, but the 10 bonus points, so crucial in trying to win this championship at KA100 Senior. We already have a champion in the category who's on the racetrack right now unofficially, as we know, Jack Iliff, who's on the racetrack right now in the slower group from Friday practice, from Friday happy hour. He's already clinched the championship, but there are a handful of drivers that are going after that number 2 and number 3 plate. Asher Oxtein, number 1, Gage Bailey, Lucas Palacio, Tyler Roberts, all in the fight potentially for national number 2 and national number 3.
And they're split between the qualifying groups as well. Jack Iliff's not the only one here in the opening group. Asher Oxtein trails him right now in that Super Tune USA Tony kart. They're 3rd and 4th in the pack as they go through there with Iliff right behind what looks to be Travis Pettit and Max Weiland. They'll bring it into the scale line. 3 laps complete. Oxtein on that final lap at a 1:11.73, a little bit better than Iliff. Both of them 3/10 up on this group here, getting a good run behind Travis Pettit and company. So they will make their way to the scales. We'll see if we can get a word with Asher Oxtein as he tries to hope that lap will stick at least pretty high up on group number 2 when they get set for the session.
Yeah, Oxtein and Iliff about almost 3/10 quicker than Travis Pettit in 3rd, Max Christia in 4th, and Max Weiland in 5th. So there's a potential that those 2 laps could give them a decent decent starting spot, but both drivers have shown speed. We know they have the racecraft as well. Once we get them on the racetrack for 8 laps in that pre-final, they're going to be able to find their way forward. This was tough for them not having the pace in happy hour, which has put them in this slower group for qualifying. But again, 16 drivers in the first group. We'll have 16 or 17 in the second group. We'll see where they end up slotting in when that next group heads to the racetrack.
Beyond them, of course, Sam Tutwiler, Edward Kennedy, Fionn Shee, Caleb Tarter, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. rounded off. Like you said, we'll see where this group lines up. It's a pretty big delta, 1.2 seconds back to Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 10th spot. So I'd imagine a lot of those drivers outside the top 5 will get bumped back into the lower 20s and pushing into the 30 bracket as we watch the first group or the final group head out for Mini Swift qualifying presented by Parolin USA. Keelan Harvick and Lucas Palacio worked together beautifully yesterday to go to the second row. They are lined up to do it again here. And we look back to this next group. This is led by one of the Speed Concepts Racing CRGs, followed by Isaac Malkett. And I believe that might be Gage Bailey in line there, or Michael McGoy, one of the two with the white helmet and the Parolin setup as they go through the horseshoe section of the racetrack and head towards turn number 12. Palacio and Harvick, again, P1, P2, in the group released onto the circuit. They'll begin their lap with no one around them. Clear racetrack for the two North Carolina-based pilots, and the opening lap is underway now while they make their way down the Long Pond straightaway, and a big gap, like we said, back there to this group of 3 lined up single file. Look at them. They're hooked up. Watch that closing rate to the CRG in front of them. They'll get up to the bumper here by the time they get to turn number 3.
Yeah, action there for sure. You can see the draft come into play all the way down into turn number 3. 1, of course, the 90-degree right-hander. Number 2 is the kink, and then the hairpin at I-70 is turn 3. The run back, the kink, turn 4, and turn 5, the scoreboard corner, the left-hand hairpin, a crucial part of this racetrack through the kink of turn number 6, back over here to turn number 7. That left-hander, we've seen a number of drivers drop a wheel on the exit through turn number 8, the other little kink that leads them back over to 9 and 10. And we've seen a lot of passing in turn number 10, Xander, throughout this weekend. The cell tower corner, you got to open up wide to be able to get a good run out of the corner. But that, of course, provides the overtaking opportunity down the inside. A lot of drivers have thrown it in there. Then through the double apex, 11 and 12, back through 13. And then through the final complex of corners that we'll see these drivers roll through right now. Palacio and Harvick, 14, 15, and turn 16 to lead them on and through to the front straightaway and the start-finish line. Keelan Harvick will go to 11th on the opening lap. Michael McGoy up into 9th. McGoy on the podium yesterday in the Mini Swift category. He's 9th right now. Again, Isaac Malkett, 11th. Johnny Stamps in 13th. So a couple drivers breaking into the top 10 here on the opening circuit. But again, we'll see this happen throughout lap 2 and lap 3 with the shorter distance and the longer lap times. Xander, 3 laps is all these Mini Swift drivers will get.
Yeah, just 3 laps here for the Parolin USA Mini Swifts. So we're already halfway through this session, halfway through lap number 2. Palacio and Harvick. Harvick with a little bobble there at a turn number 7. That'll hurt him. That'll hurt both of them really being disconnected for the second half of this circuit. Going back to this, look, we got a big gaggle of carts there, 7 or 8 deep behind Keelan Harvick and company. Isaac Malkett's group of 3. Then that group led right there. I believe, is that the group led by Michael McGoy? It might be as they work their way on through the horseshoe. Or that's, no, Tyler Roberts. Sorry, in the 199 Parolin. So he's the one leading this big group. They're going to be in a great spot as Michael McGoy's up the road from him, only about a half second. So Tyler Roberts looking for a good lap on lap number 3.
You know, the interesting thing about that little bobble that Harvick made dropping a wheel on the exit turn number 7, it created that gap between himself and Palacio, which I thought was interesting. It's going to give him that draft he needs. He was right behind Palacio. Now he's going to be able to get a bit of a toe up there, rather. Michael McGoy using his speed and his toe to get himself to P3. Johnny Stamps up into 4th right now. Travis Pettit holding on to 5th from that opening group. Max Christie as well. Malkett, Palacio in 7th and 8th. Harvick back in 10th right now. These drivers are going to have to use all 3 laps to see who's going to be quickest. This are the 2 drivers we're watching there, Palacio and Harvick running together. There's a move to the inside as well there for, I believe, Tyler Roberts trying to close back up. A lot of action here on the final lap of qualifying for Mini Swift.
Let's see what Harvick and Palacio can do. They'll be the first ones across the line. Asher Rockstein's lap right now still holding strong at a 1:11.73. We'll talk to him as soon as the checkered flag flies here. He's currently watching. You can see the times down in the Avinco Tire cool-down tent where we have the interview station set up. So we'll chat with him as soon as the checkered comes out. But here we go. Palacio, Harvick, final 2 corners. to the checkered flag here. 3 laps is all they'll get. What does the third lap look like? It only goes to 4th and 5th. Malkett goes to 4th. Michael McGoy will not improve. Johnny Stamps does not improve either. Jack Iliff and Asher Rockstein, their laps will hold from group number 1. And Asher Rockstein, Super Tuned Tony Kart, on top of the boards right now. And we'll go to him here in just a second. Looks like not a big reaction out of him. He seems just kind of business as usual.
That is wild. That is the top 2 drivers from group number 1. The slower group ends up holding on to P1 and P2. Asher Rockstein on the pole position, a 111.735. Now he just gets told that he gets pulled. There's the smile we'll see in a second here. Asher Rockstein on the pole. Yeah, there's that smile. He's pretty happy right now. Jack Iliff in second. Michael McGoy rounding out the top 3.
Well, let's send it on down. Jenna Tommy's caught up with a very happy Asher Rockstein after a little bit of pressure. It looked like he was a little nervous watching and waiting to hear the results. But the quick lap from Group 1 will hold through Group number 2. First time this weekend. Let's send it on down to Jenna.
Thanks, Xander. I was standing down here with Asher, and we knew you were pole in the first group, and then we just got word that you're pole overall. How do you feel?
I feel really happy. I thought I was gonna be like half second off because I was in the slow group, but it was pretty good then. Like says I.
Definitely something to be excited about. How do you think the track's going to handle during the pre-final and finals?
I think that it's gonna be pretty aggressive since yesterday a lot of people were in the front, but they spun or crashed. So I think today they're gonna like really try hard to get up there.
How are you going to evade all that chaos?
I think maybe just probably push with someone to try to get away from all the chaos.
Draft is huge at this track. Thanks, Asher. Good job today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to Asher Rockstein for having a word with us here as we go back to the pro shifters getting set to go onto the racetrack. Asher Rockstein, like you said, he thought he'd be half a second off. He was just probably as surprised as he is happy to be starting from the pole.
And like you look at Keelan Harvick and Lucas Palacio, of course, Harvick winning yesterday. Palacio's been fast all weekend long. They end up 7th and 8th. That's kind of a shock to me to not see the extra pace out of those drivers we expected to be fast. We knew that Rockstein and Iliff were going to be good, right? Jack Iliff finishing 4th yesterday, Rockstein on the podium yesterday as well. But to be able to battle it out and really lay it down here to find themselves up front on the front row for the pre-final, they got to be absolutely thrilled with that. We're going to see some racing for sure when the pre-final comes running. Isaac Malk at 6th, Harvick in 7th, Palacio 8th, Gage Bailey, who was super quick, back in 11th, Tyler Roberts back in the 12th spot. Ty Fisher led yesterday. He's back in 13th. So there's a lot of action coming in the pre-final.
Definitely will see that. No different than the KA classes. So many different drivers that really have a legit shot at being in that lead group. Now, here we are, pro shifter. Again, the order being sent out from Friday happy hour. So Jacob Gulick was 2nd overall. And in final practice, he gets to follow Marian Kremers around. Yesterday, Kremers kind of got a nice little jump on him to start the lap. Gulick a little bit closer here to begin. He can go to school from the former world champ and current of unofficial title holder as he clinched the championship with that round 5 win yesterday, his 3rd on the season. And like we talked about, Rob, at the beginning of the year, it was a last-second opportunity at NOLA Motorsports Park. Kart was built. The driver that was set to run couldn't make it to the race weekend. They said, Marian, you're here. You run shifters. Jake French with a problem in qualifying. He's gone up and over the hill out of the first corner.
Want to know if that was potentially an issue, a mistake on the racetrack, or whether or not it's a mechanical. He's trying to get that kart back onto the racetrack, so I have to believe maybe just driving off the racetrack on cold tires. We'll see what happens. We'll get French back out. But to continue what you said about Kremers, indeed, had an open kart. He was going to run just the X30 throughout the season. They gave him an opportunity to run in the pro shifter class as French able to continue, gets back rolling again. Wow, that's a bit of a mistake there. Big mistake, actually, for Jake French. He'll bring it back down in here to turn number 5. That's literally coming out at turn number 3.
And as he makes the adjustments on the brake bias there, it looks like you can see him reaching down under his left leg. He's going to make a change. So that'll send Jake French around. Let's pick up our leaders here. Marian Kremers. He is not your fastest driver, although he is the first one out. His lap, a 101.95. Yesterday it came in on lap number 3 for him, and then went quicker on lap 4. Jacob Gulick following and went to 4th. But Kyle Wick to the pole, and Danny Formalis followed him through to 2nd. So the Track Magic driver yesterday finished inside the top 5, had a pushback bumper penalty, put him back down to 6. He's looking for some major points retribution here today as he and AJ Myers are still neck and neck for that 2nd spot in the standings, trailing Marian Kremers. So can Kyle Wick kick off his Sunday with a pole position. He's coming to the end here on lap number 2.
Yeah, Kremer's clinching the championship, like you said. Number 2 and number 3 plates still up for grabs. Myers, Wick, French, Jacob Gulick, Hunter Pickett, all fighting for those spots. But remember the one thing too, Xander, 5 poles for Marian Kremers. Can he sweep the year on the pole position side? We'll see right now. Kyle Wick on top, and there goes Kremers to P1. A 60.896, 100.896 for Marian Kremers on lap number 2. A half a second back now because AJ Myers has gone to P1 with a 68.96. It's AJ Myers to the top of the chart.
I don't know, whatever it was here in morning warm-up, I thought it might have just been a bad session for the PSL karting boys. They are off here. Hunter Pickett going to second, but with half a second to find, A.J. Myers, the reigning Pro National Champion and Pro Shifter, he is obviously without the number 1 plate as he'll back off here on his 3rd lap. Maybe try to make another run or maybe go to the scale house because that was a burner. A 1 minute, 8.96. 4.5 tenths to Hunter Pickett.
Yeah, you know he looked down at the dash and said, I've got this. This is exactly what I was looking for. 60.896. Only driver underneath the 101s. That is a smoking fast lap for A.J. Myers. Right now, still over 4 tenths of a second quicker than Hunter Pickett. Marian Kremer's now up to 2nd spot, but he's still over almost 4 tenths off. Andrew Bedozo up into 3rd. So, hey, nice job for the Magic Kart USA guys. They found a bit of speed in that chassis overnight.
They definitely have here. Marian Kremers looks like he may still go for one more. Here's Hunter Pickett coming out of turn number 1. His 3rd lap was pretty decent. Puts him back onto the front row again for the 2nd day in a row. 3 tenths off of A.J. Myers' heater on lap number 2. Pickett still digging here, coming out of turn number 3. We'll see if he gets anything better on lap number 4. Kremers, again, only about a half tenth off him. Bajoso, Hannah Greenemeyer and Andrew Bajoso got together in the pre-final yesterday, put them both down the order. They were fighting for the 8th spot. Right now, they're 4th and 5th. Gulick, 6th. Formal, 7th. Musgrave, Rule, and Talon Yockel rounding the top 10, but the final lap underway.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, Magic Kart USA, whatever they've done, they've dialed things in. All 4 of their drivers in the top 10 right now, with Myers P1, Bedozo in 4th, Amy Rule 9th, and Talon Yockel in that 10th position. So they've got things dialed in with the Magic Kart chassis. He's up by 3 tenths over Hunter Pickett. Marian Kremers in 3rd, Andrew Bedozo 4th, Hannah Greenemeyer rounding out the Fast 5.
Greenemeyer does not improve on lap number 4. Neither does Bedozo, neither does Kremers. Pickett does. He does not change his position, though. He finds another 10th. And Hunter Pickett in the PSL karting Beryl Art goes at a 101.093, closes the gap to just under 2 tenths to A.J. Myers. But a big flip of the script here. Jake French is the last one to put a lap in. What a rough session it's been. He's down at 11th. Needs a lot of speed on lap 4. Will it come across the line? The final driver to punch a lap on in. 10th.
One more spot in the final circuit for Jake French, a 101.575, 6 tenths back in total. As Hunter Pickett got close there on A.J. Myers, a 60.896 for A.J. Myers, ending the streak of pole positions for Marian Kremers and giving himself 10 points and going for that national number 2 plate. Myers goes P1 in qualifying for Pro Shifter, brought to you by PSL Karting. 0.197 seconds quicker than Hunter Pickett, his last lap, his best. Marian Kremers, Andrew Bedozo, and Hannah Greenemeyer not able to go quicker on lap number 4. 3rd, 4th, and 5th place drivers, all quickest on lap number 3. Everyone behind them on their final circuits as well. Jacob Gulick in 6th. Danny Formal finds some more speed in 7th. Billy Musgrave, talking to him, just working on that chassis a little bit. They had some issues with the braking, dialing in the engine as well, getting the carburation perfect, leaning it out a little bit. Billy Musgrave in 8th. Amy Rule 9th. And Jake French, that last lap, Xander getting himself inside the top 10.
Well, A.J. Myers has already gone through the scale area. He's over at the Avinco cooldown tent. We'll see if we can get a word with last year's champion, still fighting to get himself a top 3 number plate here today. And the Magic Kart USA driver, obviously, some changes made overnight to find the speed he needed. He said they did not have the kart he needed to win with yesterday. Looks like he might have something here today. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. AJ, you're on pole. Is today redemption day?
Yeah, we made some changes overnight and everything's feeling great. So now I just want to keep it up.
During the pre-final, who are you most scared of battling with?
I'm not scared of any of the drivers out there. I'm just going to go drive my race. And if we have the pace, we have the pace. It's that simple as that.
Great mindset. Thanks, AJ. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's it, Xander. Here's a driver we've seen be, the number one guy in North American shifter car rating for the last number of years. He's still number one on the ECAN driver rankings. Your reigning champion in the Supercarts USA Pro Tour. Yeah, he's not scared of anybody on the racetrack right now. He's just always trying to dial in their program, and that's like any professional. You do the best you can. You get the chassis the way you need to be. You try to get the engine and the carburation absolutely perfect. You're managing your tires right throughout the duration of a day to make sure you've got the rubber you need at the end. This is big, like I said, very impressive for the Magic Kart USA guys. They put all four of their drivers in the top 10 there in the Pro Shifter category. Annie Rule and Talon Yockel up there as well. Andrew Pedozzo, P4. And, of course, AJ Myers, P1. That's going to be a lot of great data to bring back to the tent to try to make this thing just a little bit faster when they go racing here in the pre-final.
Well, the pre-finals are coming, but we've still got 3 more classes to go through here for qualifying. X30 Junior, presented by RPG, coming up next here when we come back. Live from Castle Motorsports Park, you're watching Car Chasers coverage of the final day of action in the 2022 Supercarts USA Pro Tour.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back, folks, to Castle Motorsports Park and the Championship Sunday for the SKUSA Pro Tour. 13th running of the Summer Nationals. Rob had alongside Xander Clemens and Xander.
We've seen some pretty interesting qualifying sessions already. One single group for the drivers here in X30 Junior. But, man, we saw the drivers in the slow group, the so-called slow group, step up, go P1 and P2 in the last category, mini Swift. So a lot of fun to watch these drivers getting at it. But qualifying rolling here right now for the drivers in X30 Junior.
And the X30 Juniors here, just like the Pro Shifter field, just under the 25 driver count. So we've got them all on the racetrack here for qualifying. We're watching Cameron Brinkman on our screen right now. 2 laps complete so far. Caleb Gaffera leads the way here in qualifying. It was a solid day for him, but unfortunately some pushback bumper penalties between the junior classes hurt him. Obviously we had chaos on the final lap here in X30 Junior. Aiden Ingrata, Max Garcia going nearly up and over for Ingrata in turn number 4. As we work out of turn 7, here's Ingrata on your screen, and Garcia with a brand new white side pod after that thing got absolutely trashed in the carnage.
Yeah, both these drivers are going to be able to run for race wins here today as well. I do think that Cameron Brinkman's a driver that can probably dial things in because we saw him have really good speed. You mentioned a couple little issues here and there. We'll look at the championship battle right now coming in. Total points-wise, it's very close between Caleb Gaffera and Aiden Ingrata. That's total points. 4 points, the advantage for Gaffera. Max Taylor back by 155. Max Garcia back by 171. We flip-flop things with the drop, though. Aiden Ingrata up by 12 points over Gaffera, and Taylor closes to within 74 points, and Garcia within 125. So with the drop already factored in, a 12-point lead for Aiden Ingrata. Lots of work still to be done, as you mentioned. 320 points up for grabs here on Championship Sunday, and those first points coming here in qualifying.
And Sebastian Weldon right now giving Caleb Gaffera a big opportunity to get those 10 points, as Weldon was quick yesterday, ran through from dead last up to the lead to battle for the win in the main event after crashing out of the pre-final. Right now he's giving Caleb Gaffera a good bit of tow and a good rabbit to chase. Gaffera taking full advantage. He's cut that gap down to less than 2 car lengths here as we close to the end of the lap. I'd be very surprised to see anything but Caleb Gaffera go to the top, although he made a little bobble there, exiting the horseshoe, hit the inside curb. That hurt his momentum through the short chute, so let's see. That might have evened things out. Weldon needs a little bit of pace to find. Lap 4 across the line. No improvement for either one. Can anyone else jump up the order?
Max Garcia does not go faster either. Aiden Ingrata did go quicker, but holds on to P4. Cameron Brinkman, P5. Everybody else coming across the line to see if there's any more movement. Steven Eisert jumping up into the 8th position ahead of Max Taylor and Alexander Chartier. But this is big for Caleb Gaffera, getting those 10 bonus points here, qualifying on the pole. A 105.772 for Caleb Gaffera, almost 2/10 quicker than yesterday's winner, Sebastian Weldon. So again, Gaffera, who, as I said before, coming in with that battle with Aiden and Grada, 12 points back in terms of the drop. Call up maybe 2 points right now as 10-point bonus for Caleb Gaffera there. And Grada's going to have to work his way up in the pre-final. Still a good qualifying effort for Aiden. He's P4 as well. So your pre-final will see Gaffera and Weldon on row 1, Garcia and Ingrata on row 2, Brakeman and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on row number 3. Solid qualifying effort for the young driver from North Carolina for Rollison Performance Group. Caleb Gaffera, a 105.772. As we said, working our way through these qualifying sessions, just 2 more categories still to come. Xander, Master Shifter and X30 Senior to cap off qualifying.
And both of them here, at Master Shifter and X30 Junior, with a little bit more allotted time as they were set for 2 groups. Ultimately, we were able to get them in 1. Gives us another moment here to have for a word from our partners. When we come back, we'll have a word with Caleb Gaffera and a few of our top qualifiers in X30 Junior, and then we'll get focused for Master Shifter and X30 Senior. We'll be right back.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park. X30 Junior qualifying has come to a close. We're going to send it on down to our top qualifier, Caleb Gaffera, looking to go to the top step today and maybe clinch himself a SKUSA Pro Tour title, maybe 2. He's got himself at least on the front row here, and on the inside, he's down with Jenna.
Thanks, Xander. Yesterday, you closed the championship gap in this class to just 2 points, and you're on pole today.
Yeah, so I'm very happy about that, and it's gonna be a race until the end. If I can get away, and it should be a good race then, but it's probably gonna be a battle again.
Who are you going to be working with to pull away?
Hopefully Sebastian, because he's pretty quick in the end. So if I can work with him, that'd be good. It just really comes down to whoever's fast.
Can you walk me through what it takes to be fast at this specific track?
Just like you gotta be patient, you gotta be smooth with the wheel, and if you turn in too much, and turn in too early, you're gonna hit a curb and it's just gonna ruin your lap. I actually did just now in qualifying. I came through the downhill right and just hit the curb, and I knew that lap wasn't gonna be any good. So,
well, head up for the pre-final, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Xander, I'll tell you this, that's a good little look at what it takes to be around here. Being patient, number one, waiting on the turn. And I'll be very honest, that is my biggest Achilles heel as a driver. I'm always trying to dive in. I always turn in too early. But he said the same thing. It can happen, man. You want to charge that corner. You want to get that thing down and rotated. He made a little mistake there that held him back. Not able to go any quicker on the final circuit, as we had pointed out. Neither he nor Weldon did. But for Caleb Gaffera, man, qualifying on pole, those 10 bonus points, so crucial when you're in as tight a championship battle. If there's not another tight one like this, he is very close right now in that battle with Ingrata.
It all adds up, right? Again, Caleb Gaffera, important here to put himself in a good spot to start that pre-final. 100 points up for grabs for that one, 200 up for the main event. You start up front, that helps, but Sebastian Weldon, I mean, he proved you could start at the rear and you could still get up there from dead last all the way up to the lead in the main event. That was impressive.
And a pretty good nod there from Caleb Gaffera, just saying how good Sebastian Weldon is, right? Jenna asked him, who do you want to work with? And the guy beside me, I'd like to work with Weldon. He was so quick yesterday, working his way from the tail of the field, and the way he was able to close in those last couple of laps for Sebastian on that JC karting entry, man, he was super good, and that's why everybody's kind of looking at him right now. They expect that he's going to have the same pace as he had yesterday today, so he'll be the driver to watch alongside Gaffera when that pre-final gets rolling a little bit later on today. That'll be right after our lunch break, essentially, 12:50 scheduled time for the X30 Junior pre-final. But we have a grid of 13 master shifter drivers getting ready to go here right now. They had a pretty good race yesterday, Xander. Justin Kelly out of Omaha, Nebraska, though. Great story. He and his wife, Tiffany, here this weekend. They're staying here at the track. They are sleeping in the van. They've got the open trailer here with their couple of CRGs. They're on the phone to Ron White and George Tavares to get some information for the CRG. He's got the IAME SSE 175 engine that a lot of guys have jettisoned that engine. He bought 4 of them on eBay. He builds them himself. He preps his own engines, and this guy goes out here and essentially waxes the field in the Masters category. Everybody else is going to be stepping up, but that was a great story for Justin Kelly yesterday.
No doubt. I mean, we say wax in the field, right? And that is, but that's exactly what he did. He pulled away both sessions, dominated in qualifying by nearly half a second. I mean, he was massively out in front in the division. And again, he was flawless all day long as he preps for Supernats 25, which, of course, the 25th running of the SKUSA Super Nationals. SKUSA is going all out this year. It is going to be a massive show and one big party in Las Vegas here for the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals. Justin Kelly getting himself a lot of momentum right now going into that.
Yeah, you think about that. The SuperKarts USA rolling out here with the 25th edition of the race. I remember back to 1997, 1998, out at the rock pile, out in the middle of Sloan, Nevada. Vegas had not creeped all the way out. You could literally see some of the Vegas hotels now from where you are at that racetrack, which is no longer there. But as you're rolling into Las Vegas, coming out of LA, you can kind of see how close Vegas has creeped out. Not then, man. It was dark. We were out in the middle of nowhere, and it was cold, but the racing was amazing. That was kind of the genesis of gearbox racing in North America. It was all about the Yamahas, that's kind of what the lead categories were for that time. But, man, then Shifter Kart came rolling, and it was the Super Nationals that really kind of dialed things up for so many people and brought Shifter Kart racing to the forefront of the sport here in North America. That was 25 years ago. The old SKUSA Pro Moto Tour in 1999 through to 2005. But, of course, the Super Nationals under different ownerships, the Janowskis, Jim Murley, Joe Janowski, and, of course, when the Kutcher family took it over, the spiritual home has always been the Rio, right? The move from the rock pile out there, the X-Plex, the Las Vegas Karting Center, into the Rio, that was the first big move for the Super Nationals to see us go back to the Rio this year, back to the spiritual home after a season out at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. This is going to be a tremendous season, a tremendous year, the 25th anniversary of that great race.
Yeah, going to be super cool to go back to the Rio again. Like we've, the vibe around the paddock's always been the Rio is what really made that Super Nationals super.
Yeah.
It just feels like the right home for that place. And this year, we got problems. That is one of the Musgrave Racing Company factory car drivers. That is the 633. Is that Luis Quinones?
It is. It's Quinones out in the scoreboard corner, turn number 5. He's actually walked away from the cart. Not sure exactly why he walked all the way away from it, because remember, drivers in the paddock, the cart is your responsibility. But having some trouble coming through the corner and actually just bailing out. I wonder whether...
It looks to me like that right rear could be kinked up, but it's weird to see an axle kind of bent like that if that's the case. Hard to tell exactly what the issue was for Quinones, but that cart is dead on standby on the side of the road. We go back to the on-track action. There goes one of the officials to help out because Luis had walked away. John Crow, his teammate, completes lap number 1. Where does he slot himself in? Well, he's unfortunately not quicker than yesterday's winner, Justin Kelly, who sets the benchmark.
Let's have a look. If we can see the shot of Crow here, he was considering, I think, moving back to the 175, the SSE 175, based on the pace that we had from Justin Kelly yesterday. So I'll try to pick up that engine when it comes back around. He may have moved back to the 175, which he has a lot of time with. For John, it was his first time on Friday running the KZ power plant. Really was kind of battling, getting a feel for that really limited window of the speed with that machine. Another driver's gone off here on the exit of turn number 7 as well. So we got some drivers having some trouble. There's that driver went off, as I said, in turn 7. Again, another issue here.
I think that Canone. He got back going, and it looks like he's had another issue. So at least right now, it looks like the cart's still under power. He's off on the side of the road over there. But Luis Canone has just a qualifying session that has gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with Canones right now, off in the middle of the grass. Up front, Larry Pegram's gone to P1. Michael Gouache now in there with a 103.085. AJ Nowd, first driver into the 102s, 102.989 for Nowd in that number 606 machine, driving the Burrell Arts for Nowd. Michael Gouache in second, Larry Pegram in third, Mike Rivera in fourth, and Brian Chatfield rounds out the top 5. Robert Feege in sixth spot. Yesterday's winner, Justin Kelly, back into 7th position right now, 0.7 of a second off. There's the 691 out as well. That's Michael Gouache, P2. He's out of the session as well here.
Looks like he's out on the short chute from turn number 14 to turn number 1. Maybe dropped a tire and spun it backwards because he spun sitting the wrong way. Maybe dropped the left rear off coming out of that final corner trying to get some more. And I'm guessing he did that on his fast lap because he didn't run a lap after it. So threw it through to the edge of the track, went just over the limit, was able to get across the timing loop, and that ends his session there at best at P2. AJ Nowd P1, and we did not see an improvement from Justin Kelly on the second lap. And we won't see one on lap number 3. It is not a great start to the day. He's down in the 8th position.
He's the guy that dominated the action yesterday. You wonder whether or not maybe, it happens sometimes when you've done so well, you don't want to make a lot of changes, but if the track does change, you find it, you get caught out a little bit by it. That could be the issue here for Justin Kelly as he's all the way down in the 8th spot, a 103.706 his fast lap. AJ Nowd with the quickest circuit, a 102.989 for Nowd, a 103.085 for Michael Gouache. Then it's Larry Pegram, Mike Rivera, and John Crow rounding out the top 5. Chatfield 6th, Feege 7th, Kelly 8th, Schilling 9th, Tiffany Kelly 10th, and Johnston Irwin in the 11th spot. No lap put in by Luis Quiones. We know he had trouble, and no lap either for Carlos Lopez.
Yeah, so with that, again, a big-time shakeup on the grid as the checkered flag flies here in qualifying. And AJ Nowd returning to his home track here at Castle Motorsports Park. On top, Justin Kelly's going for one more, but I don't know if it's going to be all that quick. Lap number 4 across the line for the CRG. Not enough, so no improvement for Kelly. Now did another lap, didn't go any faster either. That wraps us up. So for qualifying in Master Shifter, presented by Hardin Motorsports Group, AJ Nowd, your quickest. We'll have a word with him when he gets to the scale line area as we get set for the X30 Seniors here to come. Getting back up on time gives us time for one more quick commercial break. We'll come back after it with our final qualifying session of the morning here and the final qualifying session of the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Welcome back here live to Castle Motorsports Park for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour X30 Pro Senior qualifying getting set to come our way here. Jenna, what do you have for us down at the scales and grid area?
Thanks, Xander. I walked down the grid, started talking to our championship leader, Ryan Norberg. He feels good and calm about today. He could crash out every race and still win the championship. His goal for today is to make it an all-RPG podium and help his fellow teammates out in the championship. As for Zach Clayman DeMello, he's starting in the first group, the slow group, and was talking about how the second group is going to go fastest. So he just wants to get in the top of his group and then respectfully fight from the back. Hayden Jones didn't have a draft in warm-up, so didn't get to show all of his pace, but is confident going into qualifying. And his teammate, Paul Bocuse, just wants a top 10 qualifying and a podium spot for him today, hopefully beating out his teammates. Paulie Massimino fixed his kart after his crash yesterday, lost his podium spot in the championship, but is still fighting for fourth and wants some good, clean racing today. Last, Frankie Mossman, who's fastest in warm-up, is looking for a top 5 qualifying, a clean lap, and a good, clean win today.
Thank you, Jenna. Obviously, Frankie Mossman, quickest in warm-up, shocked a little bit a few people. We talked about him a little bit today. He's looking super, super good. And again, like you said, Norberg, he's looking to help his team out here today. He's got the championship. He's got wins on the season. He'd take another win if it came to him, but I'm sure he'd like to play kind of helper because, again, yesterday, I think what saved him, Donovan Bonilla followed him through when he finally got through to the lead over Austin Garrison, and Garrison couldn't get him again.
Yeah, we mentioned that, right? He was able to have someone there with him, kind of playing the block a little bit there, and that allowed him to stretch away. Then Norberg did what Norberg does with nobody around him, put in the quick laps and was able to pull away to that cushion that he was able to then handle. As we had said, he's already clinched the title. Drivers fighting for the number 2 and number 3 plates. Jeremy Fletcher and Hayden Jones going after those spots. Paulie Massimino and Marian Kremers, as David Cole telling me based on the spreadsheet, still with outside chance at it. Both those drivers would have to have fantastic days here today. But yeah, I think Norbert would like to get that Rollison performance 1, 2, 3. He's been coaching up these guys to the best he could over this past year, and he knows the drivers are quick, right? We've seen good pace out of Paul Bocuse. Bonilla, obviously, we know, showed some great pace yesterday, but it's kind of been Hayden Jones. He's been the guy to watch here throughout this weekend. He's been unbelievably fast, started on the pole for the main event yesterday, and then he's going to want to see if he can't keep that happening today.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's just a lot of different players yesterday. Obviously, Louis Westover, we got to talk about him. I mean, he was able to avoid the chaos. That pre-final was arguably just as gnarly as the main event was. And Westover got on the offensive going into turn number 1, made a move. He's on that solo card. We didn't see him earlier on in the Pro Tour. We saw him at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. It's a partial schedule with the solo kart factory racing guys for him. Louis Westover is an international talent. He has done an awesome job helping with the R&D for that chassis and also putting them up front to get that top 5 starting position and then to continuously avoid the chaos throughout the main event to get himself in the top 10. I mean, he's fighting what seems to be his arm behind his back a little bit pace-wise yesterday. I'm curious to see if qualifying can go a little bit better for him. Maybe he can find a little bit more here today.
Yeah, and again, he hasn't been in the kart in a while, right? So he's getting back with the guys at Solo Kart USA, getting a feel for, again, the communication there. You got to expect they're going to make a little bit of adjustments here coming into Sunday's racing here. So look for Westover to step things up. He had really good pace yesterday. And again, getting a feel for this racetrack once again. So I would not be surprised to see him right in there. But as we just mentioned, like a couple drivers, like a Frankie Mossman for Team Bennick, he's by himself, man. There's nobody there to race with you. There's not a partner. There's not a teammate that potentially, like Ryan Norberg had yesterday, have that blocker, someone in there to potentially, be your wingman on the racetrack. For Mossman and for Louis Westover, it's a solo kart. He's a solo venture. He's out there by himself trying to get the job done. We'll see what happens. Again, qualifying is key. Drivers have rolled out here for the first group. You got to get the job done. As Jenna said, talking to Zachary Clayman DeMello, he's just trying to be the fastest guy in this group. That's the only thing you can do when you're in the slower group number 1.
100%. Shout out to Edward Ports here. He was the first driver below the cut line, so he'll be the first one out on the racetrack here in this group, along with a few others headed through the horseshoe. Ed Ports got a top 5 finish yesterday. 4th place after not racing on the national scene or really getting behind the wheel of anything for nearly 2 years. He spent last weekend here at Newcastle Motorsports Park shaking the rust off. I talked with him and his dad a little bit on Thursday. I was like, Ed, how do you feel? You got the rust shaken off yet? He's like, I got some off, but there was a lot. So I'm still a little bit rusty here. And hey, he was able to out-chess match a bunch of the top drivers here in the country and in the world to get himself a top 5 result yesterday. He leads this big group here that has Marian Kremers in tow, Zach Clayman DeMello, and I think he's going to let a few of them by and try and drop in line because he towed a few of them around yesterday.
That's exactly what you said you wanted to see some of these guys do in the KA classes, right? Xander Evening and X30 Junior. Lead the first couple laps, back into the group a little bit, and see if you can get where you need to be to get that tow. Jeremy Fletcher played it absolutely perfectly in the KA100 Senior class. Stretch him back, got him as the gap that he needed, got that tow he wanted. Port's doing a good job there, pulling back a little bit.
Yeah, he drops back in line now. He'll find himself with a good gap as he runs just ahead of Jacob Hoover. Here's Parker DeLong and Marian Kremers. They're lined up pretty nicely here behind Louis Westover, who looks like he's given up on trying to fall back, at least for the moment. He'll just gonna run his own line, and he's pulling away a little bit. Marian Kremers yesterday got cleaned out on the start of the pre-final along with Jeremy Fletcher and was kind of coming through the field with Fletcher as they both were going through. And then around the early teens, around 12th to 14th, he kind of stalled out, and I don't think he stalled out on pace. I think that the battle didn't go to him. There's Westover doing exactly that, Rob. Ran the first lap out front, towed everybody around. Now he'll drop back on lap number 2 and find a place in line. So if everybody does it, then the strategy doesn't work. But right now, I think for Westover, it could be a good spot because I don't see Kremers or DeLong dropping back here on this lap. Maybe they'll do it on lap number 3. Hard to say.
Yeah.
And the other part, too, is when you drop back on the early part of the lap, as long as it's after turn number 4, that's the ultimate place where you get the tow. At this point of the racetrack, you don't really want to be following anybody because it's so tight and technical. The straights aren't long enough. If that guy is any bit slower than you, you're going to get held up.
That's how you get checked up. That's not what you want. How many times have you heard somebody say that after qualifying, right? I was on my flyer. I got checked up. I had it going. I was on point for a P1 time. That's what happens when you get checked up. You need to make sure you really handle this correctly. And that's a lot to do with the strategy that happens in qualifying. It's not simply an opportunity at a track like this with 2 big, long straightaways where you just go out, pound out 4 laps and see what you can do. You have to manage it correctly. You have to get yourself in the right spot. You have to leverage the draft when you can, and that's what 2 of these drivers have done. We've talked about Louis Westover falling back. The same thing with Edward Ports. We'll see whether or not that decision, that strategy is going to work. Kremers with the fastest lap on lap number 2 over Zachary Clayman DeMello. So there's 2 guys that you could expect to win races at this level here. They're actually in the slower group of qualifying. A 104.754 for Kremers. He is just 18 thousandths quicker than Zachary Clayman DeMello. And Julian DaCosta right there as well. Top 3 drivers right now separated by just 26 thousandths of a second. And Kremers having some issues. That's coming through 8 and 9.
Wow, that was weird, Rob. I can't lie. We caught the second half of it. Obviously, I don't know if he was trying to get out of the way and then ultimately went to the grass to give more space, or if he legit dropped a tire. He was running, obviously, with Parker DeLong. Louis Westover here, he's going to be in a good spot if he didn't get tripped up because he's closing in on DeLong. So Westover can get a good third lap in. Let's see it. Lap 3, DeLong across the line. There's Westover. There's Jacob Hoover with a good final lap around. 1 more to go. Westover's going to go by. DeLong dropping back, but it's too late. This is on lap 3 going to 4, so he's not going to get helped. And now DeMello's going to go by him. That'll hurt them both a little bit. But Jacob Hoover trailing Zachary Clayman DeMello, 104.61.
Yeah, indeed, a 104.612 for Hoover. 104.685 for Louis Westover. The 2 solo carts up front there. Marion Kremers, P3. Zachary Clayman DeMello, 4. Julian DaCosta rounding out the top 5. Edward Ports hasn't capitalized on it yet. He's back in the 6th position. 104.859. Just over 0.2 of a second off. Parker DeLong, 7th. Justin White, Daniel L.E., and Oscar Pinoza will round out your top 10 here. It's Hoover on top with a 104.614, but Xander lap number 4 coming. These guys have to capitalize if they want to get somewhere inside that top 15.
I'm going to be surprised if anyone goes quicker. Maybe Marion Kremers here on this final lap here to jump himself up because Westover's got no toe. He does go quicker. Kremers does go better, 104.43. So Westover by himself pokes his own hole, goes second. Kremers at 104.43. That's a good lap and a good recovery. And he got a nice little toe off the back of Jacob Hoover, who kind of got tripped up as both DeMello and DeLong. They were side by side going through turn number 3 and through turn number 4. They had no chance of getting a good lap in on the final lap. They're down in 7th and 8th in the group. That's a rough position to be in because their best lap, a 104.7 and a 104.8. I'll be surprised if that beats anyone in group number 2.
I agree with you on that for sure. Same goes for Edward Ports. He was able to find some speed like Kremers and Westover were on the final circuit. He was back in 6th. Ports improving himself up into the 3rd spot, a 104.594, but a 10th and a half slower than Marion Kremers. Marion, with the issue there, was we said on lap number 3, dropping a wheel, coming through turn 9, trying to set up for the turn number 10 cell tower corner. Just a little issue there on lap number 3, but he reeled it back in on lap 4 with a 104.4. Just about 800s quicker than Louis Westover, who went quicker as well. Edward Ports in the 3rd spot. We'll see where those times land, Xander, when the next 15 drivers come out. 104.4, 5, and 5 for Kremers, Westover, and Ports. If they're lucky, it won't be 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Yeah, that's exactly where they qualified yesterday, but that was a 0.2 from Saturday to Sunday. Improvement for Marian Kremers. He did a 104.67 yesterday, down to a 104.4 today, so 0.2 better. But we've heard from a number of drivers this Sunday qualifying session usually a little quicker than Saturday. The track's got a little more rubber down laid on it. It is hotter today, so you'd think maybe it does slow down, get a little bit greasier, but it's not in the 80-degree range that we were at with the higher track temps when that track does get greasy. It could be just a little bit less slippery and less cold in the comparison to yesterday because we were in the high 60s. Now we're into the low 70s. This is kind of peak conditions for what you would think Newcastle Motorsports Park would ask for, and that could mean that we go faster than the 103.9 that Hayden Jones threw down in Saturday qualifying. Ryan Norberg right now already pulling away on the outlap from Jeremy Fletcher and company. I think, again, he'll be by himself, which put him down in the 8th spot yesterday. I think he may just kind of go out on his own here again today, not try to give anyone any opportunity to tow off of him, as he's got about a 7 or 8 car length gap back to RPM's Jeremy Fletcher.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise that maybe not running with his teammates. Let's see if they can't pull out something for Hayden Jones, Bonilla, Bocuse, whoever it may be. But indeed, Norberg out by himself right now. Open racetrack, trying to see if he can't lay it down again. But again, if the other driver's doing the same thing, there may be an opportunity for him to get a decent lap in here. Their time they're chasing, provisional pole, 104.439 for Marian Kremers, of course. Got that world championship on the resume from the KZ category. But coming over here with PSL karting this year, really to focus on this single-speed chassis, to get it dialed in. That's the focus why he was here. The KZ program, the Pro Shifter program, coming up late with an opportunity to drive a kart for a driver who was not able to enter at the Winter National. So although that has been a successful component of this year's season for Marian Kremers and PSL and Burrell Art, really his focus is on trying to be as quick as he possibly can, and it's paying off. They've got Diego Ramos here as well. We saw some good speed out of the drivers on the Burrell Arch yesterday, but Paulie Massimino drawing first blood right to the top of the charts here on his opening lap, a purple lap for Massimino on that machine for Speed Concept, Sandro, 104.199.
Yeah, Austin Garrison looking good. He's 4th right now, trailing Pedro Hiltbrand. He'll be in a little bit of traffic, unfortunately, here in just a moment if they can't pick up the pace, though, but it looks like he got a bad exit out of turn 4. That'll kind of open that gap back up, maybe a little bit by design as they work their way through here with a lap to go in qualifying at the line. Marian Kremers is over at the Avinco tire tent, and he is right now in the cool-down area just kind of waiting and watching the time. So we'll talk to him shortly here after the session is over. But again, Marian Kremers watching along right now from the hot seat. Quickest driver. He has been bumped down to the 10th spot so far after 1 lap. Where does he fall after lap 2? Here's Fletcher giving a big tow to Hayden Jones coming across the line. 2 laps complete this time. Norberg to the top at a 104 flat. Who goes better than him? We're still waiting on the rest of the top 5. Frankie Mossman will, a 104.009, and Blake Nash even better.
Yeah, Nash, the first driver below the 104s, 103.952 for Blake Nash in the Nash Motorsports number 394. He goes P1. Frankie Mossman into the 2nd spot. Ryan Norberg holding on to 3rd. All 3 of those drivers going quicker on lap number 2. Paulie Massimino in the 4th spot. Laurent Legault rounding out the top 5 here. Still a couple more laps coming in qualifying for X30 Senior, brought to you by Speed Lab Racing.
Speed Lab Racing Engines X30 Senior again. We're going to go on that split cam so you can see Marian Kremers, your quickest driver in the session right now, is or quickest driver in group number 1, still watching along. We'll chat with him as soon as it's over here, and qualifying coming to a close. Lap number 3, final time through. Blake Nash, a 103.95. That's right on pace with where yesterday's pole time is. Does anyone go quicker? Hayden Jones passed Jeremy Fletcher on the final lap, so Fletcher's not looking good. Norberg, 1 more chance to answer, maybe 2. Lap number 3, lap number 4, cross the line. Where do they all go? No improvements for anybody on lap 3 except for Laurent Legault, who goes to the top 5 for the first time this weekend.
And no checkered flag as of yet. Will these drivers leverage the final circuit? That's lap 3 for everybody. We know that Marian Kremers and Louis Westover putting in 4 laps. Kremers 13th right now. Louis Westover in 14th. They made a couple of spots up, but not much. Fast drivers looking really good. Blake Nash looking to try to grab a pole position here in X30 Senior. 104.182. Have a look there at Marian Kremers watching live timing. He probably can't believe it right now, back in 13th. He's got work to do. But Blake Nash right now, final lap on the racetrack here for qualifying, holding on to P1.
Look at this gaggle of go-karts right here, Rob. This is a massive cluster. Austin Garrison's in that. Paulie Massimino's in that. I think we'll see a few pull off There goes a couple. So they don't even want to try and attempt lap number 4. That's good news for Kremers right now. He's ahead of Jeremy Fletcher. So is Louis Westover. They're on the final lap. Fletcher's going to get a toe off of Hayden Jones. Does he go better on his 4th lap by? He does not. Jeremy Fletcher does not improve. Little improvement there on the 4th and final lap for Pedro Hiltbrand to move up to 10th. But Blake Nash, it will be a first career SKUSA Pro Tour pole position by 57 thousandths of a second. It's a rookie front row, Rob, with Frankie Mossman joining him.
How do you like that? Blake Nash on the inside, Frankie Mossman on the outside. The veteran and 5-time SKUSA champion Ryan Norberg starting 3rd alongside Laurent Legault. Paulie Massimino, a good qualifying run. He'll go P5. Hayden Jones, who's quick, still going to be up near the front in the top 3 rows. He qualifies P6. And Marian Kremers, Xander ends up P13.
Marian Kremers yesterday spent the pre-final turn number 1 start, really turn number 3 on the normal track, off in the grass near the pond. He today will start on the inside row, maybe a little bit safer, 13th unofficially, quickest in his group. He's down with Jenna.
Thanks, Xander. Lauren, we saw you put it in the dirt in turn 9. What happened?
The grass looked a little bit long, so I just wanted to mow it. No, I had a really good corner the turn before, and then I couldn't get back over to the left all the way, so I just committed to turning in early for the right. Clipped the curbstone, and it just launched me into the grass, so that was a big mistake. I think it cost me about a 10th the next lap because the tires were still a little bit dirty at the beginning of the lap. But yeah, happy to just be fastest of the slow group again and to be starting in the mid-pack. I think if I can keep it on track this time in the pre-final, I think we have a good shot. Yesterday in the final, we were very fast until I crashed. So yeah, trying to stay out of danger today. I think it's going to be crazy, especially with the young guns up front. But yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jenna, here. Like he said, if he can just keep it on track there to start this pre-final, he should be in a little better shape than yesterday. We got a bunch of new faces there in the top half of the X30 Senior field. Again, let's go on down the full top 10 one more time just to give you an idea of where everybody ended up at the end of qualifying. And results unofficial, pending pushback, bumper penalties, or impeding penalties. Blake Nash, your quickest driver here at a 103.95. So that's right even with yesterday in terms of lap times of what was the pole time at 103.9. Frankie Mossman second. Norberg, a big improvement yesterday by himself at a 104.0, only 1/10 off. Yesterday he was 2.5 tenths off by himself.
Yeah.
Third is obviously not as good as first, but I think that is a scary, scary sign to the rest of the field that Ryan Norberg is only 1/10 off by his lonesome.
Out there doing it by himself, pushing air, no toe whatsoever. Very strong for him. Good job for Laurent Legault as well, getting him up into the fight here. He qualifies P4. Paulie Massimino, as we said, coming back for the incident yesterday to be P5. Hayden Jones 6th. Austin Garrison 7th. Diego Ramos, Paul Bocuse, and Pedro Hiltbrand rounding out the top 10. Blake Nash, though, starting from the pole, Xander. Going to be a good run for the pre-final when he brings that field down to go green.
Yeah, going to be a great run there. You can see we'll go down to Jenna. She's caught up with our first time Superkarts USA Pro Tour X30 Pro Division Pole Award winner, Blake Nash. Let's take it on down to Jenna here and see what he has to say about that flyer lap of 103.9.
Blake Nash, this is your first ever Pro Tour pole. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good, yeah. It's my first Pro Tour pole, so definitely really excited.
Super exciting. Can you walk me through your lap?
Yeah, so I was trying to set up for a good toe against Mossman and a couple other guys that were in front of me. I was a little bit too far back, I think, going down the front straight. But I saw them make a little bit of mistakes going into this scale corner, and I was able to reel them in just a little bit for the last couple of 90s, and I got a good draft all the way up until the end. I think I was actually on track to do another good lap, but I dropped the tire and it ruined the lap. But it's good. It was good enough. So
that's great. How are you feeling about starting against Frankie?
Me and him have grown up racing together back at our home track at Cal Speed. So definitely, I have a lot of respect for him just from all the years that we've been racing together, and I hope he feels the same way towards me. So try to work together, push away from the RPG guys.
Great. Thank you, Blake. Great job.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, fantastic job there for Blake Nash. I'm sure he and Frankie will be excited to be on the front row together because he said they've raced many times together at Cal Speed. Field set, though, here now for Micro Swift, the pre-final. Alexander Procuna on the inside, Mateus Romalo on the outside, Marco Samet and AJ Stoner on row number 2. So we are Wheel-to-wheel racing for the first time. Green flag flying here on Championship Sunday. They are underway and through the opening couple of corners. One driver getting some nerf there, a little wheel-to-wheel contact through that driver well off into the grass. Otherwise, everyone coming through turn number 3 and the kink 4 cleanly. Back to the scoreboard corner, turn number 5. The left-hand hairpin, one other driver way out wide further back. But Xander, for the most part, drivers settling in as we're now underway in the Micro Swift category.
That was your second place starter, Mateus Romalo, that got knocked off the racetrack at turn number 1. He's about probably 15 seconds back from the last place driver in the group right now. Terrible start to Sunday for Romalo. Alexander Procuna is safely out in front with Marco Samet in line. Royce Vega got a great start. The inside line was all safe. That's first, third, and fifth qualifiers. 1, 2, 3 right now. AJ Stoner qualified in the 4th spot. He's nowhere to be found inside the top 5 either. I believe Rocco Simone's got a clean start. He's up to 7th. Troy Ferguson, we talked about him in qualifying. A lot of work to be done. He has yet to crack the top 5. We'll see where he ends up here at the end of the opening lap. 1 down, 7 to go.
Here's your top 10. First time by. Procuna with the lead. Samet 2nd. Vega 3rd. Simone in 4th. Jackson Gibson up 8 spots into P5. Matthew Cagle sitting in 6th. AJ Stoner drops to 7th. Drew Waltz a couple of spots down to 8th. And indeed, contact there.
Julian Sanchez got nipped sideways there. That is out of the main group, I believe. So he was just up a number of spots into the top 10 and got put sideways. Meanwhile, up front, Marco Samet has taken over the lead with help from Royce Vega.
Samet now the driver to the front here. Vega into that second position. Royce Vega looking to go to the inside. He'll take the lead. Book it. Great move to the inside of turn number 8. Move Royce Vega on the Bennick into the lead. Drivers not running the defensive line early, just swapping spots. It looks like we've got 7 drivers in this lead group. Yeah, indeed, back to the next group of 5. So top 7 drivers in line early on. 8 laps the distance for the pre-finals for the cadet categories. All the other classes running 10 laps. 4 pre-finals to cap off the morning show here on Kart Racer before we head into the quick lunch break and then come back to cap the pre-finals and then the last main events of the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour season. Vega leads, Samet 2nd, Procuna, Simone, Gibson, Cagle, and AJ Stoner in that lead group of 7. Drew Waltz, 1.6 seconds back. Stoner actually the fastest driver of that group, but Vega leading them back to the line and leads them out of turn number 3 as well.
Hello, Rocco Simone. A 2-for-1 pass down in turn number 3. Puts him up to 2nd. Here he comes looking for the lead on Royce Vega. Your championship contender, Rocco Simone, goes a little bit wide. Royce Vega with a crossover. Still looking to be there. Will back out by turn 7, and Vega lines in to P2. Rocco Simone to the point now with 6 laps to go. 2 laps in. Samet 3rd, and the rest of the pack will all stay single file, loosely tied together to turn number 10 on the racetrack. Little bit of contact back for P3 as they make a pass, and Samet drops back to 5th. Procuna up, and along with Procuna, it looked like, I believe, maybe Jackson Gibson moving up the order. That was Gibson into 3rd, actually. He moves up with Procuna now, so he gets by. Procuna to 4th. They're all still shuffling here, but it's Rocco Simone leading lap number 3.
So total points coming into the day. Rocco Simone up 100 on Ferguson, but we take the drop. And they're tied coming into the day. So what you do on the racetrack today could mean the difference of winning a championship and coming in second between Simone and Ferguson. Simone right now leading the way up front. Ferguson scrapping his way up. Did not have a great qualifying session. Qualified 15th. Has got his way up into 10th position right now. So Ferguson trying to see if he can't work up here now on Nicholas Orbezo. He's in that next group behind this front-running group of 7 drivers. As Vega, I think, goes back to the lead. But indeed, Ferguson a little bit back. Simone's got to be smart here. If he bags good points in the pre-final, could lock out the championship ahead of Troy Ferguson.
Again, thinking too, right? Royce Vega is teammates with Troy Ferguson. I'm sure he'll get the signal from the mechanics and coaches on the stand to pass whenever Rocco Simone gets in front of him. And there's Procuna with a pass made inside cell tower hairpin. He's through. New leader, Alexander Procuna. He's Saturday's winner. Back to the point as Simone follows along in 3rd. And an update on Troy Ferguson. He's up 5 spots so far from his 15th place qualifying result into 10th. Last time by, clocked in 2.5 seconds back from the leaders. You can see that second pack coming into view a little bit of about 3 to 4 drivers strong. That has the other half of the championship fight. Troy Ferguson in it. 4 in, 4 to go. Alex Procuna might be out a little bit too far, and it's no different than the NASCAR pack racing. Here comes Vega to the bumper, looking inside, new leader, Royce Vega. No, Procuna slams the door shut in turn number 3.
Yeah, looks like maybe some contact from the back. That might have been the 91 of Simone's. I think it was kind of like one of those chain reaction blocks, and it was actually, I think, Gibson tapping there as well. So Gibson into Simone, they into Vega. Somehow Procuna able to come right around the outside of turn number 3 to hold the spot. But indeed, Xander, as you had said, that next group, they were 1.5 back. Now they're only 0.7 of a second back. Drew Waltz, who finished third yesterday in the main event, leading Orbezo and Ferguson. Parker Ives, who went purple last time by, he's closing up with them as well, as is Braden Wagner. So that's what? Waltz, Orbezo, Ferguson, Ives, and Wagner. That is 8th back to 12th. They've closed up the gap to the top running 7, only 0.7 of a second back. Look at this group we got here right now in Micro Swift to kick off our first wheel-to-wheel action. We could have a dozen drivers in the lead group by the end of the next lap.
Awesome stuff here for Microsoft. There's AJ Stoner back at the end of the pack. They've got one more added. Drew Waltz has arrived on the scene. So has Nico Orbezo and Troy Ferguson. They're only about 9/10 back from Orbezo. Here we go down the front stretch. This time, Vega gets the job done. Procuna drops back into second. So Royce Vega takes over the lead with 3 laps to go. 5 complete. And you can see at the end of the group there, Drew Waltz has worked his way by AJ Stoner. Change for the 7th spot into turn number 4. No position change this time for the leading group of 4. They'll stay single file.
Really good run for Drew Waltz yesterday as well. And, you see this, Xander, with a lot of the young kids here. The minute they start feeling that success and getting that confidence so they can run up front, you're going to see that more and more. Waltz had a great run, as we said, to P3 yesterday. Now he's fighting his way back forward. Started up in 6th, fell back to, I think, 10th position, but he scrapped his way back forward. In fact, was the fastest driver on the racetrack last time by a 113.314 for Drew Waltz. He's rolled his way up onto the bumper of AJ Stoner. And again, that is the fight now for 7th and 8th. A little bit further back. Both those drivers will continue to fight to get themselves where they need to be. They've got a bit of a gap right now back to Matthew Cagle. But at this point here, we're seeing those drivers in 6th and 7th, or 7th and 8th rather, closing up.
Yeah, they are getting there just slowly but surely. That is not the case, though, for 9th and 10th. Troy Ferguson and Nico Orbezo, I don't know if they've been battling a little bit, but whatever it is, they lost 7/10 to the lead group as they go side by side again. Rocco Simone, with help from Jackson Gibson, move up to 1st and 3rd, and Simone takes over the lead here, and he'll go to the inside to block with 2 laps to go. Royce Vega looking to the top side. Marco Samet just kind of waiting there in 5th. Jackson Gibson, a crossover. He's going to lose momentum on the end, but he should get clear of Procuna, and he does. Gibson to 2nd. Vega trying on Procuna. They're still wheel to wheel.
Yeah, through turn number 7. Great job there for Jackson Gibson. He completes the pass at over-under coming through turn number 5, but over in 6 and 7. It got a little bit interesting. There's a defensive again down the inside for Rocco Simone, your leader. That's why it's stacking everybody up. This is going to give Matthew Cagle, Drew Waltz, and AJ Stoner a chance to close in. It may even help Orbezo and Ferguson get in here too. So way down to the bottom for Rocco Simone. He is full on the defense right now. He and Procuna 1-2.
Yeah, again, this is great news here for Orbezo. You can see the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart closing up side by side for 4th there. Cagle's going to lose this spot. He opened the door for Vega, opens the door for Marco Samet, and again, to the inside, it is one long train. Here we go to the outside. Jackson Gibson's going to try it, but he's got no help. Procuna stays on the bottom side with Simone. Look at Gibson around the outside to the lead in 3.
And Procuna getting into the right rear a little bit there of Simone coming out of turn number 3. That's halted their progress out of the corner. And look at the lead that you're going to see right now for Jackson Gibson, who rolled the outside of turn 3. He is massively out in the lead and is going to cruise his way to the end, barring any issues on his side. Otherwise, the battle behind is heating up big time. This is only the pre-final right now for Micro, and they are throwing haymakers at each other. Big run to the inside here. Further back, you see almost 2 wide coming through turn number 9 through to turn 10. Xander, these guys are going at it on the final circuit.
Matthew Cagle watched Jackson Gibson go around the outside in turn 3 and said, you can do that, I can do that too. He went around the outside 3 wide in turn 4, got to 2nd. Orbezo has gone from 9th to 3rd. Procuna's 4th. Every spot lost is more points that Rocco Simone does not take. And now it will go to the hands of Jackson Gibson winning the pre-final. Where is Simone across the line? He will fall all the way down to 7th, and Troy Ferguson finishes in 8th. Only a 5-point swing. It still goes the way of Simone, but that went out about as good as it could have for the number 43 Pennick driver, Troy Ferguson.
Yeah, a big butt there for Rocco Simone. He was leading at one point and then went full on the defensive. Had he not done that, he may have lost a spotter here, could have been able to get back. That lead group ended up becoming coming across the line probably around the top 12 almost coming across the line. Gibson wins by 1.5 seconds. He is long gone down the order as they were battling behind him. Matthew Cagle, first of all, Gibson started 13th. Let's give it up for Jackson. He ends up going to the win. Cagle started 11th. He ends up in 2nd. Orbezo, who was back in 8th, he was outside. It was Orbezo and Ferguson, who were 8th and 9th. They end up getting themselves up there. Orbezo 3rd, Procunha 4th, Samet 5th. But you're right, Rocco Simone 7th over Troy Ferguson, gained a little bit of ground on Ferguson. They're going to start side by side on row 4, going for the championship in the main event. That did not play the way it could have for Simone, but I'm sure Ferguson very happy with the outcome.
And I'm surprised Simone got done around the outside, not once but twice there. You'd think after the first time, as soon as he'd see someone start to poke their nose to the right-hand side of him or the outside of him, he'd let off the brake, go a little bit deeper. Even if you get a terrible exit, at least you can make sure that doesn't happen, but it happened 2 times in a row, and it's unfortunate. I'm sure all those kids with GoPros on and with data and telemetry are going to go back and get coached on how to redo that for the final few laps of the feature, because there's a good chance we're going to see the exact same thing again. And like I was saying earlier, with the strategy calls of where you position yourself, it can work once, it can work maybe twice, but after a few times of defending like that, which is exactly what we saw with Simone, someone's going to try something and figure out how to beat you. You can't keep doing the same chess moves over and over again.
Yeah, agreed. You got to come up with a different strategy. You got to change things up. And it's, again, they're going to sit down and talk about this because that was a race that probably didn't have to have that result for Rocco Simone, but still, he ends up, it's still a positive, net positive, as he ends up with a little more points there from Troy Ferguson, but the gap could have been a lot bigger heading into the main event this afternoon. What it does for us and those watching here on Kart Chaser and listen on EKN, dude, this is going to make things super exciting. This is our first main event of the day. We got 4 championships already locked in. This one is not. This one's going to come down to the final lap.
At the end of the day, it will.
Right.
I mean, 5 points. That's all that the difference was right there. It could have been as many as about 30 or 40. That would have been 2 or 3 positions. It's still going to be heads-up racing when we come to the main. And we're just getting started, folks. You're watching live from Newcastle Motorsports Park, Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. The finale is underway. Our first of the 4 pre-finals that'll run before the lunch break. 3 more to come. KA100 Junior, 41 drivers strong, is up next.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park. We're rolling into our pre-finals. A couple of great ones so far. KA100 Junior getting ready to go. We're Nash Motorsports. Let's have a look at the grid as the driver's rolling out of turn 1 and coming into the staging lanes. It'll be Diego Ardiles on the inside and Caleb Gaffera on the outside. That's row 1. Aiden Ingrata alongside Elio Mesa on row 2. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Stephen Miller on row 3, Spencer Conrad and Valentino Garbarino on row 4, and Cameron Brinkman and Santiago Duran on row number 5. There's your top 10, and they will see the green flag to get things underway for a 10-lap pre-final. And again, tight through turn number 3, working their way through that corner. Then the big run down the straightaway, a couple drivers off in the back, but everyone else getting through nicely, cleanly up front as they'll work their way into turn number 1 for the first time. I believe that's Gaffera out into the lead. Indeed, Caleb Gaffera has gone to P1. Elio Mesa, I believe, up into the second spot. Eden Ingrata sliding into the third position, but he'll lose that spot on the opening circuit. Gaffera, though, from the outside of the front row, able to get that lead coming out of turn number 3 on the green flag, and he'll take probably 2 or 3 kart lengths over Mesa coming into turn number 10, the cell tower corner. Further back, everyone else sliding into the position. You do what you can, get what you can on the opening couple of corners, and then once you get halfway through, you kind of know what you got. Now you go to work, figure out who's around you, what you can do, who you can work with. At that point, you start strategizing on how you start working forward. Right now, again, as we said, out front is Caleb Gaffera. They'll put lap number 1 in the books. Mesa second. Stephen Miller doing a good job, able to get by Aiden Ingrata, who had initially taken third spot, but now finds himself up into back into fourth. Miller third, Ingrata fourth. Valentino Garbarino rounding out the top 5. Underway with the opening lap here right now in KA100 Junior. But what a race it was in the pre-final there for the drivers in Micro Swift. Tremendous job by Jackson Gibson to get the win. He's standing by right now with Jenna.
Jackson Gibson, our pre-final winner. You made an awesome move going into turn 3 on the last lap. Can you walk me through it?
So I just went to the outside because Royce did that to me yesterday, and like Rocco got pushed, but like since he was on the inside, like he had to brake earlier, so I broke at my normal spot and I got around him.
Great, thank you so much. Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I always like to see that, Jenna, when somebody has it happen to them the one day, Xander, that comes back and is able to learn from it and turns it around and then says, you know what, you did it to me, I'm doing it to you. That's a big job there for Jackson Gibson. Good for him to get that victory.
Yeah, awesome job by Jackson Gibson. And that was an awesome move. I mean, for a moment when he pulled out as early as he did, I thought he was going to run out of steam and they were going to push Rocco Simone further ahead where he would maybe lose a couple spots. Instead, he sent it so deep around the outside on the brakes, there was nothing Simone could do but just watch as he got away. Now, we're watching right now Caleb Gaffera and Elio Meza. They are getting away pretty quickly here on lap number 3 as we work our way over to turn number 4.
Yeah, remember, this is one of those championships we're watching in this category as well. It's actually Jesus Vasquez Jr. versus Caleb Gaffera. Vasquez with the drop comes in with about a 104-point lead. He currently runs P5. Gaffera trying to cut into that. He's going to need a really good day here to be able to jump himself ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. And right now, he and Elio Mesa, as Xander had mentioned, out to 1.5 seconds. That's the gap between Mesa back to, at the last time by the stripe, Aiden Ingrata. You can see Ingrata leading that next group with Garbarino, Vasquez Jr., and Stephen Miller. They'll roll their way through turn number 14 back to 15. That is third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. You can see Ingrata trying to throw it at him here right now as Garbarino having a great run. Valentino Garbarino in the RPM Tony Kart works his way now up into P3. He'll lead the charge, and we'll look at lap times. They were actually about 2/10 off that of Gaffera and Mesa, who have stretched out to 1.9 seconds now out front. Fast driver on the racetrack, Steven Eisert, back in the 9th position, started 12th, claws his way up a couple of spots as he is now just a couple of tenths behind Diego Ardiles, who started on the pole but did not get cleanly through turn number 3. That's what allowed Gaffera to take the lead, and Ardiles fell back just inside the top 10. He's got the speed, as we know, to work his way back up here, but tough when you get pushed back that far. That's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Here you go a little further back. 8th and 9th right there for Eisert and Diego Ardiles. So opening laps here of what will be a 10-lapper for KA100 Junior, the category brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Vasquez Jr. right there on the bumper now of Ingrata. That is 4th and 5th. Actually, that may now be up to 3rd and 4th. Yeah, I think they were able to get themselves by. So indeed, move Garbarino back a couple of spots. Ingrata up to 3rd. Vasquez Jr. 4th. A little bit of a gap, as you can see now, back to Stephen Miller in the CDR machine, the Chad Dockett Racing entry. Garbarino right there. Here comes a move a little further back as Ardiles. He'll go to the inside of Garbarino. So the march back forward potentially for Diego Ardiles as he goes purple last time by. He's got the speed. He's got the cart to go forward. Just a really tough opening lap for Ardiles. He's got one back already. Now he's by Garbarino. Let's see if he can't reel in Stephen Miller here now. Up front, as we said, 2 full seconds now, the gap for Gafera and Mesa. And even though Aiden Ingrata turning his fast lap of the race, still not quite as quick as Gafera. So Caleb looking for max points here right now. He and Elio Mesa coming into the day. Vasquez versus Gafera for the championship here in KA100 Junior. Yellow flags flying further back, so some kind of an issue. Some drivers gone off track. But picking up that next group. Ardiles right there. Issue there for a driver further back. The 818 of Emma Kate Scarborough having some issues. Ingrata, Vasquez, then 6/10 back to Ardiles, Miller, and Garbarino. Half second back to Isert, who's got Spencer Conrad, Cameron Brinkman, and Cooper Shipman right there as well. Shipman just went purple last time by. There is Ingrata and Vasquez. They've developed a decent gap back to 5th and 6th as well. So a little bit of cushion for Vasquez there in terms of getting pressured by Diego Ardiles. All the top 5 drivers all turning their quickest laps last time by at the halfway point of this pre-final. KA100 Senior on the grid, set to roll out here. Pre-final for KA100 Junior, though, Gafera and Mesa. And they got out really quickly. From the outside of the front row, Gafera able to run the outside, which is clean as long as you can not have that contact or potentially not have the driver starting pole diving down to the bottom. Not a great start, obviously, for Ardiles. He probably should have led them up into that corner, but didn't quite get it spooled up enough to be able to hold that spot. Was getting pressured from behind as well. Mesa looking very comfortable behind Gafera.
Oh, we got problems for one of the Trinity Karting Group drivers. That is the 884. I think they had issues in qualifying.
They did indeed. That's Indy Anderson. Xander had trouble there. And again, going off the racetrack, but able to get back on.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Indy Anderson here. 4 laps to go, past the halfway marker. Gafera and, of course, Elio Mesa long gone from this group right here. 2.5 seconds up the road, and both of them have worked together at a number of different races throughout this year, so I don't expect them to start battling too early and give up that gap. In fact, Aiden Ingrata and Jesus Vasquez are already building a nice one backwards, nearly a second back to Diego Ardiles and company because they've shuffled that position. Ardiles now finds himself behind Stephen Miller, who leads the pack, then Garbarino, then what looks to be Stephen Isert, then Spencer Conrad as Garbarino gets into the back of Ardiles a little bit. Gives Miller a bit of a gap now, so all getting more spread out here in the pre-final. I'm sure some moves to be made still as Garbarino makes one there on Ardiles, but probably a lot of review after this one with everyone when they get back to the pit lane being what can we do to make sure that Caleb Gafera and Elio Mesa do not do this again later this afternoon?
Because remember, they did not start up front P1 and P2. They got there on the opening circuit. Man, you put those guys on the front row and they get cleanly out of turn number 3 and are able to work together. They can see these guys pull away again. Some of the best racing we've seen has actually been outside the top 8, top 9, behind Isert, behind Conrad, with Alex Mercado, Cameron Brinkman.
Ooh, we got problems just off screen. That was, is that Mercado, I believe? It was one of the Speed Concepts racing guys. That was Mercado. Up 15 spots, Rob, and just went on top of one of the drivers there in that pack. So.
I was just saying that's some of the best racing we've seen. They were really going at it 2-3 wide a couple of times coming out at turn number 10 here. You're watching them come through 10, the cell tower corner now. And again, these guys are really laying it down here with the last couple of laps. 3 to go right now. Mercado in a little bit of an incident there. And as Xander mentioned, up a bunch of laps. Elio Mesa's gone to P1. Let's pick up on that. Elio Mesa has gone by Caleb Gafera, and he has taken over the lead. Gafera, of course, would love to have max 100 points on this one, but Mesa has now gone to P1. Elio trying to hold on to that pole position for the main event. Elio Mesa, though, on the podium yesterday as well. Xander had a really good run throughout the day yesterday in this KA100 Junior category. Ended up finishing in 3rd spot behind Ingrata and Cooper Shipman. Shipman and Mesa, the 2 Iron Rock guys, hooked up late in that race. That's what was able to get them into a position to kind of take over all the chaos that we had at the end of that race.
Definitely was. And now we're seeing the chaos begin. Elio Meza starting to defend from Caleb Gaffera just a little bit. Went center track into turn number 7. Let's see if he goes narrow into turn number 10. He does in the cell tower corner, so no change there through position. Now, they still have a little over 2 seconds back to Aiden Ingrata and Jesus Vasquez Jr. With a lap to go, I think they could defend the whole lap and they wouldn't arrive, but I could be wrong. It depends how much time you give up.
The wild thing about this racetrack running in reverse national, the direction we are right now, is the 2 places you really want to defend, down in turn 3 and down in turn 5, are really early in the lap. So it's not like you can wait till late. If you start defending, that's when everybody comes up for the second half of the lap, right? You don't have that time to wait till the end to defend. You have to do it early, and that could allow both Ingrata and Vasquez to come in. You can see down to the inside comes Mesa. Caleb Gaffera, though, going to run that full wide line, trying to get a better run down here. And you can see Ingrata and Vasquez trying to close in. Gaffera look over his shoulder. He knows a second place run would be good as long as he finishes in front of Vasquez.
That was a nicely done corner by Elio Meza, but he overslowed it, trying to make sure he couldn't get crossed up. Instead, Gaffera stayed on the outside, kept the momentum. He's got the lead now out of 7 through turn number 8. Now Caleb Gaffera gets to go on defense mode, and the benefit he's got is now they're closing in Ingrata and Vasquez. As Vasquez throws it down the inside for third there, that'll keep them out, but there's still 1 to 2 more passing zones back for both. The battle for third and the battle for the lead. Gaffera's got a 2-car length cushion.
That's a huge pass for Vasquez, thinking about trying to close up on this championship. And look at this, Elio Mesa trying to battle it out with Gaffera. Can't quite get it done on the outside. And back to the inside comes Ingrata. He takes it back from them, and that's a double swing right there. That was a big lap. Gaffera was second.
Ingrata started third.
But Vasquez gets to third, closes the gap. They end up first and fourth.
Yep, all shuffles around there.
20-point difference there.
That's big. That's every single move right there. And like you said, 20-point swing for Gaffera. Look at this gaggle coming across the line.
They're not done.
All the way down to the mid-teens, still fighting there to the very end. That was a pack led by Ivana Richards. So that was just outside the top 10, I believe.
So Caleb Gaffera had the lead for a majority of that race. Elio Mesa took it away. I talked about the fact that defending in turn 3 and turn 5 brings those guys. You can be a second and a half back. And on the final lap, the defense happened so early in the lap, everybody closes up. You watched how close Aiden Ingrata and Jesus Vasquez got coming out of turn number 13 down to the 14, 15, 16 combination. At one point, Gaffera was running second. Vasquez was third. The gap would have been only 10 points. Instead, Gaffera making a great move to get back by Mesa in the exit of turn 5. He goes back to P1, and Ingrata throws it to the inside of 15. That moves Vasquez back into fourth. So in terms of the championship discussion, that was a 20-point swing of how things are going to develop into the main. That's going to be a 20-point cushion for Gaffera as they are essentially tied coming into this race here. That's how close this thing is as both drivers have it. As I said, Vasquez, I think 104 points up with the drops. Very tied with overall points, essentially a couple points separating those guys. But again, with the drop races, Vasquez with 100 points up. But again, what's the drop going to be after this race here and it all said and done? So this could be a wild finish. Gaffera getting a couple of points. He wins over Mesa, Ingrata, Vasquez, and Stephen Miller in the pre-final for KA100 Junior.
Well, it's an exciting start to the roster with the first 2 classes on the ticket, having a championship still to be played for here in the afternoon. A 5-point swing in the favor of Rocco Simone over Troy Ferguson. Could have been a much bigger one in the first one. And here a 20-point swing in the favor of North Carolina's Caleb Gaffera as he tries to close that gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr., chipping away at the margin. KA100 Senior, Jeremy Fletcher getting set to start on the pole. Alex Stanfield, his rival in the championship, 14th. All that comes up your way here next from Newcastle.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Here we go. 43 drivers for the Ryan Perry Motorsport KA100 Senior class. Jeremy Fletcher, the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver, will start on the point alongside yesterday's winner, Oliver Calvo.
Diego Ramos on the inside of row number 2. Lucas Zabel, great qualifying effort to go P4 for the launch.
Another great qualifying effort for the Red Speed GWR entry of Vinny Miskelis. He'll start to the inside of row number 3 alongside the Alonso kart of Aiden Levy.
Cedric Lupien and Adam Maxwell will be on row number 4. That's 7th and 8th.
Finally, rounding the top 10, Frankie Mossman and Connor Ferris. Your first 5 rows are set. Jeremy Fletcher has the field at a crawl. They're getting into the start box. Here we go. The punch-off is done. The green flag is out. We're racing down to turn number 3, and Jeremy Fletcher takes the inside lane low. One driver late on the brakes down on the inside. That was Nick Terlecki. He puts it 3 wide. Somehow no one's off in the first 20. I think most of the field is clean and ready over to turn at number 5, and into the scoreboard hairpin we go. Fletcher all the way on the bottom, and the field does as well.
So Fletcher goes to P1. The other driver to watch starting 14th, Alex Stanfield, the other driver of the championship battle here right now. A couple drivers further back in the field getting together coming out of turn number 5. Otherwise, everybody clean and green out front. Fletcher doing a great job to get his way up to the front here, leveraging on that top qualifying performance. He'll go P1. We'll find out where Alex Stanfield slots in, because the opportunity to potentially win a championship here is going to come down to that battle with the drop right now. Fletcher up by 148 points over Stanfield. He has to have a monster pre-final, and he's got to essentially win the main event.
Yeah, he's got to be out on it here. Look at this group right now. Terlecki, Maxwell, DeLong, all battling just inside the top 10. At the end of the first lap, where is Alex Stanfield? He's 13th. Didn't lose too much. Gained 1 spot as a whole, but he's a little bit buried in the field. Right now, he trails Connor Ferris's group right now. There he is headed up the hill to turn number 3 and down through turn 3 over to turn number 4. Trailing Gia Cicero and Adam Maxwell, my mistake there, just ahead of Connor Ferris, who's back in 15th. And they're going to go side by side in front of Stanfield. That'll bring him closer, as leading that group is Cedric Lupien. And up the road, here is the change for the lead. And for second, Diego Ramos and Oliver Calvo pushing Jeremy Fletcher back to P3. That's 10 points now, back in the way of Alex Stanfield and off the table from Fletcher.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on Oliver Calvo here today, folks. You listen, he's coming off that big victory yesterday, goes to P1 with a strong move to the inside in turn number 10. This is a guy that finally got that victory that he's been hoping for at the Pro Tour level, able to get the job done yesterday. When we talked to him afterwards on ECAN, he said that coming through turn number 5, the final corner, turn 16, drove off the racetrack, actually, because he was just so excited. Was tears in his eyes coming down the straightaway to turn number 1. Here's a guy who's going to want to come in here and go back-to-back to try to win once again. And we see that a lot, Xander. You win that first one, you open the floodgates to win a lot more. When you know you can do it, sometimes you just find that extra bit you need.
And again, he's been a very on-point driver here this weekend, as we got contact in the back behind him. Oh, one driver off over way off, but that was contact actually up at the front of the field I was focused on, just at the back of that pack. Aiden Levy came together with, I believe, Lucas Zabo, maybe either he or Vinny Miskelis, as we got a big crash over here. Adam Maxwell, Connor Ferris, multiple drivers. That was around Alex Stanfield. I think he's gotten through scot-free, but that was right around where Alex Stanfield was running, because he crossed the line behind Frankie Mossman, and Maxwell was behind him, so I think that was just safe. Stanfield is good, but man, you start anywhere outside those first 2 rows, Robin. Even then, sometimes you're not safe.
Yeah, there's an opportunity there. Everybody's driving hard. When you're just outside the top 10, sometimes these drivers will take those, maybe more low percentage moves. They're going to try to throw it in there, try to make it stick, see if you can't be the disruptor, get it inside of somebody, shake everybody up. And occasionally it goes well, occasionally it doesn't. Luckily for Alex Stanfield, able to get out of that one, and he's going to benefit. He's going to move up now into the 9th position. He's 1.2 seconds behind Vinny Miskelis with open racetrack, and on that last lap, almost a full second faster than Miskelis. We're going to see Stanfield work his way up into the top 8 here in a couple of laps.
Well, at least now all the crashing there outside the top 10 and then some of the passing inside of it have spread us out a little bit. Gives us a moment to send it down trackside. Jenna Tommy's caught up with Caleb Gaffera, who's obviously head on into that championship fight with Jesus Vasquez Jr. and KA Junior, and scored himself a nice couple 20 points gained with that pre-final win. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Caleb, talk to me about working with and battling Elio.
It's a lot of fun. We always race each other clean, and I hope we can do it again in the final. And if we can get away and it'll be a fun last probably lap to 2 laps.
Keeping it clean?
Yeah.
Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Xander, you wonder what they can do, right? Did you do anything? The kart was so good. It's going to be a bit warmer, but not that much. It's not going to go too much higher in terms of temp. Both he and Mesa, super good race cars. They were both fast. They work really good together. Man, they're going to start 1-2. If they're able to get out of the opening corner and anything else happens behind them, we could watch these guys pull away for 18 laps.
It's so easy to tune yourself out when you think you need to do something, and then all of a sudden you end up going slower. Now, I will say Aiden Levy has made some improvements here today, along with Lucas Zabo. Both of them, obviously, some big overnight changes to find a little more. Levy was outside the top 5, but inside the top 10 most of the day yesterday. He just passed for third on Diego Ramos and is now leading that mid-group up to Jeremy Fletcher and Oliver Calvo. Fletcher's been pushing Calvo most of this pre-final, but I think Levy and Zabo might have a little bit of pace on him. They were 4th and 5th across the line. They're 3rd and 4th now, and look at that, Cedric Lupian. He's trying to do some damage control, forcing his way by on Diego Ramos, moving up into the 5th position.
Yeah, I don't see Jeremy Fletcher trying to do anything crazy here right now unless they close right up. He knows that Oliver's quick. He won yesterday. And for Fletcher, having the pole already, if he locks down second place in this pre-final, excuse me, he's going to be really tough to beat in this championship. I don't know that Stanfield's going to be able to get that job done because Fletcher running so good up front, locking those lap times down right now. Stanfield in 9th position, trying to work his way up now on Nicholas Terlecki. He's right there on him. He'll get another spot here probably on the next circuit. But Fletcher, knowing where he is in the championship, he could just push Oliver Calvo around right now, start on the outside of the front row for the main event, and walk away with a senior title.
He definitely could. And we look back to Alex Stanfield. We talked about him in 9th, catching up to that group. He is catching that group right now. 5 laps to go. Alex Stanfield just got a couple more. Looks like he got by one of the RPM Tony car to Josh Campbell. Nearly got by him, but Stanfield able to get by Nick Terlecki. So now he's up into 8th, has gotten one more spot up. And I think they may have even gone by Vinny Miskelis, if I'm not mistaken. I think Miskelis has been dropped to the 10th or so in that group.
Yeah, big gap behind now Diego Ramos. Last time by, Miskelis was over a second and a half behind Ramos. So that's the gap that you see right there. And in front of that next group of about, 7 karts, that is indeed Alex Stanfield. He has moved his way up into 7th. We'll see what happens further back. Dropping a wheel there. Calvo, Fletcher, Levy, Zabo, Lupian, and Ramos. 2.3 seconds now back to Stanfield, who leads Terlecki, Campbell, DeLong, Miskelis, Gabriel, and Frankie Mossman.
And something to note, Aiden Levy just picked up another 1/10 of a second off the lead. So he's closing up a little bit. They're inside the toe. Here's Stanfield's group coming along with Terlecki and Campbell. They've gotten some separation. Parker DeLong was the driver to drop a tire, and he lost some ground and split that pack up a little bit as Campbell's trying to fight Terlecki. Ultimately can't get by it. He loses out and now has still about 4 drivers back, 4 kart lengths still, but not as much. Back to Mick Gabriel, who has been clawing his way up the grid. He's now up into 11th, 11 spots gained, 12 gained for Campbell. So big movers, both of them. Alex Stanfield, obviously, on the move also, and he's picked up 7 from that starting spot of 14th to where he's at now.
Yeah, Timothy Carroll coming up as well, 12 spots up for him, started all the way back at 27th. He's got himself up into the top 15 now, so a good run there for Timothy Carroll as well. Calvo, Fletcher, Levy, Zabo, Lupian, and Ramos, the entire top 3, turning their best laps last time by, and they'll work their way here again. This time it's the top 5. And Diego Ramos, actually, Xander, with the fastest lap here. He is right there on Lucas Zabo, and again, the gap a little over half a second from Fletcher back to Levy.
Yeah, they were making up some ground. Levy right now has not gained anything more. Last time by, lost a 1/10 of a second to Calvo and Fletcher. But as long as he stays on it right now and goes as quick as he can, they're going to battle in a lap or two. And he's still only 0.8 of a second off the lead. So as soon as they go defensive, as soon as Oliver Calvo drops to the low side, if Levy can hang on for a little bit, Aiden Levy could get himself there in about 2 corners. And we are going to see that probably coming this time by as Calvo will see the 2 to go signal. Here's Levy's group with more company. Then there's Nick Terlecki, who has brought Josh Campbell by Alex Stanfield. That is some more points. Stanfield has given up. He's now back in 9th.
That is not good for Alex Stanfield, trying to capitalize and grab a KA100 Senior title. This is going to be interesting to watch right now because it's a half a second for Levy, right? He's in a great spot, but sooner or later Fletcher and Calvo are going to battle for the race win. And we talked about it. If Calvo goes on the defensive on that final circuit, that's what will shake things up. Levy's going to be in there. Zabo's going to be in it. Ramos is going to be in it. All these guys sitting right now, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, should be ready to attack the minute that Calvo goes on the defense to try to hold off Fletcher. Whether he does or doesn't, we'll see. Right now, they've got about 0.8 of a second as the gap. Look at this, Sander. 3 wide, down into 5.
And Stanfield getting pushed on the outside. 2 rows of 3 deep. Mick Gabriel, Stanfield's getting booted all over the place. That time, Dick Terlecki was trying to go through. I think he got in way too hot. Stanfield at least got back by him, but he's just got to hang on. There's Frankie Mossman, yesterday's top 5 runner, getting into it with Gabriel over in 7. Up front, they're also going to be battling here shortly as Gabriel takes this group into the cell tower. Oliver Calvo still leading over Jeremy Fletcher. No change yet. No defensive driving yet either.
No.
So surprising to see as Stanfield goes through there in that middle group. Here we come. White flag this time. Calvo, your leader.
Yeah, Calvo leads. And the great thing about Calvo right now is that he is running like a pro. He's not running that to make defensive line, making sure they stay out line. We'll see whether or not he even goes here. You don't really need to block down into turn number 3 if you got a 2-driver battle, because you can just take the guy back in turn number 5. You don't need to run the inside. Here goes Fletcher to the bottom. He'll take the pass in, so move Fletcher to the lead. But Calvo knows he's good to go. Don't want to give it up right now. Get a big run down the straightaway. You can either get it now, or you can also get it over in the cell tower corner. Indeed, doesn't make the move over to turn 5. We didn't see that in any of the other categories. They all battle it and block in 3 and 5, brings everybody back in. These are 2 pro drivers figuring it out here right now.
I'm surprised. Oh, wow. Look at that, Calvo. What a move into 8. Almost. It looked like he got a great run on Fletcher. Fletcher kind of pinched him down. Calvo cut him a break there, and he wasn't able to get by. I thought Calvo had his number coming out of turn number 7.
We saw a couple of passes yesterday in that move down into turn 8. You get a better run out of 9. You toss it to the inside. Out of 13 right now. What do we got? They've got enough gap that they can play around here a little bit. Big inside move here for Fletcher. Final corner. Does he throw it to the bottom? He can't. Another over-under potentially coming. And it's Fletcher with the full block to the inside. He'll take the win. Fletcher on the inside of 14, 15, and 16, but some contact with a couple drivers, I think, coming through turn number 14. Fletcher gets the victory. Calvo 2nd. Levy 3rd. Zabo in 4th. Ramos 5th. Luffy in 6th. Josh Campbell 7th. Mossman ends up 8th. Mick Gabriel up 13 spots to 9th. And Alex Stanfield still 10th position, up 4 spots. But that is not what Stanfield needed right now. It's just been a great run for Fletcher. Full points, 10 points for qualifying on pole, 100 points here in the pre-final. He comes in with the lead, as I had said, with the drop. He had a 148-point lead. Jeremy Fletcher's got this thing right where he wants it.
Yeah, that is a 95-point swing for Jeremy Fletcher. So that is a comfortable gap to go into the main event right now. He could really just kind of cruise through that one. A top 5, probably even a top 10 finish could clinch that championship title here in his rookie senior season. That would be very, very impressive. And, of course, he started off this year with a DNF in NOLA and a win at NOLA Motorsports Park. To go this weekend here with 2 back-to-back solid finishes, that would be great for Jeremy Fletcher. 2nd yesterday, just needs a decent one today.
Yeah, I don't even know what he needs to do in the final, because you got to think about it. He already has 110 points, and right now for Stanfield, even if he wins with a fast lap, he can get 215. He only got 5 points from that race there. I'm sure David Cole will be working the spreadsheet. He'll tell us as soon as we get racing. I would have a feeling that once Fletcher gets rolling, he's probably going to lock this thing down.
I think so here. Starting this one, being smart about it. That's all he needs to do. Oliver Calvo there on your screen with Josh Campbell. Little post-race debrief as they catch back up, and everyone's going to make their way through the scale line area for Ryan Perry Motorsport KA100 Senior. One more class to come before the lunch break. The Mini Swifts are on deck, and they'll be up next here live from Newcastle.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here live from Castle Motorsports Park. Jeremy Fletcher enters today with a 140-plus point advantage. He got the pole position in qualifying. He's backed it up with a pre-final win over a last-lap battle with Oliver Calvo. He's standing trackside now with Jenna.
Thanks, Xander. Jeremy, you were just talking, and you said the defensive line is really hard at this track backwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely awkward. The track's different backwards. Kind of weird blocking, especially through the high speed. They're all switchbacks. So, I mean, you kind of just got to drive it straight to the apex and straight to the next one.
What do you think you can expect from the final?
I mean, I definitely want to do it. I did with Calvo. I mean, we worked great together. We were faster. The guys behind weren't really closing. I don't know if we were opening up the gap, but I seen 2 to go, and I didn't want to battle. Just keep it between us and keep my championship in the play.
Keep everything clean. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jenna, here again. He's just got to keep it clean, like he said. That's all he's looking for, and still just as focused as he's been all weekend. Nice and neutral and mentally ready for battle here. He's obviously got the X30 Pro Senior class coming up in the afternoon. This is our last class to run before the lunch break here, the Mini Swifts presented by Parolin USA. Let's take it through our starting lineup here to begin as Asher Ockstein qualified out of the slow group alongside Jack Iliff to make up the front row.
Yeah, podium finish yesterday for Michael McGoy. He'll start P3. The momentum's still rolling in his direction. A great qualifying run as well for the 181 of Johnny Stamps. He'll start P4.
Another improvement from qualifying here for the Speed Concepts Racing CRG of Felipe Jesus Benito. He will start to the inside of row number 3 alongside the number 175 Nitro card of Isaac Malkut.
Powerhouse row number 4. They worked together but weren't able to go to P1, but it was a win yesterday for Keelan Harvick. Lucas Palacio shown speed all weekend long. They will be 7th and 8th.
Travis Pettit aboard the Solo Kart Factory Racing number 128 will roll off to the inside on row number 5 alongside Max Christia in the PSL Karting Burrell Arch.
Couple of quick drivers, Gage Bailey and Tyler Roberts, 2 to watch on row number 6, starting 11th and 12th respectively.
Moving backwards here, Ty Fisher puts another Speed Concepts Racing, or actually he's on board the Race Lab, TB kart in the 138 alongside the number 120 Magic Kart USA entry of Max Weiland.
Alan Bonilla and Sam Tutwiler on row number 8. Edward Kennedy and Ashton Woon on row 9.
Fionn Shee and Turner Brown will round off the top 20. And row number 11 will be Tristan Murphy and Caleb Tarter.
Devin Wool starting 23rd alongside Tyrone Kemper Jr. And on row 13, Mason Berry and David Martinez.
Moving to the final 2 rows inside the top 30, it is going to be Jensen Michelke and Carson Berry, Bristol Bornman, and Juan Jose Paramo as we round off our field and get set to go racing for Mini Swift action here presented by Parolin USA.
Drivers in the staging lanes looking for the flag to punch off, and we are at it. Green, green, green for the Mini Swift pre-final to set the grid for the main event. Oh, one driver going to the inside, coming into turn number 3. Going to be some contact there as he pushes wide on the exit. Hard to move to the bottom of the racetrack like that. You know that further back, Harvick and Palacio trying to hook up. How do things happen up front here? Leaders working their way through cleanly out there. Starting on the pole nicely. Yeah, this is going to allow a 2-driver breakaway as well. Look at the gap there. Everybody else struggling to come through. Turn number 5 and Xander through 7. Couple drivers out front with a bit of gap.
They have been 2 and 3 wide this entire first lap. Somehow, we're just now starting to see contact. Isaac Malkut getting shuffled way back down the order. The same, I think, for Asher not Oxtein, but one of the other Tony Kart drivers. As here is your championship unofficial winner, Jack Iliff. Up a little bit after falling back from 2nd. He's into 4th. Keelan Harvick's up to 3rd. Michael McGoy with a great start to 2nd. He's on the bumper of Oxtein. And you look at some of the rest of the field. Lucas Palacio way down the order there from the fourth row outside the top 10.
Let's have a look as they come through. We'll give you a rundown to the drivers coming across the line. Oxtein leveraging his pole. He'll go to P1. McGoy continuing that momentum. He's right on the bumper, pushing them down into turn number 2. Keelan Harvick, a great start for him, up 4 spots into the 3rd position. Jack Iliff in 4th. Gage Bailey up 6 to 5th. Johnny Stamps in 6th. Felipe Jesus Benito in 7th. Palacio holds on to his spot in 8th, as does Travis Pettit in 9th. And Tyler Roberts up a couple of spots to 10th. Or more importantly, though, up 10 positions, Tristan Murphy started 21st. A strong opening lap. Xander Hill go to 11th.
Yeah, nice start for Tristan Murphy as Keelan Harvick comes under fire from a couple. He's all the way back now to 5th or 6th, fights back on 1, gets him back into the top 5, I believe. So Harvick fighting there with what looks to be Johnny Stamps in the 181, as now there goes Harvick getting by another one. Or still fighting maybe with Stamps a little bit. Palacio now onto his bumper. Let's get up with the top 4. Asher Oxtein still your leader. Then behind him, McGoy, followed closely by Jack Iliff, who's on the bumper. Does he go by into the grid corner? Here he comes. There he goes. Jack Iliff into 2nd.
Hey, and McGoy, very smart move there. We saw a couple drivers trying to force the issue there. He was already to the inside. McGoy checked back up. Good run for him. He'll lose a bit of run, of course, coming out of 12 and out of turn number 1. That's why he's getting pushed down the straightaway. But Jack Iliff on the move right now. Puts himself right on the rear bumper there of your leader, Asher Oxtein. And again, top 5 drivers trying to settle in. One driver dropping a wheel further back. But you can see the tail of that front-running quintet right now is Keelan Harvick. And they'll go 2 wide again. That's going to be Iliff going to the lead. No one waiting at all right now. Big move to the inside at turn number 5.
Gage Bailey's already up 2 spots this lap. Went from 4th to 3rd in turn 3. Now 3rd to 2nd in turn number 7. Look at Oxtein. Pushed way wide out of the 7th corner by Michael McGoy. He'll lose 3 more spots in the process. And just like that, your leader from the opening start of this lap is all the way down outside the top 5. And oh, there goes McGoy. He gets pushed off the racetrack out of turn number 10.
Like he dropped the wheel on the exit of 10, the cell tower corner, and went all the way 4 wheels off at the grass, able to bring it back on. McGoy looks like he's going to lose potentially 5 or 6, maybe 7 spots. We'll see how far he falls. He was 3rd, but he had fallen back to probably 5th at that point. McGoy, I think, is going to end up maybe even outside the top 10 as they're coming back through once again. Iliff, Bailey up to 2nd. What a great run for Bailey. McGoy actually back to 14th as Iliff your leader. Bailey up 9 spots to 2nd. Harvick finds himself P3 as he's getting some help from behind. Lucas Palacio has found his qualifying partner. They are now 3rd and 4th, and that is Harvick and Palacio.
Yeah, Harvick and Palacio hooked up here once again, pushing their way forward. They've got a little bit of ground to make up, 7/10 to be exact to Gage Bailey and Jack Iliff. Take that down to 1 car length. They've already caught up now, made it a 4-driver party. Travis Pettit up 4 spots in the solo kart. On his lonesome is slowly trying to make it 5. And then there's a big gap back to Tyler Roberts, who's up 6 spots, started outside the top 10 in 12th on the outside lane, no doubt as well, and has made his way up to P6, trying to lead that group and can reconnect the leading group of 5 with the rest of the top 10.
I'll tell you, good run here for Travis Pettit. Finished 15th spot yesterday in the main event for Mini Swift. Now has himself punching in the top 5 here. Great run so far for Pettit. Tyler Roberts, as Xander had mentioned, leading that next group as they're trying to dial things in right now. Up front, Jack Iliff, who has already unofficially secured the championship, his 3rd SKUSA Pro Tour championship in 4 years, leads him across the line once again. Bailey, Harvick, Palacio. Pettit actually just turned the fast lap. He's back there in P5, looking to the inside to go to 4th. Pettit to the inside, book it. He'll go to P4. Pettit making a move. Fastest driver on the racetrack for Solo Kart USA. He's P4. Little tap on the helmet, seeing if he can't get some help there from Gage Bailey as Harvick and Palacio now into 2nd and 3rd.
Harvick and Palacio all the way up the order now to the lead. And look at Iliff trying back to, he wants to split them up. He knows how deadly of a combination they are, and they have gotten a car length lead as Palacio holds strong on the outside.
Palacio pushing all the way through turn number 9. You can see a move there to the inside now. Good pass there for Travis Pettit. He's up to P3. He's going to lead the group now to try to chase them down. He's got Tyler Roberts, Gage Bailey right there as well. And again, everybody trying to reel in these 2 leaders as Palacio, the perfect wingman right now for Keelan Harvick, staying right with him, has not tried to make a move whatsoever. Harvick coming off the victory yesterday in the mini Swift category. Palacio was the hard charger, started 20th, Xander, had fast lap of the race, and the hard charger 20th up to 6th.
Yeah, he was super, super good yesterday here now. We watched Travis Pettit losing that spot there to Tyler Roberts. 9 spots gained in this session alone for Tyler Roberts. Super quick. So Travis Pettit, I will say here, he's had a phenomenal day here to start Sunday at the Pro Tour here at Newcastle. Really starting to run with kids. We've seen run up front and everywhere we go. Travis Pettit is putting himself right in the mix. Now, Keelan Harvick and Lucas Palacio, only 2.5 laps remaining. You imagine they'll start battling soon, but if they can hang on for another lap or so, they'll be more than a second out of reach.
And again, what's going to happen in those first 2 long straightaways? Does we see any kind of a block move, a defensive move from Harvick? I will say this, again, only the pre-final, but these points do count. Yes, Iliff has essentially unofficially clinched the championship, but Ockstein, Bailey, Palacio, Roberts, all with a shot at the national number 2 and national number 3 plates. Look at this, 3 wide coming down into turn number 14. Everybody dicing to try to get position, and again, trying to improve their starting spot for the main event this afternoon.
Yeah, Jack Iliff was trying to put the bit of aggression and intimidate Travis Pettit. Pettit would not be bothered, and Iliff ended up losing a spot extra in the process as Felipe Jesus Benito got by him. Then he got back by Benito, that time by the stripe. Now with 2 to go, Keelan Harvick leading the way over Lucas Palacio down to turn number 4. They will not block just yet. So again, working together. A lot of trust between the pair of them. I'm sure a little bit of help from the coaches as well. They're like, don't even bother blocking till the final lap. You knuckleheads, stay in line and get that gap bigger.
And this is perfect, though. This is what you want from these drivers. We talked about the fact that they're racing so early. It's midway through, and they're defending and dive bombing each other. No, this is ideal. This is 100% Top Gun, staying with your wingman. This is absolutely perfect right now. These guys, the main event, if they finish first and second and can do this again at the start of the final, these guys could pull away and then battle it out amongst themselves. This is really what you want at any of these drivers. Only a couple of times or opportunities to pass right now. Palacio doesn't pull the trigger over in turn number 10. Is he okay with finishing second right now? Does he want to maybe get around the outside of turn 1? Does he not want to lead it to the line? We'll see whether or not he gets the job done over in 14, 15, and 16.
At this point, he's about out of reach here, a little bit too far behind. A car length back going in through 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, look at that. Caught it by surprise with 2 corners to go. Lucas Palacio wins the pre-final in Mini Swift, and a last-ditch effort there. I don't even think Harvick expected him to be close enough. He probably checked the gap on that short shoot like I did. Thought he was clear.
I was going to say, he threw the sleeper on Harvick, and he threw the sleeper on Xander, too. He figured it was all said and done, but rolled the extra corner. Remember, this is a kid that could easily still be in the Micro Swift category, but wanted to move up with Keelan, who moved up as well. And, man, this has really been great for Lucas Palacio. What a fantastic move in turn 15. Put the Kart Republic to the bottom of the racetrack. You own the apex. You own the exit. Great job there for Palacio. Wins over Harvick. Gage Bailey fighting his way back up into the 3rd spot over Tyler Roberts. Both those drivers up 8 positions. Johnny Stamps in 5th. Travis Pettit holds on for 6th. Jack Iliff, who led at a time, back all the way to 7th. Felipe Jesus Benito in 8th, Ashton Wu 9th, and Asher Ockstein rounding out the top 10.
And that will do it here before the lunch break. So Lucas Palacio, a last corner, last-ditch effort to take over the win here in the Parallel USA Mini Swift Division. A textbook way for both him and Harvick of how to win a draft-based pre-final here with that many drivers that all have the pace to win it. And we will come back here at 12:35 when we get set for more action. After the lunch break, it's time for more pre-finals and then main events here from the final day of action in the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour. You're watching Car Chasers coverage live from Newcastle Motorsports Park, and we'll be back here shortly.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAMI, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAMI, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAMI, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Hi, I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
welcome back to Castle Motorsports Park. The lunch break has concluded, and the Pro Shifter Division presented by PSL Karting is making its way onto the circuit here. AJ Myers rebounds from yesterday, lacking a little bit of pace. Some overnight changes for the Magic Kart USA team put him nearly 2/10 up on the field in qualifying over PSL Karting's Hunter Pickett, and they will make up the front row.
Yeah, very interesting. I talked to AJ Myers right before we came back to air, and he said that both he and Bodozo actually on different setups as well for the Magic Kart chassis. Bodozo starting on the outside of the road, too, alongside Marion Kremer. So not a full move for the Magic Kart USA guys. Maybe a little bit of tuning, a little carburation, as we said. But all four of those Magic Kart drivers inside the top 10.
We saw Billy Musgrave back at Salt Lake City, Utah, get a hole shot from row number 2. So at the end of the day, you can still make up a lot of ground if you treat the pre-final like a test session. I'm sure that's what a lot of the PSL guys have. They've got 3 bullets in the gun there if you go all the way down the order. But in row number 3, it's neither team in that one. It is an RPG driver in Hannah Greenemeyer on the inside and GFC Karting's Jacob Gulick on the outside, starting 6.
Super Nationals royalty on row number 4, Danny Formal on the inside, and 4-time winner Billy Musgrave on the outside.
Magic Kart USA does have another one inside the top 10 in the form of Annie Rule in the 204, and Jake French, after going off the racetrack with a brake issue at the beginning of qualifying, will round off your top 10, the national number 2, to the outside of row number 5. And we get set with the rest of the field. We'll go to the head flagman and to the green flag here in just a moment.
Field set for the drivers here in Pro Shifter. The category brought to you by PSL Karting. Myers on the inside, Pickett on the outside, getting set to go for their pre-final 10-lapper to set the grid for the main. And we'll see whether or not AJ Myers can capitalize on that impressive pace during qualifying to move him to the front. Field set. Green flag flies, and a hole shot goes to AJ Myers. Nicely out of the gate there. They'll dive their way down into turn number 3 for the first time. Everybody looking good so far. No one getting any big moves forward. A couple of Burrell drivers there in second and third with Pickett and Kremers. Little move to the inside there as well. Roll to the outside as well comes Kremers. But A.J. Myers, Xander leading over to turn number 7. Bodozo, big time to the inside. He attacks to take over P3.
He is one of the wildest drivers when it comes to racecraft. Andrew Bodozo also opened the floodgates. Jacob Gulick got by Pickett. He's on the defense mode now as Billy Musgrave slots into 6. Good move for Gulick, taking advantage with Pickett kind of off on the wrong foot, and Andrew Bodozo up into 3rd. It's Magic 1 and 3, Marion Kremers and AJ Myers. We've seen this story before. It didn't end too well for either one of them, and the reigning world champ and current points leader, current unofficial champ, chasing down the reigning champ from 2021.
Yeah, these guys obviously found it out a little bit out there in Utah during the Spring Nationals, and run 1-2 here on the opening circuit. Myers very happy with the adjustments they were able to make to the Magic Kart machine, dialed things in qualifying. As we said, 4 drivers for Magic Kart USA qualifying in the top 10 with Myers, Bodozo, Annie Rule, and Talon Yako all in the top 10 in qualifying. A great solid run here early on. They'll get out there quick, let those tires start coming up to temperature. Marion Kremers putting the pressure on, getting close. Bodozo up there in the 3rd. That's exactly what AJ wants, right? He wants Bodozo. He wants Andrew up there battling it out with Kremers, so potentially AJ can pull away.
Yeah, that would be massive here for Andrew Bodozo. Again, he has not had a lot of seat time here in 2022 outside of the test weekend last week to kind of warm himself back up. To be this on it here in the shifter package is impressive, and the Magic guys starting to get a little bit of breathing room back to Marion Kremers. Maybe a little mistake to the horseshoe. He gave up a car length to AJ Myers, and that gap now starts to tighten from 2nd back to 3rd. Myers leads lap number 2, and we are well underway. 8 to go. Here we go looking further down the order. Danny Formal got ahead of his RPG teammate in Hannah Greenemeyer. He's now going to work on Billy Musgrave, and look at that. Marion Kremers, full defense mode from Andrew Bodozo there down to turn number 3. Further back, Jacob Gulick and Hunter Pickett going at it there for the 4th position as Gulick starts to fade. Pickett on the rise, and up front, the top 3 get a little bit of a bigger gap as Pickett has gone through, and Jake French, 5 spots gained into the top 5 already. Good recovery.
Had a chance to talk to Jake French about the issue he had in qualifying. They broken him at the engine. They put a new piston in the engine for practice this morning, plus had some new brakes in as well. He was trying to both break the engine in and bed the brakes, and didn't get the brakes bred in as much as he possibly could. Went down the first time, 90-something miles an hour into turn 1. Jammed on the brakes. The car just went straight left on him. He figures they got things dialed in now, had it all fixed up. watch for Jake French to get himself where he needs to be.
Billy Musgrave, another move there. He's able to get by Jacob Gulick. So the great start for the GFC driver, starting to slip backwards. Here comes Danny Formal looking to challenge. Gulick was on the bumper of French in the cell tower. Couldn't get by his French block. Now Gulick's going to go back on Musgrave. He'll take back that spot. Musgrave tries to cross him up. That'll open the door for Formal. Here comes the big man, Danny Formal, down the inside on Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, cart got a little squirrely on the exit there for Billy Musgrave. Tried to pull it down to the bottom, and away it went. We're seeing yellow flags fly. The driver has gone off. That's Hannah Greenmeyer in the number 208. She's playing with the shifter like maybe something happened with the transmission.
And Formal's out with Gulick.
Wow.
We're in the green corner. They come together. Formal staring him down.
They were 7th, 8th, and 9th, so it's not just that. We're talking about contact likely between all three of those drivers.
Yeah, so Danny Formal, he sent it down the inside on Gulick into turn number 5, got the spot away, and I don't know if he blocked and Gulick drove over him or if they just came together all together in turn number 7. That's opened everything up. Look at Kyle Wick. He started outside the top 10, moved up to the 6th spot, and you can see here off the side, Danny Formal, he is absolutely frustrated. Jacob Gulick staying a far ways away from the man in the 237 after that one.
A little bit of chatter back and forth, at least on the side of Formal. You can see that Gulick leaving the helmet on. He's obviously not happy with the way things shook down. That happened actually over in 7. You're going to pass a little bit further back. Drivers moving their way forward, trying to get up here. I think that's Jordan Musser scrapping it out there. He's going to get working up into the top 10. This is what happened. We had guys in 7th, 8th, and 9th move back. That moves Kyle Wick up into 7th, Talon Yoko up into 8th, Jordan Musser 9th, and Andy Rule now rounding out the top 10.
And Musser was able to complete that pass for 8th. Yockel now under fire from Annie Rule for the final 2 spots inside the top 10. Up front, no real changes except for lap times. Marian Kremers went purple last time by. He picked up a 1/10 of a second on A.J. Myers. He's reeling him in a little bit, as is his teammate on the other Magic driver. So it's PSL 2-4, Magic 1-3. Hunter Pickett's reeling in at Andrew Bajoso, and Marian Kremers is reeling in A.J. Myers. I think the battle for third may happen first. Bajoso gave up 4/10 of a second to Pickett last time by.
And you can see with the Burrells, it's actually 2-4-5 as well, as Jake French has got himself back to P5. He is a second and a bit behind Pickett, but he's got lots of room to Musgrave. So he's kind of by himself in the middle of the racetrack. Wick, Musser, Yokel, and Rule still sitting there in 10th spot. Ayrton Hernandez 11th, Josh Conker 12th, Kyle Kennedy, Gabriel Cower, and Jonathan Vitola rounding up the top 15.
Here we'll pick up that battle again. Jordan Musser's group. Here's back up to third. Hunter Pickett all over Andrew Bajoso. Bajoso with a rocket ship of a start, and now the fight for third is on. Pickett was almost there. He had a look at him going into turn number 5 last time by. Didn't go by. He's got a comfortable gap back to Jake French as we hit the halfway marker here. Now we're down 6 complete, 4 to go here at the stripe. Hunter Pickett should be within striking distance by the end of the Long Pond straightaway as Bajoso got a good launch out of turns 13 and 14 down the front straightaway. It's back up to 3 to 4 car lengths. Pickett trying to close it up once again.
Yeah, Pickett had turned his fastest lap on lap 5. That's what put him on the bumper of Bajoso, but he hasn't been able to make the pass stick yet. He'll get a good run out of turn 3. Let's see if he looks on the brakes into turn number 4. Yeah, down to the bottom of the racetrack. Having a look to the apex of turn 5. Book it. Nicely done. You can see Bajoso try to turn in to see if he can get the over-under done. He's going to try to come back and get him in 7. These guys are dicing it out, and yeah, muscles his way back through in turn number 7. So we're going to trade a little bit of plastic, a little bit of decals here in the pre-final for Pro Shifter. Bajoso and Pickett, Xander, going at it.
Yeah, surprised Hunter Pickett didn't defend. Maybe he thought in the pre-final Bajoso would give it up, but Andrew Bajoso, like I said, he's one of the wildest guys when it comes to racecraft, and he is aggressive. He's running better than he's been all weekend, better than he's been in a minute on the SKUSA Pro Tour. And as he goes back to the track that he nearly got a checkered flag at last year, Andrew Bajoso is here to fight for third right now and maybe higher. Pickett is closer, though, than where he was a lap ago on the bumper. Turn 3, looking inside. Hunter Pickett is there and through for P3, and he'll stop it on the exit to bring Jake French into the mix.
Yeah, that was nicely done. Parked it on the exit. French is going to come in a little bit here. This is Bajoso working that rear bumper on Pickett coming through. Look at the over-under. Trying there for French. Couldn't quite pull the trigger on this time, though. Pickett's got enough room to be able to run the racing line through 7. Bajoso, now they're able to throw it down to the apex. So now Bajoso has his hands full with yet another Burrell Art driver. Now he's got to deal with Jake French, who's trying to go to P4.
Again, the Burrell drivers of Marion Kremers and Hunter Pickett, similar position to Jake French. They had their motors completely torn down yesterday, just as everyone else did in the top three, and they seem to struggle to start the day, but they are finding their form from Saturday afternoon here on Sunday. Jake French will be the next one. Like you said, he's all over Bajoso. 1 car length, 2 car lengths back through turn number 1. He'll be close enough at the end of this Long Pond straightaway to get a shot at him. Big run in the toe, in the slipstream, on the bumper, looking. Bajoso will cover it off.
That allows French to get a better run out of the corner, and here comes Musgrave from further back as well. That American-made factory car chassis, the chassis that Billy designs and welds up himself. The kart getting a lot more momentum. Watching this battle ahead of him, though, right now. That is, again, fourth and fifth. Musgrave closing up. Was pretty good last time by. Was at least a half a second quicker than that battle. So Musgrave trying to insert himself in the fight for fourth and fifth as well. But again, watching up front is A.J. Myers still holding off Marion Kremers. This has been great so far. Not what we had in qualifying. Myers was heads and tails quicker. Not quite here yet. Myers and Kremers really going at it here for the win and the lead in the free final.
Yeah, the Magic Kart's great short run pace starting to fade here. We're down now to 2 laps to go. Make it 1 lap to go. White flag in the air. 1 to go. Kremers, a bobble through turn 1. Opens the gap up a little bit. Myers knows that he's there. He will block this final lap to hold on to that spot. For Marion Kremers, he's already up 1, puts him on the front row for the main. He'd love to get that pre-final win here to cap off the season. He's already lost the streak for pole awards, but he could get himself a pre-final win through turn number 5 over to 6 and 7. Myers still out enough. He can't really get to him.
Indeed, watching further back here as well. That's that fight. There goes to the move to the inside. French able to get through on Badozo. No, Badozo back around the outside of turn number 8. Really solid run out of the corner. In fact, that's put French almost in the position to fight with Billy Musgrave for the spot. Musgrave's going to look to force the issue in turn number 11.
Get back up front. Sorry, A.J. Myers, 1 car length ahead of Marion Kremers. Final time through. He will clear him. Stay clear as they battle behind. A.J. Myers collects the pre-final win, and across the line, Jake French fending off the hard-charging Billy Musgrave for the top 5.
Yeah, Musgrave throwing everything at him here in the final circuit. And wild to see that really French was going at it with Badozo. Lost a bit through 7. Not sure what happened there. It looked like he had Badozo handled, but Andrew able to get back around in turn number 8. This really brought Musgrave back into the fight. I was surprised with how that shook down. I thought French kind of like he fell off the face of the earth there in the last couple of laps. Up front, though, I think it's going to be a pretty good positive there for A.J. Myers as he gets that win over Marion Kremers, able to hold the former world champion at bay for that entire run. 0.3 of a second was the margin. Couple seconds back to Hunter Pickett, who was able to finally displace Badozo of 3rd and took off on his own. Badozo 4th, French 5th, Musgrave 6th, Kyle Wick up 5 spots for 7th, Talon Yokel 8th, 9th, Jordan Musser, 10th, Andy Rule. And the biggest thing there was the 3 other drivers we would expect to potentially run for a podium. Gulick, Formal, and Greenmeyer all involved in the incident on lap number 4, Xander. They finished 20th, 21st, and 22nd.
Yeah, Greenmeyer, again, the same corner that bit her and had her off in the grass in yesterday's pre-final. Does it again, unfortunately, as she is off to the side there in the M-Squared Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Obviously, Danny Formal seemed frustrated with Jacob Gulick and the way that they came together in the green corner. Greenmeyer out over here in turn number 5. And then like you went through on the top 10 here, a couple notables. Obviously, Jordan Musser picking up some spots, finding some pace. He's been closing the gap to the top guys all weekend long, down only about 4 to 5 tenths off that time by. And for Marion Kremers, this was a warning shot to A.J. Myers to let him know he has found the pace, he has caught him. It will be an intense 18-lap main event later on this afternoon, and I think we are in for one heck of a show between 2 of the heavyweights, the best in North America and the best of the world, getting set to get after it here. Danny Formal, obviously, he's off there inside chatting with the SKUSA team. They've got some cleanup to do here to recover all the broken down go-karts off the side of the racetrack. Gives us a moment here for another word from our partners. We'll come back with post-race interviews on this pre-final for Pro Shifter and what should be an action-packed X30 Junior pre-final here. We're back underway. The lunch break's over. Racing through to the end of the day here for the SKUSA Pro Tour. Back here at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and A.J. Myers survived the pre-final here, getting away and leading every single lap, but he had pressure coming. He's down with Kendall Hedge, having gone through the scale area. Kendall?
I'm here with AJ Myers. AJ, it looks like the entire Magic Kart team has it figured out today. Were changes made overnight, or did something just click for the whole team?
Honestly, we kind of suspect tires were bad. We were good all day Friday. Yesterday just turned into nothing, and today we came back new tires and we're fast. Andrew went a completely different direction on the chassis. We're nowhere really similar right now, but it's working for all of us.
Yeah, so with that, you pulled away from Kremers, and Kremers caught back up and was putting the pressure on. Did you do anything with your line to keep him behind you?
No, the gap stayed pretty manageable for the most part. The last 2 laps, he was a little closer. I just made sure I was safe, but it'll be close in the final.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall, here. And like AJ said, I think it's going to be pretty close today, too, Rob, here. This class should be close as well. Rollison Performance Group X30 Junior getting set to go green. Caleb Gaffera on the RPG Cosmic and Sebastian Weldon, the two of the best from yesterday, make up the front row here again today.
Yeah, row number 2, we'll see Max Garcia in the 702 on the inside, Aiden Ingrata on the outside in the 715.
Moving back to row 3, the Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarskak Racing, Landon Norris car to Cameron Brinkman goes to the inside of the Nash Motorsports EOS car to Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Texas and California represented on row number 4. Elio Mesa on the inside and Steven Eisert on the outside.
Your top 10 is concluded with the RPM Tony Kart of Alexander Chartier, who cracked the top 5 yesterday, and Max Taylor, the Northeastern-based driver on the RPG Cosmic, as they roll into the tram lines here for X30 Junior.
Time to get things underway with Gaffera on the pole position. Yesterday's winner, Sebastian Weldon, on the outside. Can he go back-to-back? We'll see. We got to get the grid set first. Gaffera getting the green flag, and we'll lead him up into turn number 3 in the opening corner of this racetrack. Very tight. One driver going 4 wheels off. He'll lose a ton of spots falling to the deeper in the field. Was that potentially Weldon? I don't know. We'll see as they work their way out of turn number 5. Yeah, that might have been Weldon who went off the outside of turn number 1. Gaffera holds on to the spot. You can see the WPK car of Max Garcia to the inside, but an aggressive move, and a couple drivers have gone around.
My goodness there. One of them looks to be hard to tell exactly who was all in there. For sure, Aiden Ingrata stuffing it down the inside of Max Garcia for second. He took that spot away. Elio Meza was in that mess there. I think that might have included either Alexander Chartier or Emma Kate Scarborough and Max Taylor, all right around the edge of the top 10 that kind of got collected in that turn 7 incident. But we're coming to complete lap number 1, and a great start for Steven Eisert from 8th on the grid. I think he's into the top 5 here, Rob.
Well, I'll tell you one thing as well. Bottom line is Aiden Ingrata did not want to be third there. He went to the inside big time on Garcia and made an aggressive pass to the bottom. I think he caught Garcia off a little bit, figuring, hey, you know what? We've got out of the first couple of corners. Let's just clean and green the first lap. Instead, he throws it down the bottom of 7. They come out cleaning. That's going to give Caleb Gaffera about a half a second on the opening circuit. Everyone else settling back in. It's Gaffera, Ingrata, Garcia, Eisert, and Vasquez top 5.
Here's Sebastian Weldon's comeback drive to the inside of Alexander Chartier. He gets through, moves Sebastian Weldon back up already into the 6th position, and he's starting to set his sights onto Jesus Vasquez Jr. and the rest of the top 5. Some work to be done for the LN kart with JC Kart Racing Team, but the good news is Caleb Gaffera is not home free out front. Aiden Ingrata has reeled him in here on lap number 2. He'll be in contention to battle with him as the Speed Concepts Racing CRG exits the horseshoe 1 car length away here on lap number 2.
Watching these drivers get cleanly out of turn 13 and 14, trying to bang out some early laps as we would have expected. Drivers in this category, of course, to watch out for are Ingrata and Gaffera. With the drop, these drivers just 12 points apart. Right now, as I said, Gaffera with the 10-point bonus, getting on the pole. These are the 2 drivers fighting Xander for the championship, and they're going to fight throughout the pre-final here as well. Ingrata looking to the inside at turn number 3. Book it. He's through. Puts the CRG to the bottom of the racetrack. Ingrata takes over the lead. Gaffera pushing him all the way back to 5. Probably wise. You don't want to let Garcia, Eisert, and Vasquez come back into the fight. And again, slotting into second for Gaffera, but a really strong opening couple of laps for Aiden Ingrata.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to do here to fight for this title with the way the drops are factored in. Give those 10 points to Gaffera. Right now, as it sits, it'd go 5 points back in the way of Ingrata. That would put it down to a less than 10-point margin going into the main event. It would be pretty much heads-up racing like a few of our other divisions would be for the championship. No better way than to settle it here with a duel of the 2 best in the points fight going at it. But Max Garcia is on the way. He's only about 4 car lengths back from Gaffera. coming to put 3 laps in the books here early on in this pre-final.
Sebastian Weldon was purple last time by, so he's on a move forward. As we said, started off pole, shoveled off, 4 wheels off into the grass on the opening circuit, has got himself back up to P4 already, and again goes purple. He'll come just into the right side of the screen. That is Weldon. He's P4 right now, about 7/10 of a second behind Max Garcia, but very early in this 10-lap pre-final, 3 laps down, 7 to go. Gaffera staying right there right now with Ingrata, who took the lead early. Of course, that aggressive move in turn 7, first to get by Garcia, and then able to get the pass done as well on Caleb Gaffera for the lead. Let's see if the 2 of those drivers can pull away. But they got to watch out. Sebastian Weldon's a rocket right now. He was a half second faster than Ingrata on the last lap.
Yeah, he is moving. Garcia lost some ground with those 2 hooked up on the front 2 straightaways, but the back sector of the racetrack, the rest of it doesn't really help too much to be hooked up nose to tail, and that's allowed Garcia to close up. And again, you can see Sebastian Weldon. He is hot right now. Already even got a shorter gap to Garcia than Garcia had to the top 2. And Jesus Vasquez Jr., he's no slouch either. He's kind of coming along for the ride with Weldon. Let's see the times they come across. 4 complete, 6 to go. Weldon and Vasquez Jr., the fastest 2 on the racetrack.
Yeah, another purple lap for Sebastian Weldon, just banging them out here one after one. Less than 4/10 behind Max Garcia. So that's going to be a scrap here pretty soon. We're going to see a fight potentially for P3 unless we see Weldon want to just push him right up there. He might just get on the back of Garcia. The 2 Florida drivers may try to push up to get to Gaffera and Ingrata.
Yeah, let's see if they can get there again. They could use a little bit of help on the 2 long straightaways, but they are able to close here from this section of the racetrack pretty much on to the cell tower hairpin and to the final few 90-degree corners as we watch the rest of the field cycle through, all mostly spread out beyond the top couple. Few battles here and there, but the main battles we've got are the ones at the front of the field. Garcia now will cut that gap to a car length away. Like you said, Rob, Weldon could push him. He could also look for a way by. To me, it looked like he stuck a nose to try and think about it coming out of the horseshoe. Now to the final couple corners. When does Weldon go? Does he go here? He tries it. He does. He's through for 3rd.
This is the guy who wants to lead this race. He did not like the fact that he started off pole, got shuffled off the racetrack, and he is on a vengeance to work his way back forward. I think he wants to get that win. Again, buoyed and motivated by that victory yesterday, wants to do it again here today. He is rolling right now up here to P3. Made easy work of Garcia with a nice move to the inside of turn 15. We've only seen a couple of passes, a handful of them in turn 15 throughout this weekend, at least the front end of the grid. Weldon quickly up here again, and another, by the way, fast lap, even with the pass to the inside of turn 15, not the ideal line, still comes away with a purple lap.
And now he is right on the bumper as Gaffera has given up on trying to push Ingrata. Was being a loyal pusher for a while. He saw Weldon coming. Ingrata knows Weldon's coming too. And now he will throw Gaffera to the wolves as there goes Weldon by into 2nd.
Little contact there with Garcia getting into the bumper on the right rear side of Gaffera's cart on the exit of that corner. You saw him kind of get jostled a bit there. And here comes Weldon. It's like he is not to be denied here. Another move to the inside of 15. Book it. He'll take the spot again. Weldon, your leader, to put lap number 6 in the books with 4 to go. Now, can he pull away? He's got a rocket here today in this machine, and that is going to be fantastic for their mechanics as well, knowing how good he's been out of the gate. Of course, a longer race, 10-lap pre-finals, 18-lap mains, but you're going to be able to know what you've got going in terms of tire pressure. He has been an absolute machine early. Here comes Ingrata, and Gaffera thinking about the outside, maybe an over-under. No. Good line to the bottom, and Ingrata staying on the apex, not allowing anybody to make the move on the exit.
Yeah, I think Ingrata is definitely thinking championship. Gaffera might just be thinking this race session because Gaffera was happy to push him. Ingrata had the opportunity, I thought, to maybe dive bomb Sebastian Weldon and said he wanted to block Gaffera. Gaffera got him in the next corner, and now he goes back to work on the Hot Wheels Racing Lando Norris kart of Sebastian Weldon through the horseshoe. Ingrata now 3 cars back from Gaffera. Gaffera doesn't have to worry about him. He can close back up to Sebastian Weldon. He said he's enjoyed working with him, and they are looking to do the exact same thing here today.
In our interview with him, exactly what did he say? He'd like to be able to work with Weldon. He knew how fast he was yesterday. Now they're teaming up, and look what they've been able to do already. Obviously, Weldon's the fastest driver on the racetrack, and I think Gaffera probably knows that. He was off the racetrack, caught us up, reeled by us. I got to latch my bumper to this train because he's moving forward.
Yeah, throwing the tow hook onto the back of Sebastian Weldon's rear bumper right now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. has caught Aiden Ingrata. He's trying to be a loyal pusher into turn number 5 and follow him for the moment. Ingrata's going a little bit narrow into the corner there, a little bit narrow into 3, kind of cost him on exit. And Vasquez not yet showing any bit of impatience. He's being very patient and very smart right now, and that's obviously why he's in contention for that KA Junior title. But it's a great run of the works here in X30 Junior for Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, good for Jesus to get another feel, right? You do double duty for a reason. You want to obviously vie for both wins and both titles, but it's that extra seat time, right? He's going to be able to get out of the X30 and say, hey, the temperatures change and tracks change, and this is what I want for the main event for KA100 Junior, because Vasquez, the primary guy going for the championship in that category.
And on top of that here, it's double the amount of tries to get it right or mess it up when it comes to racecraft decision-making. And you're seeing that right now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and everyone in the junior class, the last session that they ran for all of these drivers except for Ingrata. Actually, I believe Ingrata was running KA this weekend as well. So all 4, they just came out of the slightly slower, more draft-dependent, more pack racing-styled KA Junior division. And they're kind of racing like that here in the more higher horsepower 125cc X30 Junior division. So at least in the case of Jesus Vasquez Jr. pulling double duty, he's got the opportunity twice on a weekend here to go for wins and to also maybe just make the right decision. Although that right there, that'll hurt him and drop the right rear off the side of the racetrack. Lost about a car length here to Ingrata going to turn number 10.
White flag will fly this next time by. 2 laps remaining on this racetrack. It'll be 1 when they get back to the stripe. And thus far, Caleb Gaffera has just been right there again, just as he was with Ingrata. Do the same thing right now with Weldon, running P2. Already has the 10-point bonus of winning the winning the qualifying, top qualifier in the books. So he's got that on the total for the day. 90 points here for second spot in the pre-final would give him 100 already. And we know, obviously, Ingrata, who he's battling with, did not get the pole. He's ahead of him right now. So that's the key. Do everything you can, amass the points, keep yourself ahead. Right now, Caleb Gaffera doing a good job. Final lap on the racetrack, pre-final for X30 Junior.
Ingrata rolled a lot of speed through turn 3, but I think he might have overcooked it on the exit. He gained a lot going in through the center, lost on the coming out of the corner sector, and now he's about 5 cars back here coming through turn number 5. Weldon's able to take a normal line so far. I think he also probably knows Gaffera is in no rush. He's just trying to worry about Ingrata, as in Caleb Gaffera's case, like you said, he could finish second. He could keep pushing Weldon. He could be fine. Now he's got Weldon to trust him, opens the door, takes it, and walks right through Gaffera to the lead.
This is big for Caleb Gaffera, trying to win this X30 Junior Championship of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Gets through. This would be max points as well if he brings it through. Remember, we watched what Weldon did in turn 15. Let's see if he throws it at him here. Oh, he's not close enough. Gaffera's going to run to this one cleanly. This is a big run. Gaffera getting back to P1. Max points on the day so far. The winner in the pre-final for X30 Junior, putting 100 points in the books. Caleb Gaffera with the win by 2/10. Sebastian Weldon coming home in second. Aiden Ingrata in third. Jesus Vasquez Jr. fourth. Max Garcia rounding out the top 5. Isert and Charte up a couple of spots. Oscar Ilef starting in 16th. He ends up 8th. Charlie Smith, 20th to 9th. Good run for Charlie to get himself in the top 10. That's an opportunity for him to challenge for a podium before it's all said and done. Stephen Miller rounding out the top 10, but Xander, Caleb Gaffera. First, he was hanging with Ingrata. Then he hangs with Weldon, who works his way all the way to the front. That's exactly the way they started. Gaffera in the on the pole, Weldon off pole. They'll do the same thing in the main event, but that was big for Caleb Gaffera, able to get 20 points, 30 extra points total on Ingrata going into the main event.
Yeah, nice point swing there for Caleb Gaffera. So that would put him back in the driver's seat. He came in the weekend trailing just by 12 with the drops factored in. He'll switch up, go to the lead, and that could give him a 1-position cushion in the final points for the main. So we'll see where it all shakes out. But 100 points to Caleb Gaffera, a little bit less to Aiden Ingrata in RPG X30 Junior. Another commercial break, and we come back with Master Shifter, presented by Hardin Motorsports Group.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back here to Master Shifter, presented by Hardin Motorsports Group, live from new Castle Motorsports Park. AJ Nowd was able to score the pole position here as yesterday's winner, Justin Kelly, struggled a little bit in qualifying. He's going to roll off deeper in the field. Alongside AJ Nowd will be Mike Gosh in the number 691. Row number 2, it'll be AMA Superbike legend Larry Pegram to the inside of yesterday's driver aboard the GFC, Brian Chatfield, that probably had the worst luck out of everybody. DNFs in both the pre-final and the final. Rolls off on the outside of row 2, looking for more here today. The Rivera Racing GFC and Mike Rivera will make up the inside of row 3 alongside John Crow and the MRC Factory Car. Then it's Robert Feige and Justin Kelly, Ken Schilling, Tiffany Kelly, Justin Irwin, Luis Canones, and Carlos Lopez, and we are away with a stalled 619 of Brian Chatfield, and the cartoon anvil, as they like to call it in the IndyCar world, Rob, continues to strike. Chatfield rolled off fourth, and what a great start. My gosh, in the CRG to the lead over AJ Nowd.
Yeah, nice hole shot there from Mike Gouache, 64 years of age. He's a badass for sure, and he is going to go to the lead. He'll hold off Nowd coming in through turn number 7 as well. Everybody's settling in. We'll see what kind of a launch we get from Justin Kelly and whether or not yesterday's winner's been able to dial things in a little bit here. We're just off the pace a bit here for the start of day number 2, the round 6 of this Pro Tour and the Summer Nationals. Everybody's settling in. John Crow getting into a good spot, but Michael Gouache out in the lead right now in the CRG ahead of the Burrell Art of AJ Nowd. Working their way through 14, 15, and 16. He's pulling away a bit, too.
He's doing an awesome job for a guy that is double the minimum age here for Master Shifter. Mike Gouache able to get going. And we go now trackside as Caleb Gaffera has caught up after his X30 Junior pre-final win with our own Kendall Hedge. We'll send it on down, post the scale area. Kendall?
I'm here with Caleb Gaffera. Caleb, you're inching yourself closer and closer to a championship win, but tell me about what was going on in your mind when Sebastian Weldon passed you.
So when Sebastian passed me, I was just going to try to work with him to get away, and we got away a little bit, but I knew if we would just, he wouldn't block with 2 laps to go, and we would just keep on inching away, it'd be okay.
What are your expectations going into the final today?
I think if me and Sebastian can just work together again and just get away, and we just race it out on the last lap, I think it'll be a good race. And for me, I just want the championship.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today in the final.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to the booth.
Yeah, Xander, that's it, right? All of a sudden, things start to change. You think about race wins. Right now, Gaffera's like, I got the pole, I got a pre-final win. My mind's championship right now. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna sit down, look at the numbers. Where do I need to finish? I don't care what happens to Ingrata, but if I finish X, what do I need to do? Just let me know, and I'll make sure that happens in the main event.
Exactly here. So he is focused on the ultimate prize. And as we go down the front Long Pond straightaway, John Crow is focused on keeping all these guys and girls behind him right now because he has a hungry group all there. Larry Pegram was looking for a way past. Now Mike Rivera's under pressure from Justin Kelly. He's up 2 spots from his starting position. He didn't have to race anybody yesterday. No passes, no defending. Now he's getting some warm-up and training in terms of shifter racecraft, and he's slowly getting there, but he's got a long way to go right now.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Xander. Obviously, Justin Kelly rolling in here. He's got the 175 SSC power plant. He's by himself on the racetrack. So when you're rolling there, as you were all day yesterday, qualify on pole, run away to the pre-final, run away to the main, not really a good overall feel of what this thing's going to be able to do. He's pushing hard now, battling it out with Mike Rivera and Larry Pegram. But again, what does this car need? That's a different engine. The SSC 175, a much different power delivery than the KZ power plant. A lot more bottom end, right? So where do I need to be? Place myself in the right spot so I can leverage that torque and then play the top end as well. It's really interesting to see how it plays off. I think that was Pegram potentially who went off track and came back on.
Yeah, Pegram coming off on the access road there, the pit lane exit for Larry Pegram on the TKG Kart Republic. And so AJ Nowd putting the pressure on for the lead. Here's Kelly working Mike Rivera, what's now become the 4th spot with Pegram out of the picture. Rivera holding him off. And the old man still doing a good job as AJ Nowd has gotten by Mike Grosh and has moved his way up into the lead.
Pole sitter leading the way right now. I'm not sure if that was Pegram or not. One of the drivers came out of the pit lane exit like he went off the racetrack. I don't know that they would let him start late, so somebody went off the racetrack and came on that part of the facility. We'll give you an update when they come back around. I don't know that was Pegram. I think that might still be Pegram running a little further back. But we'll pick it up. Actually, that might be Robert Fige. He is actually the unofficial champion in the category as well. Robert Fige on the HMD Maverick chassis. He currently runs, I believe, in the 6th spot. Indeed he does. So, yeah, it's now Nowd, Gouache, Crow, Rivera, Kelly, and Fige. So, indeed, it was Pegram. It went off the racetrack, came back off P10.
A little bit of 4-wheel action there for Larry Pegram as he was sideways, but he was able to hang on to it. And now up front, that's where our cameras are not focused because AJ Nowd has already started to open the gap up. The gap here from P1 to P2, AJ Nowd, Mike Gouache, second, about a half second back, about a second and a half to find John Crow, who's climbed a couple spots up on the Musgrave Racing Company factory kart. He still sits third. Mike Rivera, another second back, who has done a great job kind of keeping Justin Kelly at bay, but that battle's not going away anytime soon as AJ Nowd continues to show the way here out of the horseshoe, this time by 5 in, 5 to go for HMG Master Shifter.
Leaders coming out of turn number 13 over to 14, 15, and 16. That's Nowd and Gouache. I think we're going to probably see some continuing battling here for P4 with Justin Kelly and Mike Rivera. Justin almost had the job done at one point, but not able to hold it. There they are right here. Let's have a look coming out of this corner. This is out of turn number 1, down the straightaway. We'll look at the differences between the engine packages. Mike Rivera on the GFC. Here comes Kelly on that SSC. Not quite in the position to make the move in the 175 Miami, but another good run out of turn number 3. Really getting a feel for it. Big run down. Tum to the inside. Here goes Kelly to the inside. Book it. He's through and makes the pass. Justin Kelly to P4.
Justin Kelly up another spot. That's 2 whole rows gained. Again, the pre-final setting the grid for the main event. He doesn't have to win it. He's not in the point standings. He's just looking to get himself a little bit closer to the front to start the final. The pace is good. Like you said, he's gone purple. He was 4/10 better than the leaders when he was purple last time by. So it looks like he's found what he didn't have in qualifying and got himself back to where he was yesterday. He has the opportunity, I think, to run down John Crow, but all that would really do is flip him from the inside lane to the outside lane. Don't know if there's a big advantage for that on the standing starts, but either way, he'll keep digging. 6 down, 4 laps remaining. Another purple lap for Justin Kelly.
Wow, that thing's coming alive for sure. Quicker than the leader by about 0.4 of a second, trying to roll up on John Crow. 0.7 back. Last time, just 0.3 quicker. So it'll take a couple of laps for him to potentially reel in Crow if he continues the pace he has right now. And again, the draft not playing near the role it does in the cadet categories or the KA categories, but a little bit once you get closer. You got to be a lot closer, I think, in the shifter than you do the other categories, just based on the simple horsepower numbers of these karts. But Kelly, the driver, on the move right now in the CRG, and again, a great story. Bought his SSC 175s off of eBay, builds the engines himself. They're staying here trackside. He and his wife, Tiffany, who currently runs in 8th spot, staying in the van, having a shower here at the racetrack. Enjoyed a nice meal from Mike Adams and everybody and the Dismore family and Tom Kutcher last night. And excited. Actually made good friends with the Musgrave family as well. They're right beside him on the pits. And again, all good so far for the CRG driver, Kelly, as he's reeling in John Crow.
Yeah, his wife, Tiffany Kelly's picked up 2 spots as well. She's having a good little run of her own from 10th on the grid up into 8th. As they have followed with Luis Quinones, who had that issue in qualifying. She's holding him off here at the moment. We're still focused on her husband here and Justin Kelly as they go down to turn number 5. He's close enough to maybe get something on John Crow. Not this time, but he's right there with 2.5 laps remaining. A nice little battle for third on our hands as A.J. Nowd, a mistake was made. He's fallen behind Mike Gouache. So Michael Gouache has gone through to the lead. A.J. Nowd, a major bobble here this lap. He entered the lap 3/10 up. He's now 3/10 behind Michael Gouache with 2 laps to go at the line.
Couple laps remaining here now, and they get back around the stripe. And now the uncharacteristic mistake to let Michael Gouache back through. This is Michael Gouache, the guy who's done a lot of car racing. LMP2, Formula Pro Mazda. Also does a lot of kart racing up at Sonoma Raceway in California. Does a lot of racing with a double different operations. Ron White Racing. He's ran with Italian Motors. This is a guy who has a lot of seat time, and he's really showing it right now. Great run here for Michael Gouache, potentially lining himself up for a win come main event time this afternoon. Still holding off A.J. Nowd. Out of turn number 3 back to 5. They'll see the white flag next time by.
Yeah, white flag next time around here for Michael Gouache, and he's already starting to block the inside a little bit. Gouache by about 2 car lengths into the green corner, can take the normal line there. Still Justin Kelly is yet to get by John Crow. You can almost fit all 4 into frame because Crow and Kelly have been consistently faster than the 2 leaders most of the last few laps, with Michael Gouache now starting to move a little bit lower.
Little defense there on Gouache coming into the cell tower corner, and you can see how much closer Crow and Kelly are. Mike Rivera's not getting by. What's happened there?
Another miscue for A.J. Nowd.
Yeah, Nowd had some trouble. Crow able to get by, so A.J. Nowd goes back to 3rd. You want to, is he missing a shift or something like that? Because he was on the track. I don't know that he dropped off the racetrack there. May have just had some trouble. White flag flying this time by. Gouache has got the lead. He's going to go and run away to this one. Crow back into 2nd. And right with him is Kelly. Look at Justin Kelly right there. He's going to go to the inside, and Nowd potentially thinks better of it. Now with a little bit of mid-corner understeer, car pushes a little wide. Kelly getting a big run. And here comes Mike Rivera back into it as well.
They're all trying to play nice here on the final lap. Justin Kelly staying all over A.J. Nowd. Finally, Nowd gets a little bit of a springboard away from him. Here comes Mike Rivera to the inside in the green corner. He'll retake that 5th spot and get back ahead of Justin Kelly.
And that's a row on the grid as well. That's Rivera going from 5th to 4th. That's row 3 up to row number 2. And that was the interesting thing, I think, about Kelly. He was trying to move to the inside of row 2. Had he been able to get by John Crow or then A.J. Nowd. Final circuit, and Gouache coming out of the corner cleanly. Mike Gouache is going to get this. John Crow, I think, is going to come home P2. So a large shakeup here the last couple of laps. Out of the last corner, Michael Gouache will win the pre-final and start on the pole position for the main. This is some awesome racing in Master Shifter. Gouache, Crow, Nowd, Rivera, and Kelly across the line, separated by less than 2 seconds. Robert Fees, your unofficial champion in the category 6. Ken Schilling 7th. Luis Quinones in 8th. Larry Pegram 9th. And Tiffany Kelly rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, good recovery from Larry Pegram. Picks off 2 at the end. Gets Brian Chatfield. Gets Tiffany Kelly at least back into 9th for Larry Pegram. But he started on the inside of row number 2. So still a big time loss here in the pre-final, unfortunately, for the HMG Master Shifter driver. But now it's time for the X30 Pro Seniors to take to the racetrack. Ryan Norberg, Hayden Jones, they're a little bit further back than where they were yesterday. Your 2 fastest drivers throughout all the timed sessions. It was one of the 2 of them throughout any warm-up session or any qualifying session until today. Frankie Mossman went quickest in morning warm-up, and for the first time in the X30 Pro class, Blake Nash qualified
on the pole. In fact, first time on the front row for Blake Nash here, the top 100cc driver from 2021, a first full year in the 125cc single-speed senior classes, and he is looking really, really good. Kendall Hedge, what do you got for us down by the grid?
I got the chance to talk with Marian Kremers and Jeremy Fletcher, who are starting the mid-pack for today's pre-final, and they're just hoping for a clean start and make their way to the front and hopefully break up any potential RPG train that might come their way.
Yeah, that's it for these guys. When you're starting mid-pack, you kind of cross your fingers. I hate to say it, but normally if you're one of the top drivers and you're in the mid-pack, you're dealing with whatever issues. Whatever's going to happen to you is not going to be your doing. You're trying to hopefully place yourself in a position where you're not going to get caught up in somebody else's mess, and that's what we've seen many times when you're starting anywhere outside the top 12, top 15.
Yeah, they start pretty deep down on there. Jeremy Fletcher, obviously not the best qualifying, was in the fast group, qualified 15th. Marian Kremers, best of the slow group, 13th. Yesterday, that was the opposite. That's all they're hoping for. They've got a low bar, considering they spent turn number 3 from yesterday's pre-final off in the grass. So they're starting deep in the field. Let's go ahead and take you through your starting lineup for your X30 Senior Division presented by Speed Lab Racing Engines. Again, Blake Nash and Frankie Mossman, a rookie lockout on the front row.
Ryan Norberg will start in third spot alongside Laurent Legault. Great start for Legault to be alongside the 5-time champion.
Yeah, I believe his best starting position of the season. We go back. Paulie Massimino rebounds from a rough day yesterday that ended in the outside retaining wall. He'll start to the inside of row 3 alongside RPG's Hayden Jones.
You know, Austin Garrison wanting more than he got yesterday. He'll have that machine on the inside of row number 4 starting 7th. Diego Ramos on the Burrell starting in 8th spot.
Starting from the front row yesterday, back to row number 5 here today. Paul Bocuse will start to the inside of world champion Pedro Hiltbrand aboard the PSL Karting Bureau Art.
John Burke looking for any kind of luck here on the weekend. He'll start 11th. Donovan Bonilla, the RPG driver we saw punching above the weight class up there in P2 at one point yesterday. He'll start this pre-final from 12th.
It's an international row number 7. Marian Kremers to the inside, and the UK's Louis Westover aboard the solo factory kart racing entry on the outside.
Jeremy Fletcher, 2-time SKUSA winner, and of course already battling after some championships here as a junior or as a senior rookie. He'll start 15th. Adam Ali on the outside in 16th spot.
Rounding towards the end of your top 20, Edward Porch to the inside, Jacob Hoover on the outside of row number 9.
Julian DaCosta and Justin White will round out the top 20. Zachary Clayman DeMello and Wes Juchak right there as well. Parker DeLong back at 23rd. Field set. We're going racing in a 10-lap pre-final. Green. And we got contact mid-pack. Couple of drivers getting together, one off the racetrack, maybe even more. Somehow that driver able to stay on the throttle. Everybody out of turn number 3. The big run down to turn number 4. They'll work their way down into turn number 5 now, and it is Nash holding the spot. But stack them and pack them through turn number 5 over to turn 6.
I believe that was Marian Kremers for the second day in a row. The start to the pre-final has been rough for him. He's way down the order, and they're all single file on the bottom side. Hayden Jones will pick up Diego Ramos, pick him off around the outside as Blake Nash tries to defend, and Norberg going to go by on his teammate, and Laurent Legault instantly starting to block there for 4th as he knows Paulie Massimino is trying to find a way past.
Drivers again settling in the opening laps. Get your position. You've made your aggressive moves early. Finishing up this lap. Hold your spot. See where you are and then go to work. That's essentially what we're seeing out of the drivers here in the top 10. Not a lot of places to overtake, as we know, out of turn number 13. You can get aggressive coming through 13, 14, 15 if you want, and even into 16 as Norberg muscles his way down the inside. Ryan Norberg now goes into second spot as he's able to work his way by Frankie Mossman.
Here he comes looking for the lead with Blake Nash losing the spot. Mossman will follow Norberg to the bottom side. He gets booted out of the way by Laurent Legault, putting the bumper to him. That'll give Norberg a big-time lead here as Mossman and Nash try to work together. They're just trying to hang on here, and now Nash has to go on the inside of Mossman. He was trying to block, I think. I don't think he was trying to go by him. They were trying to work together. Pedro Hiltbrand, what a move through the field. He's up to 4th.
Yeah, solid advancement here for Hiltbrand. You see these drivers settling in. Big moves as well. Hiltbrand was up a couple on the opening lap. Bonilla up a couple. Fletcher up 4. Up 9 spots for Clayman DeMello. Some drivers in the back leveraging all the chaos early to settle in. You can see the big lineup of drivers we have outside the top 5, top 6. Everybody nose to tail here as we're just getting underway. But Norberg, once again, works his way up into the lead and already stretching out a bit of a gap.
Just a little bit. Blake Nash doesn't look like he's got that good of a pace, but Frankie Mossman does. The Team Benek EOS car driver is hunting him down and trying to pull away from Nash just a little bit. Mossman's got no help from behind. He's still in the tow of Norberg, though. Could be able to challenge him here soon, as behind him, Hayden Jones has gone around on Pedro Hiltbrand. He's just ahead of Paulie Massimino, who got into it with Laurent Legault. I think the whole field kind of got frustrated with Legault, letting Norberg get away, and they just booted him all the way down to the edge of the top 10, and I think he's down in 12th.
Norberg, Mossman.
Ooh, that was Hayden Jones, sorry, getting knocked all the way to the wayside there in turn number 5. My bad, Rob.
No worries. Let's look through the top 10 here right now as again. Try to give you an update on where everybody is, but man, action like crazy here in the opening couple of laps. We've seen this throughout the day yesterday. I don't know whether it's the last race of the year here or the Pro Tour. Everybody's got that checkers or wreckers kind of mentality right now, and they are really going at each other in the pre-final. Norberg was the leader. It's now Mossman to P1. Norberg runs in second. Nash third. Jones fourth. Hiltbrand, Massimino, Ramos, Clement DeMello, Bonilla, and Garrison. That was the top 10 last time by. As we know, Mossman's been able to work his way past. Great run here for Mossman. There's contact driver getting into the barriers, coming out of the corner there.
Nick D'Andrea on the Leading Edge Motorsports Tony Kart pounds the wall.
Tough way to end the pre-final, hitting hard coming out of turn number 14. Other movers, as we were saying, coming up through the field. Zachary Clayman DeMello, Xander, 14 spots up, 21st on the parallel and up to 7th.
Yeah, good start for DeMello. I think he might have been the guy that was making spots up early as Pedro Hiltbrand gives up the 5th spot to Paulie Massimino just behind the leaders. But mark it down in the history books. Lap number 2, the first officially recorded lap led for rookie Frankie Mossman in the X30 Senior class. I have a feeling it will not be his last here as he leads them through turn number 10.
Yeah, good opportunity for him to run with Ryan Norberg here now as well. Let's see those two drivers can kind of battle back and forth. Mossman, of course, trying to gain some respect from some of the older drivers here in the category and putting his head down. He'll work right now with Norberg to try to pull away. Ryan, of course, as we know, unofficially securing his 5th championship in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, 6th overall national title. Looking very good in the USPKS category this year, the series this year as well. He's been dominant over there. It's been a tremendous year, maybe the best ever for Ryan Norberg, trying to cap off the Pro Tour with another victory here today, but challenged by the young gun who, as we talked about yesterday, kind of debuted onto the scene with a tremendous run at the Super Nationals last year. Norberg going to go to the inside of Frankie Mossman in turn number 5.
He'll go through. Mossman clips the curb, crosses him up. Nicely done by the rookie. Frankie Mossman back to the lead into turn 7.
Oh, I like that. But this racing is going to bring Blake Nash back into it. Paulie Massimino actually is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. There he is right there, P4, coming in the left side of the screen. He's got Pedro Hiltbrand with him, who, as we knew, started 10th, worked his way up to 5th. Clayman DeMello now up another spot to 6th position. Clayman DeMello right there behind them. He's on the move as well. And behind him, Diego Ramos, Austin Garrison, Jeremy Fletcher, and Donovan Bonilla, then a second and a half back to Louis Westover.
Yeah, just a little ways back. Like you said, Rob, that one little exchange has brought Blake Nash into the drafting distance now. Paulie Massimino still another good lap. Diego Ramos going purple this time. 6/10 cut out of the lead. Norberg's looking like he's going to go again. I thought he might have in 3. He does not. We saw him make a carburation adjustment a few laps ago on this straightaway right here in the run from 3 over to 5. Blake Nash, 3 cars back. Here's Norberg. Second time, you'll see him keep Mossman on the outside to make sure he can't cross him over. Blake Nash to the bumper. Now Mossman gets right back on him into the green turn. Does Norberg leave the door open? No, he's going to block that one off.
Yeah, he covered the bottom there this time, not letting Mossman get back through. But, man, I'll tell you, even though Frankie got hung out to the outside in 5, he got a lot of good forward momentum coming out of the corner and was able, of course, to hold off Blake Nash, who's kind of getting himself into this fight here as well. Mossman was the leader. Now it's Norberg. This is great stuff right now. Diego Ramos went purple last time by at the halfway point. It'll be 6 down, 4 to go when they get back across. We got some guys further back, Xander, who are dialing things up. Hiltbrand, Massimino, Ramos, DeMello have all shown great speed.
Yeah, Blake Nash now is feeling the heat from behind. Paulie Massimino got to him. Nash started blocking for third. Now here comes the cavalry. He's going to have 3 more drivers ready to go. Ramos is there. Hiltbrand is there. Massimino, bumper, looking. Nash is going to block again into 3, and he's going to stack them up. That's going to slowly frustrate the drivers behind, and now Nash drops a tire. Here comes Ramos around the outside. Massimino stuck on the inside behind Nash. Look at Diego Ramos all the way wide, and Massimino gets moved to the wayside. All the way into the grass.
Yeah, someone got into the back of Massimino into the braking zone, pushed him past the apex, and that really hung out Ramos on the outside as well. He was thinking about trying to run the outside as they were covering down the bottom. Instead, this is shaking things up. What this really means is first and second, a long way down the road right now. This has allowed Norberg and Mossman to have a huge amount of gap. Nash, though, putting up the blinders, trying to hold everybody else back, but in comes Massimino again.
What a slick move by Pedro Hiltbrand. He crossed him over. That right there is a world champion level move from Pedro Hiltbrand. Unfortunately, the damage has been done. Blake Nash has given the top 2 a massive gap here with 3 laps to go.
A little further fight back there as well, right behind it. That's Ramos and Garrison going at it. Austin Garrison, and then Ramos and actually Paulie Massimino. He tried to tuck to the inside of Ramos coming through turn 16, but got pitched down onto the apex. Had to catch back out of it. Again, leaders are long gone, but this again is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and then the rest of the top 12 a little further back.
Here comes Mossman back down the inside. Turn number 5. Norberg thought he might have been able to get away. Mossman puts it back on him. And Frankie Mossman, he was one of the fastest drivers yesterday, had to start deep in the field in the main, still clawed his way up to 2nd. And unfortunately, no hardware today. He leads here with 2.5 laps to go.
Again, 2.5 laps, as you said. They'll see the 2 to go side when they come back around. I don't think Frankie Mossman made a lot of people happy yesterday. He got really aggressive, was jumping some curbs, pushing hard. Like, granted, he's in there battling with these guys. He's trying to get the win. He's trying to get a top finish, but he battled super hard. This is really an opportunity for him. Run super clean, hardcore with Norberg to gain some respect out of the top driver in the sport right now.
Absolutely here. Frankie Mossman going through turn number 1, leads the way here. And let's see, it'll be a duel. The rookie versus the 5-time, now 6-time national champion veteran, Norberg. Big slingshot move down the inside of the Long Pond Straight. He'll take that lead back. Mossman back to P2.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman into the 2nd spot. Now this is time to go back at him again. Little tap into the braking zone. Norberg will run it through turn number 5, a little wider on the exit, carried a bit more speed into the corner after getting tapped there. Want to make sure he was able to roll to the apex and the exit of the corner. Now with about a length over Mossman. Mossman pushing hard, but Norberg out front here, having made a really nice pass coming up the straightaway. Made it, got through turn number 16, made it happen to 1. That's where you get the pass down into 3. All that momentum coming out of that corner, and now holding off Mossman. White flag will fly this next time by. Let's see, Xander, does Mossman have anything for Norberg here?
Mossman, a little carburetor adjustment of his own on that short chute, trying to find a little bit more. Norberg looked like he could have pulled the trigger at any point. Mossman seems like he has to build things up. We got problems in the back of the field as well. Parker DeLong has gotten together with one of the REM Cosmics, I believe one of the Ali brothers. I think Daniel Ali in the 330 has gotten together with him. And either way, Norberg knows that Mossman is close enough. He has to block. He goes low into turn number 3. Here comes the run to 4 and over to 5. Mossman's a half car back, car length back. Bumper, looking, he'll go wide. Let's see, can he cross him over? Coming out, Norberg hits the curb. Mossman does as well. No change into the green corner.
Yeah, this is it right now. You don't need to win this. The main event's obviously when they pay out all the money. That's when you stand on top of the podium. Mossman doing a great job here on Norberg, staying right with them, but pole position's always nice to lead everyone down into 1. Big outside run here for Mossman. Can he capitalize on it? Really nowhere to make the pass on the outside of the over-under coming out of 10 through 11 and 12. Got to have the run out of 13, and he doesn't. That's enough of a gap likely for Norberg to run through to this one here, 3 lengths into turn 14.
Yeah, nice and easy gap through to 14, 15, 16. Here's that fight for third. Norberg collects the pre-final victory over Mossman, and coming through the final few corners, Pedro Hiltbrand able to hang on for the final spot inside. And guess what? I mean, he is one of the most aggressive drivers I have seen. He will not be afraid to do exactly what Louis Westover did in the main yesterday and put some pressure on Ryan Norberg. So that pole spot, it may not be the best place to be, as the rest of the field was all over the place across the line. Lots of movers up and down. Blake Nash eventually gets shuffled down to the 11th spot. Laurent Legault, remember, he was all the way up in the front. He ends up crashed on the final lap with Parker, or someone else there with the 328, so he is gone. And then other movers inside the top 10. Again, Hiltbrand picked up 7. ZCD up 17 spots. There's Lego off the side. Looks like he must have got knocked off or had an issue somewhere either in turn 5 or on the front straightaway. I would believe turn number 5. And then Diego Ramos rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, it's an impressive run for Zachary Clayman DeMello, up 17 positions from 21st to 4th. We went just past the intros, past the top 20 to get to Clayman DeMello, and he delivered for us for sure up to P4. Austin Garrison up 1 to 6. Marian Kremers started 13. He ends up in 7th spot. Paulie Massimino 8th. Louis Westover up 5 spots to 9th. Donovan Medina rounding out the top 10, and Jeremy Fletcher back there in 13th position. So X30 Senior wrapping things up. That's it for the pre-finals. Norberg with another victory. Already has that championship unofficially in his pocket. It's Norberg, Mossman, Hiltbrand, Clayman DeMello, and Ramos, your top 5. Main events up next.
Main events coming your way here again. So for those, make sure you go to youtube.com/kartchasers/join. We'll cut this stream off. We'll come back with some post-pre-final interviews and begin with the Micro Swift main event here to decide the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour Championships. Stick with us. Stay tuned on the channel. We'll be right back.